Alright, hello everyone. You are watching BSG Annual 2021, and right now we got a treat for you. It's Grand Theft Auto 5 of the category Any Percent Classic by your lovely runner here, Marcus9180. So yeah, if you want to take it away, Marcus, go ahead.
Yep. Welcome to GTA 5, more specifically Any Percent category. Normally we'd start this category with a new game, but the loading times in this game are horrible, so we're just gonna shoot this lady. And the timer will start once the text Ludendorff not Yankton 9 years ago will appear after I retry. So now. Alrighty. And that's start, and sort of we're just gonna get through this first bank heist robbery. Very simple, so we're gonna first of all take cover just to move a bit quicker, opposed to walking around because that's slow. And then we're gonna aim at these few guards in the most optimal way to get them moving. And to be fair, that is something that we'll see a lot throughout this game, where we're not gonna be able to like do a lot of crazy stuff. We're just gonna optimize a lot of the gameplay. So I'll be switching to first person because in the next scene, running in first person is actually a bit faster. And that changes throughout the game in which camera mode you want to be and what you want to do, and I'll just explain that as we go along. So as you can see, we'll be in first person right now, which will allow us to cut these corners a bit tighter than normal. The annoying thing is that in this next little bit we won't be able to run, so what we're going to do to circumvent that is change to third person and jump, and then we'll get there just as fast. Nice and easy. Next up we'll have our first switch of the game, where we'll be switching from Michael to Trevor, and that will allow us to kill this guard because we want to move along. We don't like being held up. Even though I've shot one, I'll reload my gun just for safety, and here I'll be jumping to move as quickly as possible, even though it doesn't really matter because we need to wait for our buddy Brad over here to do his thing. And we'll see that loads more throughout the game, where we can only go as quick as the NPCs allows us to. But there are definitely ways to speed it up, as we'll see in the next mission. So we're going to try and jump in front of Michael. If you don't get it, that's fine. Saves only 2 seconds. Nope, whatever. Next up we'll have the shootout, and a lot of the shootouts in this game have scripted spawns. And that's the case for the majority of this game as well, or this shootout as well. So we'll just try and clear everyone out as quickly as possible. Don't allow them to get out of their cars. I'm gonna hip fire these two. We can actually skip the next 2 cars of enemies because they will despawn in a second. So we just kill these 2, and there will be 3 more cops spread out over 2 cars, and that will be the end of that shootout. So 1, 2, 3, and that's that. So next up we have a short little drive, and for that drive I'll be actually using my controller because this game is actually very nice when it comes to allowing you to choose where you want to play with mouse and keyboard or controller, or change, or even use them at the same time if you wanted to. Most runs of this game actually use the keyboard only and maybe the controller for like flying or yoga, which you'll see in like 2 hours or something like that. But I personally use the controller for driving, and then mouse and keyboard for shootouts and some precise movement. So in this mission there is a interesting strat that we can use to skip about a minute of a cutscene, and I'm gonna give it one go because we might as well try it, but we'll see how it goes. Even though it might seem counterintuitive, driving on the side of the road in the snow is actually faster because the slowdown that's applied in the middle isn't as strong, so we'll be able to drive as fast as possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop over here, get out and shoot the gas tank, which will make sure that the fuel start leaking and will leave a trail behind. And what I'm going to do is dive out, shoot the trail and get back in, and we'll see whether I get it or not. Then I'll explain what's going on. Oh, Michael, please get up, because I only have 11 seconds to get this done. Just not quite. So this cutscene you would be able to skip if you got it, because the point that you trigger the checkpoint and the start of the cutscene, those two don't happen at the exact same time. They happen, I think it's 7 frames from one another. So if you can mission fail by having the fire touch the car in that window, you mission fail and can respawn on the other side of this cutscene and skip that bit entirely. But given the fact that we have to watch this 1 minute unskippable cutscene and a bit more, it gives me the chance to explain a bit more about the categories. GTA 5's got an any percent and a 100%, nothing crazy there. And both of those have got 3 subcategories, which are classic, no mission skips, and mission skips. In the mission skips category, you can use a feature where if you fail a mission 3 times, you can skip to the next checkpoint in that mission. So essentially you're blowing yourself up for 3.5 hours. Not literally, but that's about it. Now for this shootout, we're actually just gonna run away. And that will skip that entire shootout, and you just move on to the next unskippable cutscene, which is honestly a really nice skip that anyone can do, basically. The mission skip, or no mission skips category, is a normal run where you can do anything apart from that mission skipping. And the classic category that I'll be doing has 3 main rules. First of all, can't do those mission skips. You can't use taxis for fast travel. We can, however, either call them and steal them, or sit in the back, but you can't fast travel, so teleporting around the map. And we have to choose ending C at the end of the game. You can either choose ending A, B, or C, and we have to choose the latter, also known as the third way, which is actually considered to be by most players the most canon ending to the game. It's also the longest and most interesting one. It's got some really cool strats. It's really difficult as well, so it's a great mission to finish this game off with. So we're just gonna have to sit here, enjoy this funeral scene, where the premise basically is Michael is dead, but he is not actually dead because, well, that's Michael. So next up in the next mission, we'll be moving along to Los Santos. We'll be driving around, and we have to follow Lamar. And a lot of times NPCs in this game rubber band along, and if you don't know what that means, it essentially is that whenever you're supposed to follow someone and you're close to them, they'll pull away to create a gap, and if you're far away, they'll slow down to allow you to catch up to them. Basically maintaining the gap at a similar distance. We're gonna abuse that a little bit by moving things along as quickly as possible. So we're gonna get into the red Rapid GT right here. The white 9F is actually a bit faster, but we don't gain anything from it because we have to follow Lamar, kind of. As you can see, we're already not following him. We're gonna take a nice little hairpin right here, which will allow us to get ahead of Lamar. And what I said about rubber banding couldn't be any more true, because he'll actually push us along here. And even though we know where the mission will end, we can't go there quite, because we have to stay within a certain range of Lamar. So we have this route, which will allow us to go as quickly as possible while staying in front of Lamar, and also staying within a certain radius of him. While driving, you might see the screen flashing green every now and then. That's me using Franklin's special ability, which does 3 main things. It slows down time, it gives us better traction, and that will allow us to turn better, and it sucks the car to the ground while in the air. And you'll see 2 of those things happen in just a second. 2 other things that I'll be doing while driving that are weird are going over curbs and braking on straights. Those are in order to get brake and curb boost, which I'll explain in a second. So here I can suck the car to the ground, and here I can make a sharp turn using the power and the increased traction. So the way curb boosting works is whenever you go over a curb or compress the suspension of a car in any other way, you get a tiny RPM boost in this game, and therefore a little speed boost. It's something that's not intended, but you know, it's there, so we'll use it. Brake boosting I'll explain in a later mission where it's a bit more applicable. So I'm gonna take this turn. Here I have to make sure to not be too far away from Lamar, otherwise we'll lose him, but we should be fine. And now we're gonna have to escape the cops, and basically any time in this game that we have to escape the cops, we already have a pre-planned route that will work for the majority of time. So you can see by the flashing stars in the top right that they've already lost sight of me. And the way these cops work is that they'll go to your location like 10 to 15 seconds later. So we're just going to lead them around the place while slowly but surely also moving towards our destination, which is Simeon's dealership. So as you can see, I'm just waiting around here, making sure that cop goes over there. And that means I can just already go to the end and just wait for the yellow dot to appear, which will allow us to move on. Ooh, that cop is getting close there, but should be fine. Yep. So I'm gonna walk outside, which will skip some dialogue. And in this game, a lot of times dialogue needs to be finished, or if certain lines to be said to be able to proceed, which you'll see in just a second. I'll be jumping inside and then running while outside. I'm gonna drive a little bit closer to Lamar, and we're gonna call 911. And the reason for that is that Lamar is very polite, and he'll actually not talk to us while we're on the phone, which is awesome because to finish this mission we need to have Franklin say a certain voice line, which we can force once we put down the phone while we're over here. So it will play immediately while I don't drive into the garage door. And then I'm gonna jump and go into first person, and then I'm gonna run into the garage door, and if I can block it, I can warp into the car. There you go. The way that works is that the game can obviously see that the garage door is open, but because I'm blocking it, it can't find an actual path to it, so it just gives up and teleports us in, which is really nice. As you can see, going over curbs gives me a little bit of speed every single time that we do it. Now here, being in first person allows us to run, and ideally I'd punch, but I was a little bit too late. I'm gonna jump 3 times while inside, and we're taking the bullet on our right, which is faster. By running wide, it will make sure that Lamar runs all the way to the car instead of walking the last bit, which we don't want, because that's slow. Next up, we're gonna do a little stunt jump. In this category, we don't need to complete it. In the 100% category, this would be the spot where you would, but hey, we did it, so that's nice. So jump onto the sidewalk real quick. Make sure to not hit anyone. Oh. Drift here, catch myself with the power, and then drift over here. And by drifting like that, it'll allow Lamar to be closer to the fence, which is good. And by parking like this, we make sure that Lamar brings the car to the end of the mission, which allows us to use it afterwards. Here we're gonna push Lamar along, and the reason for that is because we need to. He is the kind of the trigger point in this section. So once he reaches a certain point, it'll allow us to move on. I'll stop pushing him around here. And by now getting away from him and outdistancing him, it won't play any further dialogue. So once he gets around over here, I would say, we can immediately start the next bit. And for the shootout coming up, I'll actually be climbing over that wall, which will spawn all the enemies at once, which you can see on the minimap in the bottom left. And that will allow me to kill them quicker, hopefully. I will be using the auto aim on the controller, which, yes, is allowed, and I'm definitely abusing it. Blow multiple enemies up with that explosion, and then there will be 4 more over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Absolutely lovely. Now you'll be see me take out my weapon on and off the whole time. I'll explain in 2 mission times while we do that. And opposed to chasing this guy on the bike, we're actually just gonna shoot him off and pick the bike up. There is a way where if you do it perfectly, you can get onto the bike while it's still moving forward. That was just a little bit too slow. Whenever we're on a bike, you want to do wheelies, because that gives us a speed boost. Don't ask me why. Leaning forward also helps a little bit, but it's not as strong. Which is also one of the reasons that we don't really want to drive bikes, because it makes it really risky to drive them. And falling off of them can often and will often result in a death. So now we'll do a nice little jump, which is actually considered to be a safe strat, because the alternative would be crossing 3 roads blindly, which, if you're unlucky, will end with a death. And at the end here, we'll jump off of the bike, which will prevent an animation of Franklin doing that manually playing. There you go. As you can see, here's the bullet that we parked so nicely and that Lamar took for us. And what we're gonna do is power right before this patch of grass, and that will prevent Tanya from talking, so the mission starts immediately as we get out of the car.
Hey, look, let's make this quick. I got shit to do.
This mission, pulling favors, is actually the only mission, or the only side mission in the game that you need to complete the game. Though we might be doing one more side mission, and if you're a GTA 5 runner, you know what I'm talking about. Brake right here. Park nice and close to the tow truck for Tanya because she is really slow. So making sure that she gets in first is important. Ooh. What I'm gonna do here is power on this curb and over here on this red strip, and that for some reason gives this tow truck a huge amount of speed, which is really nice. Once again, I don't know why it does that, but it does.
Yo, we on that like ugly on your mama.
Come again? I didn't catch that.
So we're gonna pick up the tow truck. We really want to make sure that we don't hit any pets because there are usually cop cars around. And if you hit a pet, you will get the cops, and that's a huge time loss. We're gonna go around this lady to be safe. Okay, the car is fishtailing a lot. That's not a good thing. There we go. Settle down. So traffic during this mission can be kind of annoying, but in this game you have a couple of types of traffic. You have fully scripted, which you saw in the second mission, Franklin and Lamar. You have semi-scripted, which kind of is over here, where you kind of know where cars will be, what kind of cars and what they'll do. And you have fully random, which you'll see usually during free roam. So we'll bring the car back, and we can let go once the car is inside of the red box. And by having it slam into the back of the tow truck, it prevents or interrupts the dialogue and allows Tanya to speak immediately. So to start this next mission, you could either run into the mission marker, you could walk into it, or you can just slam into this picket fence like this, and that works. So now we're gonna take cover to get away from Lamar, and let's see whether we're... Yep, now we can run. So we're gonna push this shopping cart right here. And I want to reorientate it like this, then push it a bit more, and what we're gonna do is hopefully block Lamar's door a little bit. Actually, that looks perfect, and you'll see what's gonna happen. You might be able to guess what's gonna happen. Lamar's just gonna stand there, do nothing, and once Chop gets to the rear doors, he'll warp in, which makes it so that he doesn't have to walk manually to the door and get in that way. That's a lot of traffic that I don't want to hit. So I'm gonna do some brake boost here, which will allow you to see the effects of that, because it will allow even a slow vehicle like this van to get up to massive speeds. Just really nice. Just gonna hold the power to make sure that I don't crash.
Is that fool Simeon looking out for us, or is he looking out for himself? Shit, himself, I guess. So how a couple of gut-ass fools like us get ahead? By getting serious. Exactly.
Now, there is a strat where,
driven motherfuckers with an entrepreneurial mindset. Hey, what's up?
Nice dialogue. There is a strat that you can do here. I'll be executing a safe variant just to make sure that I'm getting it. I'll be getting into the van. And you're supposed to follow D here, and we're gonna do that, kind of.
You see what he driving? Man, we in a van, motherfucker. We fucked. Back up. Just drive, fool.
And do brake boost right here, and then call 911. And what that will do is it will interrupt dialogue that is currently playing. Gonna deviate from this route.
Hello, this is
We
911.
go
What
over
emergency
here.
service do you require?
And as you can hear, no one is talking now, which is great. Because if that is the case, we're far or in the right position and close to D, it will do something really nice, which is
Where you going?
activate the cutscene. That is one of the weirdest strategies that have been found somewhat recently. Well, it's been a while actually, to be fair. But if those conditions are met and you're... it would just start the cutscene opposed to it happening over here. So the weird thing with the gun that I'm doing is whenever you shoot, you enter combat stance. And if you, in that stance, equip and unequip your weapon very quickly, which you do by pressing tab a lot. That's why it's called tab movement. You move just a little bit faster, which is pretty neat. Once again, we could be following D, but why would we? That's boring. We're gonna be ahead of him, which will lead to this weird thing where he is actually able to phase through us, like that. Don't ask me how that works. And now we'll
Zoink,
just,
Scoob.
so we just jump into here because that doesn't matter. Now we're gonna do something really fun, which is push chop. Because Chop is really slow and we need him to be all the way back there. So something we could do to help him out is literally just push him along. That's an alright first push, not crazy. That's not good because he's gonna sniff now, and that's something we don't want. Just pushed into him to interrupt that animation, because sniffing slows him down. Pushing moves him along. Now we unfortunately gonna have to kill this dog, because otherwise, if we didn't do that, Chop would go over and, let's say, make friends. So we don't want that to happen, and while he's over there, we can just stand over here and wait for him to help appear, make the yellow dot appear. Right, and then we can just go around, don't need to follow D once again. Following is not really fun, nor fast. And now for this final drive, well, there's not much you can do. Just same simple boring drive. Just want to make sure that that we don't use the power apart from one spot, because using the power interrupts dialogue, and all of the dialogue needs to finish before we get to the end. And it should work just about right that once we get to the end, the dialogue should be done. Right, so this allows me to explain brake boosting. And the way that works is whenever we go over a crest and thereby extend the suspension, if you then tap the brake while your tires go over like the top of it, you can trick the game into giving you a speed boost, kind of like how you get a speed boost when you start from a burnout. The only difference is that because you're already going pretty fast, the boost that you get kind of like is even bigger, and that allows you to go crazily fast. So, to start the next mission complications, I'm actually going to have to cap my FPS to 60. And the reason for that is that if your FPS is too high, you'll get stuck in an infinite mission fill loop. Because the deal that Simeon is trying to fulfill gets interrupted. And the way that actually works, I'm not going to show that just yet. I'll show that in the second last mission. I'm not joking, believe me, in the second last mission I'll show it. And by capping so low at 60 FPS, we can power here. And on this drive, in a second, hopefully, you'll be able to see what the effect of brake boosting is on cars in this game. Because you can do stupid fast for no good reason, but it's fun. Oh, I'm gonna have to hold the power here a bit to make this turn. We're good. Can I get another one maybe over here? Yeah, that's good. So whenever you see those skid marks coming out from underneath the car, that's when you know that I did a brake boost. Or was drifting, which is usually not a good thing. But let's just assume that I'm not going to do that too much. Just park over here, and opposed to getting over the gate normally and taking out the gardener, we're just going to climb over here and get to the window in one go. Don't need to do anything unnecessary. Just going to climb in here. So we'll be entering stealth mode once we get past the door frame, and once we're on the stairs we can actually just run. Because that's when the noise detection changes and we can run past Amanda and the tennis coach. Just get into Jimmy's car. And if we try and get out of it, it forces Michael to pop up. Which is good, because that also means that the dialogue starts playing earlier. And the reason we want that is because to finish this section, all the dialogue needs to be played. So starting it as soon as possible is good. And this is a really tough drive because of not only traffic, but mainly this car. It's extremely top heavy, it's all-wheel drive, and it just feels horrible. Oh, that is some nice traffic. There'll always be a car in this turn, and now it's a bus! Oh no. Yeah, I was not expecting a bus there. I was more expecting like a car, a sedan, a sports car maybe. No, they came through a bus at me. Nice. That's actually not good because that interrupts the dialogue. Which we don't want, but hey, that's just the way it goes sometimes. I'll take this turn. We can actually go to this yellow dot opposed to the other one that the game usually proposes. And if we just barely touch it, we're gonna be put over here, which is really close, because if you went too far it would put you on the other side of the road, which is slower. Now for the Simeon fight, we're gonna quick punch. So anytime you see me push him, it's really bad. If I don't push him, it's really good, like this. And we can just keep punching him like that, and we've won the fight. Next up, I'll be doing a save warp. So what I'm gonna do is make a save and load into it, and hold the character switch button for Franklin, so another character than the one you currently are. And what that does is that it puts us back at Michael's safe house, which is really good because that's where the next mission starts. As you can see, there we go. And we're gonna bring up the sleep mode menu because that brings up a pop-up in the top left, and having it now means that it's not gonna come up later. And you might have noticed that I didn't run into the yellow dot, but into the doors, and that skipped a little cutscene from playing. Now we have the mission Father-Son, which is actually a pretty tough mission, especially for newer runners, because there's a lot going on and that you need to keep track of. But you'll see that in, I don't know, 2 minutes time maybe. So first we gotta get...
So you good time for me to jump in for a sec?
Yep, go ahead.
Cool. Well, I just want to tell remind everyone, we are the Benelux Speedrunner Gathering. We organise bi-monthly gatherings in the Benelux region for speedrunners. Due to the current situation surrounding, well, you all know what. We're currently doing our events online for the time being. This event features streamers from both Benelux and the rest of the world, bringing you the entertainment during the lockdown. We are raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organisation committed to prevent mental health issues and to support everyone who is dealing with mental health issues themselves or within their family. All your donations go to Mind.
You can always get credit for one.
But have you come repo it? No thank you.
Alright, homie.
I ain't your homie.
Now we have a very important turn coming up because I need to get the car very close to the back of the boat here. And that's not going to happen. I hit those curbs. I messed that up. Wow. That's not good. So this is not what you want to do because when let's see where we can fix it. Franklin will start this climbing animation now very late, which is bad. Ideally you would get close to him and it will start it very early. And the reason we want that is because we want him to get onto the boat, ideally at the beginning of the tunnel. Now we're gonna get it basically at the end of the tunnel, which is very bad. It's gonna tumble and then jump, right? Alright. So the way you'd normally do this is you want to be close enough to the back of the boat to move things along, but not too close because otherwise it would rubber band way ahead of you. But because I messed that up earlier, I'm gonna have to take it a bit slower and move things along at a very slow and steady pace. So this guy, you can't actually shoot him, just have to wait for Franklin to throw him off. The second guy we can actually kill, and that's what we'll be doing.
useless little shit.
Hey, shoot this
I actually get to hear some dialogue that I've not heard in a long time because you're not supposed to do this. So normally we would pick up Jimmy right around now-ish.
Okay.
Um,
Now go find Jimmy.
but as you can see, we're gonna have to wait a bit.
Yeah, and it's a long story.
Can I? Let's see how this goes then.
Kid, watch out for the boom. Fuck. Hold on.
So I'm gonna have to kill this guy and then pick up Jimmy within a few seconds. And what that means is that Franklin will climb onto the boat in one go. If you wait too long, he'll actually fall down, which takes longer. In the optimal scenario, you would take this exit, but we're gonna have to pick Franklin up a little bit later. And we can actually take the backup exit, which is nice at least. So we'll just jump off here. And instead of chasing the boat, we're not gonna do that because we know that we're not gonna get it back. So just accept defeat and gonna get this car repaired. And if we enter the yellow dot that will appear in a few seconds, if we enter it between voice lines, we can actually skip the latter part of it. So we'll try and do that.
My fucking boat.
Hey, it's just a thing. At least
See
you
you
still
got
some.
sun. Perfect.
You sure you're good?
Okay. Whenever you enter LSC, you get a little cutscene to play. One way to skip that is by scrolling through your weapon wheel, which is actually something you can do in GTA Online if you wanted to. That's a neat little trick. And now we're gonna have to head back to Michael's house. And once again, we're in the same car. The only difference now is that we have Franklin's special ability, which automatically means that this bad car can go extremely fast. And that we're bouncing all over the place because the suspension is horrible. Oh, I'm having to power a lot to steady this. It's not a bus, not crash into that. That's a nice little brake boost. Didn't give me too much speed though. So relatively... Oh, no, that's the speed. And the next mission actually is at the same place as where this one ends, which is at Michael's house. So in order to allow it to spawn, we're gonna have to get away from it and come back. And the way we're gonna do that is in a... with something called a ledge buffer, or a buffered ledge grab, if you wish to call it that. So we're gonna bring up our phone, take cover on this wall, and try and climb it. I'm gonna call Michael to make sure that the gate opens, because otherwise we couldn't get out, which is not good. Cancel the hangout, otherwise the mission can't spawn. And what I'm gonna do is get out of the car and take cover on it, and then get out of cover, and that will mean that we teleport back over here. Ideally you'd go into the door, but this will do the job.
You okay, homie? What happened?
Guy bounced my wife is what happened.
So, opposed to following the tennis coach, I'm just gonna... That's... I just drove into a scripted car. That's a good idea.
You risk dudes, homie.
It's fine.
Almost got away, man.
Just gonna take our own little route because we already know where we need to be. And you wouldn't be able to catch the tennis coach either way because you'll get blocked by scripted traffic, like happened to me. And this hill climb here is actually pretty difficult, so let's see where I can get it.
We'll find him.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Even interrupted the dialogue. So, the reason that's pretty difficult is because you need to slow down there, opposed to going full speed, because if you were to do that, your tires would lift off halfway on the hill climb, and you wouldn't be able to accelerate. And if you slow down a bit, you keep planted on the ground and can keep going all the way. Now we just pull the house down, nothing special going on there. And in the next section I'll bring up the phone, and that will prevent a phone call from coming in, and therefore some voice lines.
Just stealing the plot from Lethal Weapon right here.
Yep, indeed.
Do you mind if I jump in with a quick donation?
Go ahead.
Alright, thank you very much. We got €5 here from Cyprius Kane. Cyprius Kane. Say it right. Thank you. Sorry about mispronouncing that. They say that this GTA San Andreas remake is looking great. So thank you very much for the donation.
I agree. And you might soon see me turn the camera around there. What I did was look back and turn the camera back around manually, and what that does, it prevents some enemies from spawning, which is really nice. Because otherwise we'd have to get out and shoot them. But no, if they're not there, we don't have to do anything about them. So here we have the first bit of RNG in this game, which there isn't too much of, to be honest, but it's still there. Because we really, really want to get a bike here. And ideally a good one.
You don't sound good, buddy.
So let's see whether we have one spawn for us. Ideally one would be parked over there, but there's nothing.
Whoa, wait. Hey, how do you...
And the reason that we want to
You fucker.
get a bike is because it's got relatively good top speed, and getting on and off a bike is quicker than getting in and out of a car. And I don't see a bike. That's... Oh, that's a really bad bike. And that... Oh, that's a good one. That's a thrust. Let's go. Give your bike to me. Thank you. Yeah, usually when you see a really bad bike, it's bad because it usually means that all the bikes are bad. But luckily we got a spawn table with multiple bikes in them. So now we get some weird stuff with text messages. So here I get a text, and 30 seconds after that I'm gonna get another text. But it's a really special one because you can't see it. It's called a phantom text, and we want to get that text, so we need to look at the timer and make sure that we get it before we get too close to Lester's house. Because if you're too close, you can't receive any text messages. Yeah, that should be good. I should have gotten it already. So I can just keep on driving. And another thing about a bike that's really nice is that we can drive up these stairs and dive into the mission marker. Here I'll jump and bring up the phone, jump to skip the slow down walking, and the phone to skip a little cutscene. And this bike is it's an extremely common bike actually. In the majority of your runs you'll see this one. It's not a bad one. It's definitely got some nice top speed. The only big downside to this bike is that its handling is pretty darn poor. So we're gonna have to be careful with it. There will be a little jump off of the highway, but depending on traffic I might not do it. Yeah, I don't like that. If I was on another bike, then I'd probably have way more confidence to do that jump. On the thrust, I'd just pass up on that opportunity to crash and die. So we're gonna get close to the clothing store, and we need to get some new clothes to look young and stylish apparently. And usually you just have to buy different stuff and see what the lady says or how good it looks. We're just gonna buy the right things because we know what to get. So this one, and we're looking good.
Dignity aside, I think that might just work.
Skin, get back onto the bike. Skip the phone call. Phone calls in this game usually can be ignored. I personally do pick them up for the majority, but immediately hang up. We should never need to listen to them in their entirety. So you don't. Usually also don't want to, which I'll explain later on. I keep wheeling, make sure it's not crashing. If you can park the bike on the curb here, not quite. If you park it on the curb, it will actually be turned around for you when you come out of this building, which is really nice, but I didn't quite get it. Here I'm walking in first person, just a tiny bit faster. Not much, but you might as well do it, just because of how easy it is. And it allows us to take these corners a bit sharper, just like in the first mission. Prologue. And we're gonna have to do some IT work right now. Yeah, I don't know what Ricky's been doing, but we just need to fix his computer for him. So we're just gonna get rid of these messages.
Got any antivirus software?
And if you're quick enough, you can skip some extra pop-ups, which is really nice.
NSFW link bureau bit me on the ass. Scanning.
And we can exterminate immediately.
And
if you were to click, I waited just a tiny second or fraction of a second there, because if you click it immediately, you can have this really annoying clicking sound for the rest of the mission, and I don't want to subject anyone to that because it's horrendous. So get it out of here now. Once again, still in first person. Just to move a tiny bit quicker. Actually gonna look down. Make sure we stay nice and close to the ball.
Sit. Foot bag, dig fast. Ow! Come on, you're gonna have to learn the foot bag if you want to get a job here, okay? Follow me.
Some a-hole drank my effing hemp milk. There was a totally non-passive-aggressive note on it. If I drown in mucus...
Nothing interesting going on here. You can't even bring your phone up in here. That's how boring this section is. I could use Michael's power, but I'm not gonna because that's slow. So we're gonna get back onto our bike.
Well, if it's a bit of a boring session, I could fill some time.
Give me a second. There's a really great opportunity for that coming up.
No problem.
Just gonna clear that message right there because it will annoy us. And we're actually gonna need this bike later on in the run. Don't turn into me. So what we're gonna do is park it in our garage. And it will be of great use throughout this run. So I'm gonna park it about here will do. Then, can I get through here? Nope. I guess I'll just run around then to watch this presentation, which is essentially a 1 minute 45 unskippable cutscene. So go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I blanked out there for a second. You can consider, guys, using your free monthly Prime Gaming subscription right here on the ESA channel if you like. Not only will you get access to ESA emotes as well as several BSG emotes, you get to support both the events and don't see any of those annoying ads after the videos.
Alright, so we'll be here for quite a bit still. And unfortunately there's nothing...
I can keep going.
Yeah, please do. I'm gonna have some water. Stay hydrated, everyone.
Yeah, stay hydrated. I've got myself a cup of tea too. I'm glad the boring section is now because I didn't have a cup. I had to run around the house. If you'd like to, guys, if you'd like to participate in an event similar to BSG, we highly recommend checking out UKSG. UKSG is normally held in Glasgow 4 times a year, supporting Crisis. Currently, also doing their events online. And if you get if you've got some submissions ready. Submissions close for the next UKSG on Friday at 9 PM British Summer Time. So check out UKSG next month as well.
Right, so now we can quickly call Jay Norris, and that will allow us to blow up his head because why not?
I think someone's trying to dock with me. Hello?
Oh! Oh, Jesus! Whoa! Whoa!
Alright, finally done with this mission. And just like with marriage counseling a couple of missions ago, the next mission starts at Michael's house as well, so we need to get away from here. Though luckily we don't have to do anything crazy here. We can just run into the backyard and that's good enough. This phone call is required to officially, or is part of the end of the previous mission. And there's a full slowdown zone here, so we're just gonna jump to avoid that. I'll be pushing Jimmy down the stairs for a little bit. That's fine. And then I'll run wide of the car, and that will make sure that Jimmy will run towards the car instead of walking at his slow, eerie slow pace. Now for well, it's not the toughest of tries, but it for sure can be a frustrating one with all the traffic in this game. And this is where knowledge of traffic patterns really comes into play, knowing what they're gonna do next. Or essentially predicting what they're gonna do next, because there's always a guess. Like, do you see that car? He slowed down for me. Oh, some lovely traffic right here, my goodness. This is scary. I'm missing a lot of brake boost though, but it's not really a problem. As long as you don't crash, That's the most important part. That's the easiest way to lose time.
And who knows what they would have done if they found me. But I didn't expect or want them to get killed. You think I'm gonna let some guys ride off with my son? Look, I knew you were a bad guy, but... Oh, a bad guy. A crook, a killer, a thief, a liar. I guess I've been all those
Now we're
things
gonna
one
park
time or
next to the
another,
bikes.
right?
And
What?
some people might take the yellow race bike, but we're gonna take the BMX because BMX is obviously faster, right? If you're not sure why, then this is why, because on the BMX we can bunny hop and crash into people, which is fun. No, bunny hopping allows us to, okay, this is very bad. Allows us to accelerate up to crazy speeds for this bike. And all we need to do is just jump and lean forward continuously. The most difficult part about it is not hitting pads, which there are plenty of. And as you can see, I'm not the greatest at it, but, you know, also not the worst. Gonna cycle normally during this section because good luck navigating your way through here while bunny hopping. And we'll go back to it on this little straight. And just hit the yellow dot. Jump into the water. So while we're beneath the surface, swimming in third person is the fastest way of moving around. And once we resurface, it's actually faster in first person. So, staying underwater for a bit, we'll drown ourselves a little bit. Why not? Nothing wrong with that. And for some reason, in the water here, we can use our phones. So let's check out some text messages. Respond to an email. Let's change our phone's background, you know? Let's make it orange. Why not? And add a new ringtone. Yeah, that's about right. Looks good to me. Gonna climb these stairs in third person. Little jump. And slow down for these guys to shoot them.
Daddy, you just
Perfect.
killed him!
If we can work have the exact right spot between voice lines, we prevent any further ones from playing.
I'm taking you back to your brother.
So once we hit reach shore, we immediately trigger the checkpoint, which is really good. And once again, we'll be doing a save warp to get to Michael's house. So I'll be making a save once Michael throws away that cigar.
This be a good time for me to jump in with a quick donation?
Yep.
Alright, thank you very much. We have just $10 here from €10 here from Anonymous, with no comment. But they did put their bid towards Pokemon Diamond any percent for the Chimchar name, and they decided to put $10 towards naming Chimchar Turtwig. So if you'd like to get your donations in and change the name, currently...
Hey, Frank.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Oh.
Currently, the Chimchar name is tied. Turtwig and Kate Bush are both tied for €15 each, and Argic is coming up third place with just $5 for that name. So if you'd like to change those names or add your own, get your donations in soon. Thank you very much.
Yep. So what I did there is call Franklin for a hangout, which puts the characters close to each other, which is really nice. And after that, we'll just leave Franklin out to dry because we're kind of a bad friend. We're just gonna move on to the next mission. Also, you saw me put on a suit, which is required for this mission. Okay, there's the final text that I need. Okay. I will crash into these stairs or break like a normal person. And move myself into first person because that means I'll be in first person once we get out of the car next up. And that's going to be useful. So once again, a pretty standard drive. Just don't crash into anything or anyone. and try and hit your boosts. So starting off with some curb boosts right here, and a brake boost or two. And it's actually very important not to hit anyone. Oh, I'm gonna crash. And kill 2 people. Wow. I got away lucky. And explain why. Usually when you kill people on this drive, it results in you getting the cops, which you actually don't want during a mission. Getting cops outside of missions is not really a problem because whenever you enter a mission it removes them. But getting them inside of a mission is a huge problem because you'll need to lose them manually before you can proceed in the mission usually. So as you can see, Lester is sitting in the passenger seat, and what we're gonna do is slide into this, what's that car doing? Into this palm tree, and because we're blocking the driver's seat by that, we can teleport out of the car. Even better, we can teleport back into the car as well, which is really nice. And that is something we'll do a couple of times throughout the run, where we'll be blocking doors to allow for teleportation. Tap the power to interrupt some dialogue, so once we get to the counter, the cutscene starts immediately. And once again, we'll be running in first person because it's a little bit faster. As you can see, that door is blocked. Lester's still sitting there, so I can just teleport in from quite far away. Oh, hit that lady. That's not good. Gonna drift into these boxes. Wasn't quite close enough. And here, movement is very important. Jump. First person on the stairs. Third person on the ladder. Then the second ladder we can actually just skip by jumping or climbing on it. And that's the kind of stuff with movement that saves quite a couple of seconds in a very easy manner to do, if you do it right. So all of this in first person. Once again, a ladder in third.
Hey, I see the vents.
And we'll be doing a nice little jump over here, hopefully. Yep, there you go. Take a photo and immediately get out of here with another jump across. And we're gonna take our gun. And we're gonna climb, aim, roll, put away the gun, and barely take any damage. And the reason for that is because we're close to the jewelers, and because that's kind of like a mission checkpoint area, if you want to call it that. There's you take less damage than you usually should, and that's the reason we can survive that fall down.
So, what did you see?
Nothing that'll cause undue complications.
Yeah, it looked like a simple setup. Cameras broadcasting to a remote server. We might be able to wipe them remotely. Security guard on the door. He won't want to
jump down to the highway. There's a car. Ooh, glanced off of it. That's nice.
To the door lock. We'll get a good window. Someone talented hacks it.
Anything else?
Well, the more valuable merchandise is in the cabinets in the center of the store, by the register. So I'd start there. Glass in the cabinets wasn't bulletproof. Means you can smash them easy enough, but the stones will be in the safe at night.
Actually, jump over here. It's pretty nice. And right before we hit the yellow dot, we're actually gonna jump out, which makes the cutscene start quicker, which is good. There we go. And it means that the door will be open once we get back outside of Lester's warehouse. We're gonna choose the loud option because it's the fastest, and whenever we choose one of the heist options, we not only have to take into consideration how long the heist itself takes, but also the setups. In this scenario, both are actually faster for the loud option, so it's a no-brainer. In terms of the crew, we actually choose the default crew for everything throughout the run, so that's you don't need to worry about that. Now, next up we have carbon rifles, which is a lot of runners' arch nemesis. It can be a really annoying mission if you're unlucky with the cop spawns, because we're gonna need to steal some guns, and the mission will only spawn once we've received. Why did I not get the text message here? That does not make any sense to me. How did that happen? Well, I guess we wait 20 more seconds because texts come in on a cycle of 20 seconds. That's really weird. I'm not sure how that happened, but I definitely should have gotten the text before. That's fine. We're gonna pull up here, get out of the car, shoot a gun, use that tap movement that we talked about before, run back, and once these guys get close, we'll start shooting them. And we don't want to kill all 4 of them. We actually only want to kill 3 of them. So, okay. Actually, okay. And then knock this guy over, because that will delay the cop spawns. Look over here. The heli is now behind us and therefore won't be able to see us. And we can escape the cops just like that. Oh, I'm actually so glad that it worked out. We can just escape them pretty easily. Like I said before, whenever we have the cops, we try to move to the end of the mission. And we can just fully do that right here, right now. Just wait over here. They're not gonna have, because I lost the cops as quickly as possible, they won't be able to see me in time. If you got re-seen, for example, they might be able to catch back up to you, but not in this scenario.
All right. Want to say thanks? Waiting on you,
They will
kid.
jump a little bit, jump down the stairs as well. Gonna honk our horn, which will make everyone run towards us, which is good. Still get him into the van just a little bit quicker. And we're off for our first heist. First real heist. Something I actually didn't mention is that curb and brake boost are actually way more powerful when you combine them with Franklin's special ability. That's also the reason that with him I've been able to drive crazily fast. Once again, even in a slow van like this, you can get up to stupidly high speeds. Ooh, missed that one. Doesn't matter because there are plenty of brake boosts throughout this road, throughout these roads. And you might have noticed that we've driven on these roads quite a bit, and that's kind of because they are basically the quickest way throughout the city. And driving the same roads over and over is really good because you can learn the way traffic patterns, the way traffic moves. Here we'll shoot the cases because it's faster than breaking them. And we only need to take 6 of them. We take 6 cases that give us a lot of money. Because we need like just over $3 million if I'm not mistaken. And then we're gonna jump outside. And we're gonna drive away. And go for our escape. But opposed to following our crewmates, we're just gonna get ahead of them. They will rubber band along. We're actually gonna do something pretty cool. Because you need to stay within a certain radius of them. Otherwise, if you're too far away, it will say, mission failed, you lost the crew. And that should happen right here. But there's this weird thing that if you're looking at them, or in their direction, it won't mission fail you for some reason. And we can use that. And I will say, this is pretty darn scary to do, but, you know, it's faster, so we'll do it. Then I need to slow down, turn around, into the sewers. Then I'll aim back to look in their direction. They should be around here. And then I need to find the entrance here. Oh, I hit something. Oh, that's some garbage. Get in here. And that will mission fail us, but it will only mission fail us once we've already hit the checkpoint, which is inside of this tunnel. So it'll put us right here, which is really nice. Now,
so with all this looking backwards driving, surely the next logical step is a blindfolded run? So when's that coming?
Ooh, that would be interesting for this run, but seems pretty darn tough. Okay, we just need to stay away from the cop cars and from our crewmates. You don't want to drive into the cops because, well, crashing is slow. And if you get too close to your crewmates, you'll get a full slowdown. going up and down the banking actually gives us a little curb boost, because it does, even though it's not a curb, it does compress the suspension, so it still works. And we can just keep on driving towards the end over here, while the yellow dot will be.
No cops in the area. I think we got a chance.
All right, we got a window. Let's stop at the end of the river with the bikes and the truck. F, let's do this. Lester's waiting for us at the lockup.
And there'll be a nice little drive to end this heist off with. And the run up until now, this part of the run, including this mission, the jewel store drop, is a category on its own, which is Trevor %. And it's, oh, I'm gonna miss my turn, but that's fine. It's named Trevor %, which is a great category for newer runners to get used to the game with this first hour of gameplay, usually a bit longer. And it's also used for races. In fact, we actually had a tournament earlier this year around this segment, which is really cool. Now we kind of get put into, yeah, well, the strip club, which I unfortunately can't do anything about, but hey, we're here. Just look away for a couple of seconds, it'll be fine. We'll get out of here as soon as we can.
Where are you? Are you in a strip club? Grow up, stop looking for the easy way.
Tanisha, I gotta go, alright? I'ma change, I promise. You won't even recognize me.
Right, so we're gonna walk out of here. And we'll get a text from Michael, and what we'll do is put our phone into normal mode. And the way that works is that whenever you're in sleep mode, you can only get text messages / emails, and when you're in normal mode, you can also receive phone calls. And as Franklin, we actually, nice pathing game, as Michael, or excuse me, as Franklin, we actually need one call from Simeon. Let's go, got it. That's required to get somewhere throughout the run. And I actually got really lucky and got it at the first possible opportunity. Don't have to worry about that. Then we'll pull through these fences to start this mission. But getting Simeon call was pretty nice early on. Now, opposed to taking Stretch's car, which is extremely slow, we're just going to take our own Buffalo. Nice and quick car. So it only makes sense to take it. Can they, like, hurry up? Thank you. So we're first gonna buy a shotgun with a flashlight, which, I mean, what's the use in having a shotgun if you don't have a flashlight on it, right? Oops, that lady is now dead. And we can jump this. There we go. So what we can do is take cover and get away. And because there's a little delay, we can also already start walking, and after that get into it. Run wide so these guys keep running.
You got some hands on some shit I don't know about? Nah, homie. We got ourselves.
And we'll do a nice little jump, because why not? Here I'll run in first person, because first person on stairs is crazy fast. Probably Olympic pace. And this shot is relatively, well, it's not the hardest. It's just shoot everyone before they can shoot at you. This guy is stuck behind the door. Nope, he's not. There we go. I'll pick up the health pack just for safety, you know, might as well. There'll be two guys on the outside of this door. There'll be a couple of more in this room. You see, I'm just using the shotgun to take everyone out and shoot this guy. I'm actually gonna let some of these enemies shoot me, because I want to take as much damage and die here And that will reset me at a checkpoint. And the reason we want that is because it puts Lamar and Stretch back closer to us, so he can't outdistance them. So I've got to get through this room. With 2 more enemies up here. We'll take out a couple of helis because the game decided to put those in there as well, but hey, we can just deal with it easily. This heli we want to take out as well. Though we have to be careful and make sure where it's going to crash. Okay, nice. It's not going to crash over here. There is a small chance that it lands over here and possibly could kill you, so you just want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And once Lamar climbs up the ladder, we'll start climbing up this wall. There you go. All we need to do is to get this car out of the car is just aim at him. He'll be scared. Then we'll just take out these 4 cops. If I can hit them. I'm gonna get pushed by him. Nice. Take out these 2. And position myself right here so that Lamar and Stretch can get in immediately. Once again, we're gonna have to lose the cops. We can just take our pre-planned route. Goes over here. Hopefully that cop on the highway will despawn. It usually does. Yep, there you go. That just happens. Don't know why. There's going to be a helicopter right over here. It's always the case. And there will be probably somewhere a car. But that's not good because I need to go to that street. So I'm actually going to go over here. I'll take this road alley. As long as I can get to the final mission before I lose the cops or to the mission marker, we're good. The next mission is at Michael's house, and we could drive out Franklin. But there's a better way of doing this, and that is switching to Michael. He unfortunately won't be at home, but we can actually go there very quickly by doing a save warp once again. So let's just do that. But the problem is the mission spawns at Michael's house. We'll be there immediately, but the mission won't be there. So we're gonna have to spawn it in some other way. We're gonna do it in a pretty interesting way, because we're gonna tube the bike that we saved in the garage during a friend request. So while getting off, I'll switch to Franklin, and then immediately switch back.
Man, I'm drunk, but
and hopefully, if things go well. Oh, we have 2 bikes, and the mission is spawned in. Okay, good.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, that can go very wrong. There's actually a small chance that he'll actually die for some weird... Well, there's a chance you'll die there. If you're really, really, really unlucky. So I'm happy that didn't happen. Yeah, we'll just take a shortcut through the dirt. Usually something like this wouldn't be faster because of the surface. But it cuts such a large part off the drive that it is worth it this time around.
Disrespect women? Disrespect? What? I wasn't disrespecting. I was just saying we should kill her. You called her a
Just gonna go around this track. There's no reason to go in between cars when you don't need to. It's just increasing the risk of you crashing. Yeah. Immediately jump in here. And opposed to follow, well, we're gonna follow these guys because we kind of need to. Not quite. And we'll just shoot these bikers off. You don't need to kill them, and most likely they'll kill themselves because they can't really drive well on bikes. But it's annoying to have them in front of you, so we'll just get rid of them immediately. And all we now have to do is follow this van. Or is it?
Did you see the look on their faces? We scared them, didn't we?
Yeah, thank fuck they didn't make you for the harmless idiots you are.
You
Just take these little shortcuts.
back here or strapped or something.
I only keep
Got a
things in the
hairpin
back.
coming up, as well as another stunt jump. And whenever you do a stunt jump in this game, you get this weird cinematic slow motion camera. But luckily for us, there's a way to prevent that from playing.
I can't see.
And it's actually a very simple way. Actually, ooh, got caught in the bush there. That's not good.
There'll be some by that airstrip and some over, you know, by that.
But what we're gonna do is just aim our gun, and that will fix it for us.
If we go off the side on the left there,
So we have to
should make
stunt
it
jump. And as you can see, everything moves just as normal. You can get a little push off of this fan. It rubber bands along pretty strongly. You can get ahead of it, but it's... well, I struggle with it, to be fair. Well, a little push like that even that helps out. Here, just drive.
you know,
It's a pretty simple drive.
me and Wade at the trailer. Maybe bring Chef to finish that.
We do this now, Ron, all of us. We're right on these bricks. Come on.
Alright, and in this game we have a mechanic called weapon swapping. You might have seen me do it. And it's very simple. Whenever you have a weapon and you switch away from it and back to it very quickly, it reloads it. Kinda. It just gives you an automatic, or gives you a full clip again, which is really nice. And that's something I'll be using on this shootout. Pull up here. Actually have the game slow us down. And again, these enemies spawn in a pretty scripted way. He's not dead yet. We just take him out pretty easily. This guy's not that either. I'll take this guy out with a pistol and blow up multiple people with this. He's not dead actually. Dead. Try and hit these people with pistols. I'm almost dead, so I'll use Trevor's special ability, which prevents me from taking damage. But now I will take damage while blowing myself up. The reason for that is because we just got a checkpoint, which puts us back in the car. So we're going back to our previous checkpoint, but in reality it puts us forward because we don't need to run back to the car now, which is really nice.
I got this Chinese contact you can meet at the end. He'll buy all the meth we can cook.
Our enterprise ain't just about meth. It's about guns, too. There he is. Let's wake him up.
What? With the truck? No,
We're just
come
gonna push
on.
this guy into the river.
Don't anymore.
Special there.
Come on.
I'm gonna kill Ortega because it makes Ron run back to the car. I used to walk, so there you go. You're dead.
That feels better.
Get in.
I guess he don't run nothing no more.
And now we can go back to Trevor's trailer. Which is a relatively simple drive, nothing going on really.
I always said I was gonna take over.
Alright, well I could talk about some incentives if you'd like.
Yeah, sure.
Coming up in about 7 and a bit hours, we're going to have Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets 100%. And there is currently an incentive towards it. If you want to see McGonagall, Professor McGonagall, fall down the stairs, we are currently at 49 euros out of 150. And come on guys, it's not going to be a true 100% if we don't see McGonagall fall down the stairs, is it?
10 years time, Stan.
All is well. Is this about the ghost?
So the only exciting thing about this drive is a nice little shortcut.
Told me about your old
And
and who is the other one?
Brad,
just hit the yellow dot.
locked up in a federal penitentiary. Get out of the car, Ron.
Now, to get into Trevor's truck, we could either just, you know, open the door and get in. That's boring, in my opinion. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna climb fall into the driver's seat and teleport into it. And the reason for that is that you're in the truck but not in the seat, and the game can't find a path to get you to the door. So once again, it just gives up, which is really nice. Oh, jeez. I just bounced up a bit. So I'm gonna smack into this pole, kinda. Hope that no one wants to fight me, because sometimes the NPCs will fight with you, and that's not fun. Because they prevent you from getting into the bar. We'll drive forward just a little bit to get Tao Cheng into the car just a bit quicker.
Sure your boss don't want this crank for his own personal consumption? No,
Now, past these train tracks, they usually use a dune buggy. I'll tilt the camera to see where it is. I can actually get ahead of it, yep. Gotta be careful. Sometimes you can smack into it, and that's not good. The next shootout is pretty easy, I would say. Just shoot everyone before they can move around too much.
Shit, Trevor, we ain't got long.
We'll jump inside. There will be 2 guys on foot. 1, 2. Kill these guys in the car, or at least one of them. And then there's that's all of them. Nice. Pick up the armor here. And we're gonna run back here. And once that car gets close enough, we can shoot this tanker, blow everyone up. Man, you pick up the grenade launcher so we don't get a cutscene of it being thrown to us. You know what? I'm actually gonna blow these guys up first with a grenade launcher, then kill him. 2 more in the car, if I can get them. Nope, just gonna blow them up then. Obviously, the easy solution right there. These last 2 guys right here, if I can get them. And I'm gonna blow myself up once again to abuse a checkpoint. Puts us right over here, and the advantage is that the cars or with the enemies will already be outside waiting for us. Use the grenade launch for these 2 cars, and then we're done.
Yeah, all right. Time to recommence the tour, gentlemen.
Right up in their face.
Quite enough.
Nice and cozy right there. I'm gonna take this vehicle opposed to Trevor's truck. It's just a little bit faster. Well, I don't know how much faster it is actually, but it's faster. And you don't need to turn around, so hey, might as well take it. Alright, what I'm gonna do is bring up my phone, and having that up while running into the mission actually makes it start just a little bit faster.
They were here for you. Here.
I gotta swing by ammunition.
While we're driving on these ATVs, it's actually better to lean forward, because it makes you go a little bit faster. And the game now requires us to buy a sniper rifle with some extra stuff. But we're gonna buy some extra goodies for ourselves, just some personal fun. So we'll buy the sniper rifle, suppressor, advanced scope. We'll get a micro SMG and some grenades. Ooh, I got 4 of them this time round. You ain't daring.
Run, I got the gun. Meet me at the water tower.
Also got full ammo for the micro SMG, so I can just spray around the place. And we have to get to the top of that water tower, which now it's pretty high, so I'm not gonna climb it like a mere mortal. Why would you do that? I'm gonna do it the good way.
I don't see the hardware, but I do see a hell of a lot of bikers.
So that's the ladder launch, and the way that works is actually pretty simple. You climb up the ladder, and after the second step, I think that Trevor touches, if you then press S, you, well, launch up.
charging you to the scope of a
Something that should be said is that I'm playing this game on an older patch, being patch 1.27, which is one of the earlier patches, and there are good reasons for that. There are a couple of advantages. First of all, the game runs smoother in general. You get better FPS, slower or shorter loading times. But also you have no waves in missions. You don't have a bug with the mission Monkey Business, where you can't start it the first time. And there are a couple of other things. We'll shoot this guy over here. This will be a car coming, and it will stop because this guy's in the way. What else do you have? Oh yeah, you have hospital warps, which are not there in the current patch, but are on this patch, and we'll see that in an hour and a half maybe? I'm not sure. Here it's pretty easy, nothing going on, just have to take these guys out once this guy gets out of the van. So it's always the same order. And we look at Ron for a second, and there'll be two more coming out of here. Yeah, we'll reload. Now we have to wait. We can also have some fun and shoot at Ron. Which gives us a few nice voice lines. So next will be a guy on an ATV coming across. There's a tiny window to hit him. Got it. And hit the helicopter. There will be a guy on the water tower. Ooh, got him very quickly. Here you just want to take out everyone as quickly as possible. There will be a couple of guys at the gas station, and we'll just blow it up, because that makes things way easier. And even if there's one... Oh, well, I guess we'll reverse into it. Uh-oh, this is bad. This is bad. Uh-oh. Did I really do this? I literally might have... I might have softlocked myself. If I can get out of this, maybe. This is not good. Can I please continue? Okay, so the reason for this happening is because whenever you're getting close to this, you're supposed to okay. Don't ask me how I did that, but okay, it fixed itself. Good. Yeah, whenever you're usually supposed to go to the plane, you look backwards. But luckily for me, you're supposed to be backwards, but because I was already facing backwards, I thought I could just drive backwards into it, but that doesn't work apparently. What some other people do is they dive off of the ATV, which you don't need to do, but you can. Although I've seen that gone wrong for some people as well. So these vans can just be blown up by the fuel tank. If it wants to blow up, so I have to kill this guy normally. Oh my, he shot me a good couple of times. There's one person alive. There he is. I guess that also gives me the chance to explain a little bug in this game, which is called the rapid fire bug. So whenever enemies shoot at you, they usually either shoot at one bullet or they shoot a burst of like 2 or 3 of them. There is a bug where they will literally unload their whole clip at once at you. And that's very bad. And here we'll dive out, because once you get off of the runway, you get the checkpoint, so it will put us all the way up here in the air. And when I'm in a plane, I'm usually in first person, and you might be like, hold up, isn't that weird? You can't see anything. That's right. And I don't need to, because first of all we have the minimap. Also, I need to look at my altitude, because if you're above 900 feet, you get a little speed bonus in this game. So that's what I'm doing. And opposed to following Ron very closely, I'm just gonna take this shorter route on the inside, which will get the job done just as well.
There's only two places this kind of hardware is gonna go. And they are up north to our Canadian cousins, where the lost.
Oh, I dipped below 900. That's not good.
Or other
I'm gonna already turn left towards the flare in the water. No, just stay above 900. Thank you. This is why you stay in first person, just to make sure that you can keep track of your height. Once Ron gets close as well, you can drop the package immediately, and the game definitely does not expect us to do that, because the voice lines will just keep playing as if you hadn't dropped the package yet, even though we clearly have. Ron also told us not to fly over the military base, so we're gonna fly over the military base. There's actually no punishment right here for doing that. Now it's just a straight line. And at the end of this flight, we're gonna have to park the plane in the hangar, and it's very important to do that properly, because after that you get a 40-second unskippable cutscene explaining properties in this game. But if you mission or fail by blowing up your plane, what will happen is that you get to see that 40-second unskippable cutscene. It will put you right around here back in the air, so you have to fly all the way back, and to add insult to injury, you have to watch that 40-second cutscene again. So if you know what we do on the Mission Rider in GTA San Andreas, it's kind of the opposite of that, the exact opposite, and that's not a good thing.
Oh, he pays better than any in this sorry country. That's good to hear, man. We'll talk about the exact split when we're grounded.
I'm just gonna land. Plane, nice and easy. Don't want to do anything stupid. And there you go. Now we wait for 40 seconds. Which means tonight we'll have a bit of water.
Ooh, plane landing like a glove.
So while we play this game, we actually use a script which kind of rebinds our jump key to L, and then again. And what that allows us to do, so in the game it says L, but we can use space. And what that allows us to do is to jump during the mission pause screen, because you can't actually run during those. So you'll see it come up, and to go as quickly as possible, I'll just jump a couple of times, which is really neat. Which I've done a couple of times throughout the run already. And I'll keep doing that. Now we're headed towards Crystal Maze, which is a really nice and simple mission. It's pretty good if you know the strats. It starts with a pretty long drive.
Please tell me the Crystal Maze involves a lot of puzzle solving and, you know, climbing up and collecting crystals.
I wish. We only will be climbing stairs, and in a pretty chaotic manner. You'll see in a second. So we just got to do this drive, and after we've started the mission, we can basically do the same drive, just in reverse. Because why not? Using the dune buggy here is pretty nice. It's an alright off-roading vehicle, and we'll use it for the next mission as well. Gonna jump inside.
You sure as shit are one dumb, ignorant white.
In a second we'll get a phone call from the O'Neills, which, you know what, we'll listen to it for once. Because why not?
Trevor Phillips. Elwood O'Neill. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Trevor, it's business.
That wide-eyed idiot was mine.
It's
Another
business,
shortcut
fella.
here.
You want to discuss it? We're at the farm. Ernie, Earl, Walton, Wynn, Dale, Doyle, Darrell, Dan.
Yep, that's all the O'Neills, more or less.
All of 'em inbred hillbilly
Nice.
twats.
So we're gonna take a shortcut through here. And in this mission, what you're supposed to do is take everyone out in a stealthy manner, and then set the whole farm or meth lab or whatever on fire. But we'll do it a bit differently. We're just gonna run in like an idiot, turn on Traveler's special ability to not take any damage. Just keep running. Ignore everyone. Just keep running. Just keep running. Yep, there we go. Get past this guy. Once we pick up the jerry can, we get a checkpoint and it'll despawn quite a few enemies. And what we're gonna do is quickly throw a grenade and we run out of here. And as you exit the door, the whole thing explodes. I'm actually gonna throw away these leftover grenades because we don't need them. And now we get to do Friends Reunited, where Trevor will finally head to the city of Los Santos to meet Michael. Well, not quite. That will happen in the next mission, but this mission is called Friends Reunited.
Would it be possible to throw grenades to get speed boosts?
Or
would that blow up your car?
Probably.
So we should try that. Just route a grenade route.
Seems like a solid strat.
Get back here.
Right, so I'm gonna get in, shoot to get Wade in, because he's spooked, he'll run.
I gotta make a stop.
And fun fact, I before said that getting cops and missions is a bad thing. This is one of the few exceptions to that rule. If I were to get the cops, that wouldn't be the end of the world, because once I get to the yellow dot, it removes the cops for some reason. Even though the yellow dot and line wouldn't be there, you can still just go to that point and it'll be totally fine.
I ain't seen him in a while, Trevor. All the more reason to drop by. Okay,
It's gonna start raining, lightning and some thunder. That's totally scripted on this mission, happens every single time. It is somewhat annoying because it does decrease your grip. But it's a scripted part. Actually, this guy is really annoying. Wow. Perfectly blocking me. Nice. Make a little jump. And once again, this is supposed to be some of a stealth mission, but like we saw before, we don't like stealth, so we're just gonna drive in here, throw some sticky bombs. There we go. Just blow this up, throw this one, and we're out of here in hardly any time. You might wonder why I blew up the first 4 and then the final one afterwards. The reason for that is that if you blow them all up at the same time, you get this little cutscene that plays, and by doing it in an offsetting order, you don't get that.
Let's go find my old buddy.
This Michael Townley guy must have pissed you off real bad for you to want to find him so much.
He didn't
She's
piss
gonna
me
do
off.
unarmed.
The guys that killed him, the federal government, they pissed me off.
There will be some off-roading in the stride, so it's pretty nice we have a vehicle like the June Buggy. I will say that it's a vehicle that can spin out very easily. Something that you can underestimate quite a bit is that the fact that the rear tires wheelbase are way larger than those of the front tires, which means that it's very easy to clip a car. Almost did it there. And that will just spin you around immediately, and you really want to try and avoid that. In general, this vehicle does like to slide around and bounce all over the place. Just taking some nice little shortcuts. And I'm gonna zoom out on the map, and you can see the route we're supposed to take here. we're not gonna do it. We're just gonna cut across. That will get it done. You can see what we're supposed to do, and that's just way too long for us. I think this is just way better. Now we're gonna have to be a bit careful while going down here, because if you don't, there is a chance that you blow up. Because if this thing starts flying all over the place, there's no saving it anymore. You just have to pray that you don't blow up. Like right here, we're not gonna drive straight into the yellow dot. Actually gonna go around it, kind of. Because if you drive straight into it, it gives you kind of like a cutscene. And we don't want that to happen. So yeah, we have to go down here, some nice little jumps. And we'll be doing our third stunt jump of the run. Once again, totally unimportant, but hey, might as well get those style points in. Oh, landed on the traffic sign. That's annoying.
And it was all going well until one day, just before he got his wings, an evil witch in charge of psychological evaluations told him he was unstable and grounded him for life. That's terrible. It was. Sent him into a deep pit of doubt, despair. And just then, just as he hit rock bottom, he met a
I didn't expect that car to turn.
silver-tongued troll under a bridge. That's cool. What was your troll's name?
Now it's just a straight line with some cars turning. Actually, it's not. You have a little chicane coming up.
No, he was a boy. Michelle is a funny name for a boy.
I could talk about some of our social media if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so guys, if you want to stay updated with our events, you can follow us on Twitter and Instagram under the handle BSG Marathon. Get a behind-the-scenes look at the event and stay up to date with the latest news on our marathons, events, and more. We are also in the process of uploading all our VODs to YouTube channel at youtube.com/BSG Marathon. Be sure to check it out. And if you subscribe, you'll find one new video per day in your feed. Thank you very much, guys.
Right, and that's Friends Reunited done. And we're done with playing as Trevor for now, so we're gonna switch back to Michael to start the next mission. Because switching to him immediately starts it, which is pretty neat. But Trevor will be right alongside us, so don't worry. Don't need to miss him.
You know, I could probably handle this myself.
Now, this is
Say we grab a beer in a few hours.
a very mundane drive, usually. Oh, there's one caveat that you very much need to pay attention to. We're in this car, which is Michael's car, which we've driven in before. We drive on a route that we have driven before for a large part. And some runners sometimes like to make a little mistake where they take the same route as we did before. Unfortunately, that's not what you want to do here, because we are now headed to the Maze Bank Arena opposed to the beach. I'm just gonna make sure that we are not messing up routes, which is pretty easy to do, to be fair.
You're not abandoning her like you did me and Brad.
Yeah, Brad.
Poor motherfucker must have woken up.
Alright. Oh, there's a big goods. You know what we do then? You jump over it. There you go.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lovely little jump.
How you been doing?
Oh, I'm getting
Oh.
by.
Hold up. A bit too early. Now I'm gonna switch to first person. And that will allow us to push Michael along, because NPCs for some reason in this game are slow. So we're literally just pushing him along. Once we get to the steps, we could just get away, get in and steal this truck, because unfortunately we're scripted to take this vehicle, which is kind of annoying. Can detach the trailer. Helps a little bit, and traffic on this drive is 99% scripted. Like, there might be some slight variations that might happen throughout this drive, but the majority is all the same, so I know what it can and cannot do, and what it can and cannot get away with. Are we getting plenty of curb boosts along this drive? Let's see. And because I know what traffic will do, I know where I'm supposed to go. I know I can get one over here and another one there. This car will turn one way or the other, but that's totally fine. It's kind of a wide turn, but hey, it'll do.
Ah, the little bastard's going onto the train tracks.
Some more curb boosts over here. And there will be a car coming towards us, which you can easily avoid. I was just making sure that you don't make a mistake. Usually you'd get blocked by this car when you want to enter the tunnel, but because we're so quick, we're able to beat it.
Maybe by throwing your fat carcass over the side.
Head right up here.
Right behind that car.
Right up there. Can't get enough of the celebrities.
I actually got alongside Laszlo for a second there. Got a little tap from him. I crashed into a tree. That's what I mean. Don't want to make mistakes. That's not good. Anyways, we'll just continue. Laszlo's in a second gonna jump down into the sewers. We're not gonna follow him because there's no reason to. We can do a different jump. Actually, I've never been this slow. I don't know what this car... I've never been this slow. I didn't know what that car was gonna do.
I hate him even more in person. He was never funny.
I've never even seen him before.
And I've never heard his dialogue, actually.
Me, and now that you know him, you'll see him everywhere.
Didn't know that. Alright, so... to end this mission, I'm actually gonna jump out here. Which will end the mission a bit quicker. Oh, certainly fine. And hopefully I can call a cab. Call Freelander. That's not good. Actually gonna call a cab again. And if you press down on the D-pad, you can skip through the dialogue. Or down arrow, I guess, works. I skip through the dialogue. Where's my cab? Why did it spawn over there? Anyways, the reason we want to call a cab is in this area usually you get very bad vehicles or none at all. And if you can call a cab, it's a guaranteed taxi. So it's a nice thing. On this drive, we're gonna get a call from Lester, which is very important because that phone call will give us some money, the money from the first heist, and that will allow us to buy some weapons on the later mission as Franklin. There you go, with our beautiful ringtone. We'll hang up and turn sleep mode on because we don't need any other calls to come in right now. That's basically how that works. You want to call, turn off sleep mode. Don't want to call, turn it on. That's all we need to know about it. Ooh. Close call. Just gonna drive up here. Hopefully this... Nah, this is a slow car. There's no way... Even if he wanted to block me, he couldn't. I'm gonna smash through this fence. And we'll hit a ped, which is totally fine. And we'll get to Davy. And we'll jump to skip some for slow down walking.
Davy.
So next up I will be shaking my camera around, which will allow us to wake up faster, which is a good thing. Just swinging it around, as you can see, allows us to wake up as quickly as possible. And instead of looking for the bodies and taking out the guard or whatever this you want to call him, we're just gonna run, jump a little bit because that's faster inside. And we're gonna battle this guy for his gun. Got it. And then kill a couple of guys that are in our way. One guy in the elevator. And then pick up the health pack and run in first person. And we're just gonna ignore this guy. And this guy we're also gonna ignore. Let's see, this guy on the stairs. Yep, same story. We're just gonna run past everyone because you don't need to kill anyone, you just need to stay alive. Like shoot the window and climb out immediately. Now we're gonna shoot the window of the car that we want to take because it makes it so that we don't get the animation of Michael smashing the glass. And shoot. Here you need to be a bit lucky with helicopter spawn. It spawned in right behind us, which is good. So we can just follow our way normally. And once again, we have our predetermined route that we take. So here on this drive, cops can do some annoying things. So we just need to pay attention to where they are and make sure that we avoid them. Knowing that text is, well, not necessary, but helps because after this mission we'll be doing another save warp to get to Michael's safe house. And that not having that text message in the way is good. As you can see, there's a cop up ahead, so we'll just turn over here. And during these police escapes is actually one of the few times that we look at the minimap. And this is unfortunate because there's one now right in front of me. So I'm gonna have to just sit here and wait. There you go. Now they've lost me. I can just drive past them like it's nothing. That's all fine. Ideally, I'd be close to the end already, but you know, if the cop spawns don't allow it, then there's not much you can do at that point. Gotta be careful not to hit Franklin because he can die. And like I said, we'll be doing a safe warp to head back to Michael's house to start one of the greatest missions in this game. You know what? Not even in this game, in this franchise, I would even argue. And that, of course, is Did Somebody Say Yoga? Alright, so let's load in, we let go, and we're at Michael's house where the mission will be. And now we get absolutely nothing, so if you want to say something, this is your shot.
Alright, thank you very much.
Out through the mouth.
There. Strong. Like an erection
Oh,
of your
sorry about that.
through the nose.
Yeah, coming up later today, we have, well, depending on what day it is for you, but yes, later today where we are, we'll be having Sonic Ball, all levels. And currently there is a bid war for the character choice. We have a long list of character choices here. We have Roes, Aspio, Blows, Knuckles, Ruggy, Sonic, of course, Shadoo, that one sounds like a Pokemon, Silver, Tails, and Vactor. And currently, Vactor is in first place with just $1. So just a $1 bid for that, or $2 even, and you can choose the character in Sonic Ball. Alright, so get your donations in too soon, guys. Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, we're still busy with yoga, unfortunately.
Oh boy.
Yep, there's unfortunately nothing we can do here to speed this up. Just gotta...
Well,
just gotta sit through this.
Did you know this, Marcus? I tell you, did you know that BSG supports small community events as well? You can see events like the Harvest Moon Marathon and the Colin McRae-a-thon happening live on our own Twitch channel at twitch.tv/BSG_marathon.
That is awesome to know.
Just get Trevor on a yoga mat.
Taking the air
I'm just waiting until the yoga's done so I can go get myself pour myself a cup of tea.
Yeah, we're almost done.
I need to stay hydrated. I'm starting to. I finished my cup like half an hour ago.
Good. Your lungs, they work, yes?
Yep, just a few more positions and then we're finally done.
Now let it go.
So here's a donation incentive is that you could do for the future is do the yoga along with them.
Oh, I wish I could do that. I wish.
Can you walk that mat later?
That would be pretty difficult with a mouse and keyboard.
You just have to get like a long USB cable extender or something and do it on the floor.
Or we just do GTA in VR. Even better. We'll jump inside, it's a bit quicker. Obviously, finally done.
Oh yeah. Nice TV.
Alrighty.
I pay for that? Yeah, you
So we're gonna push Jimmy down the stairs. And where we before had to run wide to get him to run into the car, we're actually just gonna get into it and he'll run. Which is nice to know. So there you go. And I started driving just a tad bit too early.
Where's your friend? Burger shot? Yeah, nice to see the kids are still hanging out at the burger joints. Me and the guys, we'd go down to the diner after class every day. Get milkshakes, fries.
Oh, some traffic.
You're really creeping me out. I'm trying to relate to you. No, you're trying to take me on some nostalgia trip.
Once again, using these nice and familiar roads. We'll make a sharp right turn right here.
I knew it! I knew it! The mask was gonna slip. The monster's been exposed. The hell are you talking about? The real you.
And to end the burger shot, instead of doing it like a sane person and going into the parking lot, I'm gonna smack into this bush. And that will work just as well. And this is the point where Jimmy wants to drug us. But we don't like that. And all we need to do to prevent that from happening is call people. And the reason that works is because Michael is holding the phone in his hand, as you might be able to see. Which means that he can't accept the drink from Jimmy. Which is a really cool detail in this game.
I'm driving. Because normally you're
I just want to say that your driving kind of reminds me of how I ice skate.
Give it here.
Like, I don't know how to stop on the ice. It's just crash into a wall. There we go, we're stopped.
Exactly, works just as well.
This is Amanda. Unfortunately, I can't come to the phone right now.
And here the game will give us this nice little bounce, taking away our momentum, because you're not supposed to be driving here. You're supposed to be drunk and crashing into everything and anything.
I'm protecting you from yourself. Also, I took money from your bank account and I'm moving out, alright? What? You're too crazy, Dad. Goodbye. Jimmy!
Now just wait for this bit, because we can't skip this, unfortunately. Once the monkeys start coming in the picture, we can just skip it. Michael here gets dragged away by, I think it's an alien? I'm not even sure. I don't pay attention to the cutscenes and storylines. So we'll be falling out of the sky, and we know that we're gonna quote-unquote die. So we're gonna make it easy. We're just gonna dive into the tallest building in the vicinity, which is this one. Yep.
What do you want, Michael?
I always thought I was the good guy.
There we go.
To be fair, when it comes to storylines, do speedrunners ever know much about the story of the games they run?
I mean, we do have cutscene percent, though that doesn't get run by the majority of people.
How long is that, just out of curiosity?
Around 10 hours, 10.5 hours?
Not as long as I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, that's about 4 hours into it. Got a pretty nice sentinel right here that I can use to get to Michael's house and for the next drive as well. The drunk effect is still on, so it's not just me driving like an idiot. Okay, maybe a tiny bit, but not entirely. So, jumping inside just a little bit quicker. And I'll be doing a hangout warp again, where I'm gonna hang out with Trevor this time. And that puts Michael and Trevor close to each other. Which is pretty useful. Oh, that's actually Amanda. Whoops. Need to call Trevor. And you can just hang up once it says connected. Switch to Trevor, who is here in Vinewood, and that puts Michael nearby. So we can switch to him. I'm gonna turn on sleep mode. It's actually very important to do here, or you can do it later on, but this is the most convenient spot to do it. Because if you don't, then you can accidentally start a mission later on, which loses you a lot of time. Just want to make sure that that's enabled. No, jump right. Just a tad bit too late.
Hey, Michael.
If you jump at the right time, you skip this forced slowdown walking just a little bit. I had to endure that. So to get away from Dave, once again, we'll be taking cover, running in first person. And we'll be able to get into Dave's car a bit quicker, and we'll back it up into him.
Tell me, Davey,
Might get scared, but that's totally fine.
I need you to make a couple of calls. Get some people on board. First guy is Franklin Clinton.
Hey, I barely know that kid. He's fixing up my car.
Call him, or we'll send some G-men to his aunt's house.
Okay. Okay.
Now this drive is
Oh, you're crazy.
relatively simple. Just don't crash. That's about all there is to it.
Real fucking dumb.
Just worry about
Which sometimes is easier said than done, but should we do one here in the highway? There is this weird thing that can happen where cars will randomly pull a U-turn just in the middle of the highway. Don't ask me why that happens, or how, or what the NPCs are thinking, because I wouldn't know either, but that's the thing to just watch out for every now and then.
You'll need discreet support. We'll maintain control of the situation.
Discreet? Control? Yeah, good luck controlling discreet Trevor. Now, I wonder how
Just gonna pull into here. Little jump. And it will stop us right dead on our tracks. And then we get to fly a helicopter for the first time in the run. Is it? Yeah.
Who's that cagey motherfucker, huh? No.
We need to go to the agency headquarters downtown. Your new friends are a riot. No wonder
So we're supposed to go to that large building on the right. And whenever we're flying, we're just gonna fly straight ahead. We're not even gonna try and gain altitude, because this is the fastest way of doing things. Just go straight forward, and then once we get close to where we need to be, we'll pull up. Just ever so slightly, not pushing the stick forward.
When did you learn to fly a helicopter, by the way?
At the age of 14.
Okay. I do love the GTA games for that. It's like, yeah, okay, I can ride a bicycle, so obviously I can pilot a VTOL, you know, MiG.
Yep, that's the way it works. One license fits all. Just a little repelling, nothing to it. Just press and hold A, or I think it's left mouse button. I don't know. I don't do this with mouse and keyboard. Just do that, and you're fine. Now we have to watch this little cutscene. And then you can see me actually jumping on the window. You might see the rope moving in the background. You can see it here very well, but apparently they don't notice it. I'm jumping on the window, which is very strange, but that's apparently a thing. And we'll just spam so we can break through the window as soon as possible, and then we'll switch to Franklin, where sniper will only be aimed for us at the first enemy, and there'll be 3 more in the same room. And 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Same thing, and then we'll switch to Michael because he's got an AP pistol, and with that we only need to hit the enemy once to kill them, which is pretty nice. So 2 on the left, 3 on the right, and then 1 more on the left, and if we're lucky we can just shoot him in the knee. Ooh, we actually got him very quickly. And now we have to take down this helicopter with Franklin, which can be kind of annoying because just got him in 3 shots. Right, And we have these two helicopters chasing us. And the best way to get rid of them is by flying in between these two buildings. And the AI is not very great at flying helicopters, and they'll just hit the buildings. And there'll be a third one now. Just slow down just a little bit to allow it to catch up. Meanwhile, we're also flying into the direction where the mission will end. Michael, do you want to like start shooting? There you go. Just turn the helicopter a bit in the right direction for him to actually do his job. Then we can already start landing over here. Will this count? Okay, it will. Good. Gonna get into this car. Then we'll end the mission shortly. And then we'll switch back to Trevor for the next mission. And he will actually still be in the helicopter that we were just flying before. And this is actually one of the parts that I kind of dislike. Because the main reason we do this flight is to get text messages, because later on in the game there is a text message and there are others that we're gonna need. And by flying right here, we can just clear the queue a little bit. So we'll have a message come in every 20 seconds. It's kind of annoying because it's technically not the fastest way of doing things, but it very much does minimize RNG later on, which is be nice. As you can see, text will just come in. You can actually, you know, let's enjoy some cinematic camera mode, because this is literally a straight line right now.
I can talk about a charity if you'd like for a bit.
Yep, got some time.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I'd just like to tell you guys, in every region of the world, mental disorders surpass 10% of the population. Governments seem to lack momentum in reducing the burden of mental health problems, as only 55% have mental health awareness, and only 8% have suicide prevention plans. Organizations like mine help raise awareness of the issue, helping us get one step closer to a world where everyone gets the help that they need. Thank you very much for your donations. Everything is appreciated, small or big.
Alright, so we're gonna land on the roof of Floyd's apartment, which he'll probably very much appreciate. Just aim our gun to make sure that we go in the right direction. And now for a mission that I'm notoriously bad at. Once again, gotta climb into the car and kind of warp into the driver's seat. Gonna head on to the port, or a scouting port, which is once again a very, very bad mission in my opinion. But I think that's not just my opinion. It's relatively boring, but we have to sit through it. So we're gonna take a little shortcut through the sewers. This is actually a route we'll be taking for the next couple of missions, actually.
Perfect turd. I can't quite describe it, but I'll know it when I see it.
You ain't aiding my comprehension.
All right. Well, how's this? $236 billion worth of cargo came through the port of Los Santos last year.
He's real good with numbers.
I don't want to hijack a truck full of pineapples, boy.
There's a little jump you could do here, but I dislike it because if you do it wrongly, weight can fall out of the truck and you have to wait for him to get in. And I take a nice little shortcut.
Anything different? Anything that might indicate
Then we'll be at the port. And I'm gonna have to park Trevor's truck in a somewhat specific spot. Just on the left here. Anywhere will do, to be honest. What you don't want to do is drive into the gas station because, well, they'll blow up, as I had to find out the hard way one time. So don't do that. What I'm gonna do is take cover here and... No, don't take cover there, Trevor. Take cover on the dump truck and then get in. And the reason we want to get into this is because we're gonna push Floyd, because just like the other NPCs in this game, he is extremely slow. Though I must say, this is probably one of my weak... Okay, I already failed it. Can I fix this? Kinda. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I can fix this. We can still push him this way. We can still push him this way. Could you like stop walking? You know what? We're just gonna do it the normal way. So ideally what you could do is push him all the way around. The only problem with that is that it's not the easiest thing, let's put it that way. And I am extremely bad at it. And one of the biggest problems with it is that Floyd does like to walk every now and then, which can mess you up. But I lost him on the first push already. So what would usually happen is that you would push him on this open stretch. You can push him all the way over, but it's not something I'm good at. So what I'm going to do is just walk in first person and push him forward just a little bit quicker. Doesn't save much, but hey, it's better than nothing. Next up we'll be using the dog handler, and you might, well, you have definitely seen me curb boost throughout the run, going over curbs and other things to compress my suspension. This vehicle doesn't need that. It can actually do it on its own because it's got a very spongy suspension. So what we're going to do is first of all teleport in, because the animation to get into it normally is very long. If it's gonna... There you go. So all we need to do to get those curb boosts, quote unquote, is by going from left to right. And this is called wiggle boosting. It's really weird, but it works.
Not always, sir. Just around you. And it's just...
So we'll pick up the containers. Fun fact, if you lock your FPS to 60 or lower, you can actually push one container with the other. If you do it with more FPS, you can't, because they're just there like, well, containers. But if you lower your FPS, you can just push them, and they're basically weightless. So it is something that is barely done by any runners, and it's not something that's easy necessarily. So once again, I'll be wiggle boosting. And something that's important is to stay away from everyone. Getting close to them can spook them, and that will mission fail you. If you drive into them, that mission fails you as well, as you might have imagined. But if you drive into them with the container, it actually won't mission fail you. Which is a fun little fact. I guess they're not going to get mad at the container, are they? Just put it there.
Okay, it's up to the top of the crane for me.
Once again, a little section where being in the right camera mode saves a little bit of time, because we have a ladder, so we're going to third. Some stairs. And then 2 more ladders after that. And you can see where we need to go down those steps. We're just gonna fall into the yellow dot. And fun fact, the crane here, if you cap your FPS to 30 or, well, lower, for that matter, it goes up and down quicker for some reason. Don't ask me why that is, but that is the case. It doesn't move faster in any other direction, but going up and down is a little bit quicker with this, which is weird. So put this down. And this is, as you can imagine, the reason why this mission is disliked by a lot of people, because it's just dog simulator worker, dog worker simulator or something like that, which is not very exciting in a GTA game, but Rockstar thought it was a good idea to put it in.
When does the mandatory golf start?
Unfortunately, golf is not required in this category. It is in the 100% category, but we luckily don't have to do that. So we'll put this one down, and then we're done with that section. I hate this game. Okay, so that's somewhat of a random mission fill that can occur. And it's really fun because, well, we have to do all of this over and over again. I'm not sure why that happens, but it can, and it's not a good thing. Well,
that was terrible. I just saw that in the delay.
Yep, so if you enjoyed that section, then...
did you just drop it too quickly, or did it
no.
hit the side?
No, there's no real logic behind it, because I've accidentally clicked left mouse button while high up in the air, and it dropped on the trailer, and that was fine apparently. There is no real reason for that. Like, sometimes it just does that, even if you're accurate with it. This game is weird, let's put it that way, and not very consistent. Well, I guess we just get to do this once more.
To be honest, it wouldn't be a GTA game without really weird physics.
Oh, those are definitely apparent in this run. Well, let's hope that nothing goes wrong this time while putting it down. There we go.
Union thinks you'll get eye strain if you work any longer. Have a break.
So now we don't climb a ladder, we just climb over it. You write that message, if there was any. And we need to make some pictures for Ron, so just gonna do that real quick. And send them. And what we're gonna do is take out a gun and shoot as soon as possible, because when we mission fail, we already will have gotten the checkpoint. So we don't need to go down the crane, we can just, you know, spawn down here. And what I'm gonna do on this drive is call a number, which is 3285550-150. What that does is then, when we press the star, it will already be there. We're actually gonna need it in 3 missions time. Oh, this is some fun traffic. What? Can I fit through there? I can. That's pretty tight.
You know I'm insecure. You've got a dead-end job. What? Dead end? No. Floyd.
I should go into first person here for a bit.
Being a unionized longshoreman's one of the best paying jobs in the country. You tell people around La Puerta that's what you do, they're liable to rob you.
Little curb boost off of here, and there will be a couple of parked cars waiting for me, and I'm gonna have to take a look at what those are, because one of them will be my vehicle for the drive back. Not sure where that car was on the right. It was a muscle car, that's pretty good. Regardless. I'm gonna take out a gun, run in first person. Actually, I have no clue what one of those cars is. Take a look. Oh, no, that's a Prius. I'm definitely not taking a Prius. Duke's actually a pretty good car. Muscle cars in general are pretty nice to drive. Pretty lightweight.
Why do you hate the environment?
Because it's slow. Is it front wheel drive? I don't know, maybe it is. And it can't brake boost.
Fair enough.
The muscle car will do. It's a really nice vehicle to drive and to crash with. Also, what is this guy doing? He just did a little lap. Now there's a little shortcut here which I hate because you have no control over traffic on the other side. So you just have to hope that there's nothing there. And we're gonna dip back into the sewer system. I'm gonna jump back up. There might be some people here that we don't want to hit. Alright, and after this mission there'll only be one more very boring mission coming up, so that's at least something. Oh, I don't like that car. I'm just gonna go around. That'll do. And you can't run here, so what we're gonna do is gonna roll, climb, and roll on these stairs. This game we have to choose highest option. We're just gonna do the top one. I have honestly no clue what it's. I think it's Trader. So it's called. Yes, it is. And now I'll be looking for a very specific car, which is the Gauntlet, which is the game's equivalent of a Dodge Challenger, because we're gonna need that for the final heist of the game. But we'll already be looking for that car right now. Hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll be able to find it on the streets of Los Santos. Gonna jump down here because why not? Hopefully we get it. Don't see it. Maybe behind me? Nope, not either. I'm also looking for a text from Wade, which is to spawn the mini submission, which we'll be doing after this one. And no Gauntlet for me, unfortunately, which means that well, I'm gonna have to buy it myself. There's the mini subtext that I was talking about. Maybe a lucky Gauntlet over here. No. So I'm gonna have to buy a garage if it wants me. There you go. We're just gonna buy the Gauntlet online because that works. It's quite a bit of time loss, but hey, not much you can do. So it's over here. We do buy. It doesn't really matter which color we get it in, as long as it's a car with two different colors. So you'll see what I mean in just a second. This one will be orange and red. I think almost all colors that you can select come with a car with two colors. I think the only exceptions might be white and pink, but I'm not entirely sure on that. So we'll be parking over here to start this mission. And what we're gonna do is, as Franklin, save the Gauntlet in his garage. And we'll visit it, we'll grab it in like, I don't know, 3.5 hours maybe? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Where's this thing happening?
Down Grove Street.
Let's actually head. We'll be heading to Grove Street, where
we shooting shit up.
Yeah.
I can drive by with the best.
We're not gonna be there to make friends. Let's put it that way.
What you in stress set up? We buying weight, homie. Something that'll move us up.
You can see people on a bike, as you do.
Hey, any y'all hear about
That's
that
some fun.
fashion shoot things going on around here? Homie live up here.
Hey, look, everybody be cool, man. Lamar about to do his thing, all right?
So after the cutscene, I'll be switching to Trevor, and there are only a set amount of enemies that we need to kill, or not even amounts, just specific ones. So we'll do that as quickly as possible. So we'll go to Trevor, take out an assault rifle, 3 guys over here, be 2 more around the corner, and then 4 over. Can I hit them? No. And then I'll blow up the purple car just for safety. Don't necessarily need to do that. Oh my god, I died. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed tab instead of caps lock. Which means I'll get to do this again. Oh my god, I got rapid fire from the get-go. That's impressive. I've never seen... Well, and maybe you've seen that before. That's really unlucky. Guess I'll be using the power as a little helper right here. Also, this guy is hiding from me. Where's he going? Hello? I need to... Where's he going? Why? This is very problematic. Because I don't have any power left. I'm gonna die again. I'm actually gonna die again. Can I? Yep. That was so weird. That guy was running away from me. I'm not sure what happened there. Anyways, yeah, see, I didn't take any damage now. 1, 2, 3. Let's get it. Third time's charm. Explode the purple car. And there you go. That's how easy it should be. But and we're just gonna leave our buddies behind because around here is where we get the checkpoint, and here we mission fail because we outdistanced them. But because we already got the checkpoint, it will put us over here. And well, I mean, the shootout took a bit longer than expected, but you know, you're done with all that stuff. Don't need to deal with the cops at all. Shoot once to enable tab movement. Gonna get onto the last jet ski to allow, to make sure that Trevor, Franklin and Lamar don't need to walk as far. I'm gonna take out a sticky bomb. And we do need that. Because there will be a helicopter over here that we need to take out. I'm gonna do it with a well-timed explosion. Maybe a second try then. There we go. If the first one doesn't work, always do the second one. Now I need a micro SMG for the next mission. So now I need a little bit of luck with the helicopter spawn. Like, if it spawns right in front of me, then that's gonna lose me a lot of time. If it spawns behind me or to the right of me, then we're good. Okay, that... let's see how quickly I lose it. Yeah, no, that's good. I think. Right? Yep. So what's gonna happen next, there'll be two boats. One over there, and there'll be another one. And they'll both be heading to shore. Excuse me? Why wasn't he doing that? That's the second boat, and we can just go right on through. That's where the mini sub will be hanging in a second for the next mission. But we're too close currently to spawn the mission, so we're just gonna keep going in this direction. And as released, the cops will be far away enough for the mission to spawn in. I'm gonna make a turn right here. Should lose the cops any second now. Yep, there we go. And what we're gonna do to get the mini sub down is just shoot these ropes. Oh, and then I always try to land on top of it, but it usually ends like that. And while we're in the mini sub, we do something called Dolphin Strat, and you'll pretty quickly see why it's called that. Where we dip in and out of the water, because the more of the mini sub is out of the water, the faster we're going. So it's now slowly sinking down, and then we'll down to go back up, and well, you'll get the idea. So host, if you want to say something while I'll do this for the next minute and a half.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I'd just like to tell everyone, we actually do have a bunch of prizes that you can win. When you put in a donation, you can be entered into prize draws to win several prizes that we've got, and I'll let you know. If you donate a minimum of $5, you could be in the draw to win both a €25 gaming gift card. Yes, minimum bid is €5, not $5. My apologies. $5. Edit it again. €5 will get you a €25 gaming gift card and into the prize draw for the Totodile plush and the Sonic the Hedgehog controller stand. If you put in a minimum bid of €7.50, you will also be in the prize draw to win a Majora's Mask display, which is like a metal poster. It actually looks really cool. I'm hoping to get that myself. And finally, if you... Oh no, sorry. There's two more. A €50 gaming gift card if you put in a minimum bid of €10. And finally, yep, if you donate €15, and this is throughout the whole event, you don't have to do it all in one go. So if you've already donated €5, you can throw in another 5 and be in that €50 gaming gift card pool. But if you donate €15, you will be in the draw for our biggest prize, which is the BSG Custom PS2 controller, contributed by Delfino Customs. And for anyone who's not sure, Delfino Customs is a controller and console business located in England. They specialize in customization, modification, and repairs. Try the code quote the code BSG2021 on any orders up until the 25th of August to get £5 off your order. If you customize your controller cable with their paracord service, £5 will be donated to Mind. Message them directly for all inquiries via the Twitter page at Delfino Customs. Thank you very much, guys.
Alright, sounds good. And we're almost done with this incredibly boring section, and that'll be the last boring section for a bit.
I almost filled up the whole space, didn't I? I thought I might be going over, to be honest.
No, this is excruciatingly long.
Okay, good to know. How are you doing today, anyway?
Finally out of the water. Right, let's just make sure that the phone number is still there, because I don't trust this game. This vehicle is also able to wiggle boost, so that's what I'll be doing.
Get there. Are you being short with me?
No, sir. I'm certainly not being short. I'm just not used to this kind of pressure.
We'll be breaking through a fence in a second, and what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to cap my FPS to 30, because usually at lower FPS you get through these fences smoother, but that's not always the case. Oh, look at that, that's lovely. Awesome.
You can park it there.
So then I'm going to uncap again, and I'll be using tab movement here. And the reason we needed that phone number is because we can call it ourselves to start the next mission by the book. Normally you would get called by Steve Haynes, if I'm not mistaken, but we're going to call him ourselves, and that works just as well. And then we can start the mission. This mission by the book is one of the most infamous missions in this game because of its torture scenes. Luckily for us, we have a way around that kinda, which we'll see in a minute or two once I'm done with this drive. Which will once again first be in the sewers, and then we'll follow those main roads throughout the city.
But there's nothing we can do about it. If something happened to him right now, I'd be right under a microscope. An electron microscope of bureaucratic shit.
There's one really nice brake boost over here, which I missed. Let's hope there are no pedestrians over here. Nope, so we can just keep on going.
I only brought him in after you put out your press release. Townley's taking stores again. The Los Santos reboot. If we didn't control the situation and he'd unearthed this connection, then what?
Then Trevor flips out, beheads me, kills my family, or raises them as his own. I don't know which is worse. Anyway, any of that could happen at any time.
Slow down. Let's think this through. What does he know?
He knows I'm alive. He knows I got money. And now he knows I'm working
So
with
I'm gonna have to be really careful here, but with these torture scenes, you would have to choose a device, but if you choose, you're gonna have to be careful, the wrench, you can skip the cutscene, which is nice. So we don't need to see any actual torture going on, even though we're kind of doing it. If you choose any of the other 3 options, you do have to watch and do it, which not only is time loss, it's also annoying. So luckily for us, choosing the gut wrench is actually, the wrench is actually the quickest option, as well as the one that is, oh, not the worst to watch. Here you have 4 nice brake boosts in a row, which is really satisfying to hit. That combination.
You'd clean the whole thing up back in North Yankton.
Then you told me it'd be a clean job, no casualties. There were more eyes on that town than there needed.
Yeah, well, according to my eyes, Trevor's your problem.
Curb boosts can also be gone over these rumble strips if you go on and off of them. Though you don't want to stay on them too long because that would actually slow you down. This is a nice little speed boost. Once again, we're gonna choose the right thing. And normally we'd have to go back and forth a couple of times, but luckily we know which guy to hit, so we're just gonna shoot him and then we're done. And the dialogue indicates that's not great.
It'll check out.
Well, we've got him. It's done.
Woo! That is a wrap, my friend.
Next up we'll be doing another stunt jump. Unfortunately we're gonna have to fail this one because we don't have the speed in this vehicle to get it. Do I really have to reverse? There we go.
I think I need a hospital. You're not going to a hospital. You need to leave. Who are you? And why you
Ooh, it's always annoying when there's a car or vehicle here. Sometimes it's a dump truck, sometimes a van.
I'm a double agent. Yeah?
Sometimes it's nothing, which is really nice, but not today. A couple of nice brake boosts on the sidewalk here. See all the skid marks that I'm leaving behind.
I work for the forces of sanity. Sanity? And we need you to tell the world what happened to you from the safety of a foreign.
Alright, now for Blitz Play, which is a split that is over 20 minutes long, but it's not one mission, it's actually a couple. And the reason for that is that we have to do things in a bit of a different order, depending on what the game throws at us. Because we are going to need, that's a really good text, we're going to need 3 vehicles, which are a tow truck, a garbage truck, and a getaway vehicle. We need to do 2 other setups, which are masks and boiler suits. And then we have a hotel assassination mission and 2 heists. So first up, we'll be looking for a tow truck, ideally. And I need text for both those heists. I already got the Blitz Play intro as the first text, which is pretty good. I do still need a text from Trevor for the other one. And given the fact can I get it now maybe? Because if not... Yep, if not, I'll just take this garbage truck. Ideally take a tow truck here, but hey, don't drive away. Ooh, docties, that's not good. So I'll be waiting here for another 20 seconds to okay, so this guy wants his garbage truck back. Oh, he doesn't anymore. He was angry, which you can see by the red dot on the map. But apparently he's fine with me stealing his garbage truck. There we go, that's the text I need. Now I have to was a fun drive in a garbage truck. Luckily, it's pretty short. Take this to the mission. And then we'll use it to drive away as Trevor because we can't deliver it yet. This is just a Blitz Spray intro and we need to get away from here before you can actually deliver these vehicles. Trevor's truck would actually be faster than the garbage truck, but the reason I'm taking it is because it will spawn a getaway vehicle for us that we can take. Getting out of this area, and once that's happened I can turn around, go around this pole I suppose. On this call. And as you can see, a new car has spawned in which can be used as a getaway vehicle. Ideally we would get a tow truck on this drive. That would be some really good luck, but doing garbage and then getaway is the most common way of doing this split. I guess it's nice and representative of a run. So we're gonna put the getaway vehicle in a specific spot because this is actually very close to where the actual heist will be. This guy is a problem. He's gonna try and, yep. He wanted to drag me out of the car. I'm gonna call, hang up, and then there's a tiny window where I can switch to Franklin, and that saves like 10 seconds. Because otherwise, if you missed it, you'd have to wait for the mission pass screen. Now we can switch before it. I'm actually gonna turn on sleep mode. Because I need the hotel assassination mission to spawn in, which is gonna come in through a text. That's moody, which is not the worst. I'll explain why. I'm actually gonna take another car. The reason moody is not bad is because we want to get the moody text and the Simeon call, which we got way back before long stretch, because that gives us a good switch after surveying the score. If you have the wrong messages at that time, I got the cops. That's fine actually. Why did I get the cops? It's fine. I only have 1 star, which means that I still can get text messages. If I get 2 or more stars, that's when it becomes a problem. Also, how did I get the cops? Still waiting for hotel assassination to come in. Why is it not coming in? This is really weird. I'm just gonna start the mask missions because that will get rid of the cops. But I'm not sure why this is happening. This is really weird. Like I said, text messages are supposed to come in every 20 seconds. And you can get a phantom, but we more or less know when phantoms can and cannot come in. That's definitely not a usual spot. Well, I guess I have to wait over here, because if I get too close to where the hotel assassination mission would be, then we'd have a problem, because it can't spawn in then. This is actually problematic. I am getting text messages. I guess I'm just gonna wait here for 20 more seconds.
Nice car. Is that Mr. Fromage?
6:03, so 8 more seconds and then it should come in. Hopefully. There we go. Finally, I am very confused why that happened. That should not have... I'm very confused. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways. We have the Voltic right now, which is a pretty nice car. It's not... doesn't have the greatest top speed, but it does have some pretty good acceleration. Jeez. Yep. Well, I guess that's a prime example of it. You can already see some good cars in the spawn table, which I like because we're gonna be changing cars. Like I said, even though the acceleration is really good on this car, its top speed isn't great. Brake boosting is somewhat difficult. Diving out here makes the cutscene start a little bit quicker, so that's what we do. And now we have to wait a minute and a half, and we could just sit around for a minute and a half and do nothing, or we can actually spend our time usefully by... That's an Infernus. I'm grabbing that. Yep, that's mine. There's probably only one other car, but there's only one car I'll take over this, and that will be the 9F, but this thing is so good. So what I'm gonna do now is buy some weapons. And this is why we needed to call all the way back during Dead Men Walking. So I'm gonna get some pistol ammo, some sticky bombs, some proximity mines, special carbine, with some upgrades, an RPG, grenade launcher, more weapons. And I'll get some armor as well, which will be useful. And as you can see, we still have 23 seconds left. Looks like the AP pistol. Oh, that's actually a 9F right there. I'm obviously not going to take it right now because I don't have enough time, because we need to be over here. And by looking in this direction, we can make sure that he spawns in the right spot for us. There you go. And now we'll be doing the other setup mission, which is no, boiler suits. This is a very tricky drive because you're going very fast. And I definitely have never died here before.
I definitely believe you.
I'll just go around that car. It's totally fine. And we'll just come to the stop. Get 3 boiler suits. Just gonna get the first one because who cares? Can I? Yep, there you go. Not really important what you get. Do I actually wait for a text there? Not entirely sure. I don't need any other text, but I think I'll wait for one because, like I said, texts come in every 20 seconds. So, if, well, okay, nice little trick. Do a stun jump right here. So, if you've already been waiting for 17 seconds, or if the next text is only 3 seconds away, then it's definitely worth it to wait a bit for it. There you go. And the reason that's useful, even though that text means nothing to us, it does clear the queue, or clear the pool of possible text messages, which is really nice. Here on these stairs, actually quickest now to shoot up it.
Yo, Frankie, we were just talking about
so what we doing here?
We're working, amigo. Hurry it up! Hurry it up!
Don't want to jump into that door, but as you can see, we can now... That was... I didn't mean to do that one though.
I'm dropping you on the Port City side of the Miriam.
We now have our lovely Infernus, which is a pretty good car. It's a bit wide, but you know, we'll work around that.
Here's the rifle with a thermal scope.
Almost forgot. I was kind of sold on like a well-organized job, planned out, with Lester's weird eye for detail.
I got an eye for details, kid. Little details like your brick of blow being drywall.
Okay, man. I'm grateful for that, dog, but buying cocaine is a whole different thing from sinking a container ship into a harbor.
Not really, kid. It's all about what's inside.
And because we're driving a Strava here, we don't have a special ability. So we just gotta drive well ourselves. We don't have any little things that can help us out. There's some nice curb boost of the median. and on the curb here on the right. And next up we'll be playing as Franklin for a bit, and well, not actually, just for a couple of seconds. And to get him out, to help him out, we're gonna slide so that he's already on this side of the road where he needs to go.
Hey, dog, I'm in position. Let me know when you're ready. All right, F, I'm in position.
So there'll be two guards that I can take out in one go, and there'll be another one that I can shoot before the voice lines end. Let's see, I'm just gonna hit these two and then hit him. You're not supposed to hit him, but you might as well. During this section, I just wanna try and not die. Just place the sticky bombs real quick. And take out anyone that's in our way. Aiming while falling down is if I can fall down, is a bit quicker. So I'm gonna take out this guy. Sticky bomb there. You don't need to take out this guy, but I'd like playing it safe.
Second bomb's in place. We're halfway there. There's a lookout on the balcony up there. I'll take him before
And we need to place one more.
Third bomb's in place. Last one needs to go inside the ship.
Go first person because of the stairs here. And we're good. Now for this sniping section, nothing much is going on. Just need to hit your shots, nothing special. Oh, he's alive? Oh, I guess he isn't anymore. And there will be a heli coming in a couple of seconds. We need to take out hopefully one shot, because it's usually either you get him in one go, there you go, or it takes 20 shots. It can be really annoying. Now he will eventually hover in front of you. Once again, these spawns are all scripted, so it's not too difficult to get him. I don't want to immediately hit this guy, only once Michael's getting close. Otherwise he would, Michael would stop, which is not good, because we want to keep running like that. And then we'll detonate the, oh, whoops. Still had a text open. That's why you always want to clear out your phone. Make sure that whenever you need to use it, there's nothing in the way. In this case, it was a text from Lamar. So next up will be, once again we'll be in the mini sub, which means that got a little bit of downtime, not much going on. There we go.
Alright, so I guess that's a good time for me to jump in.
Absolutely.
Excellent. So yeah, we just want to thank ESA for supporting the event and for allowing us to stream on their channel. For information about their upcoming events and any changes due to the COVID-19 outbreak, be sure to check out esamarathon.com. You can consider using your free monthly Prime Gaming subscription right here in the ESA channel. You will get access to all the ESA emotes as well as several BSG emotes, and you get to support both events. Thank you everyone who subscribed so far, and yeah, thanks everyone for watching. It's been a great marathon so far, I think. What about you? Have you been enjoying any of the runs so far, Marcus?
Yep, been plenty of great runs throughout, and there are plenty more to come for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. Personally, tomorrow night I'm looking forward to Incredible Crisis.
Ooh, that should be fun.
Oh yeah, it's Dew Horse is running in. It's always a hilarious run. Definitely not one to miss.
Unfortunately now, because we have the device attached, can I get the camera on the water? No, I can't. Anyways, we can't use the dolphin strat because it's too heavy. As you can see, I can barely get above the surface right here. But that's fine. We'll just keep going. Next up, if we already had a tow truck, we would switch to Michael, but because we don't, we're gonna switch to Franklin because he's gonna be closest to tow truck mission. Like both for the garbage and tow trucks, there's a mission that you can do opposed to stealing one off the road. But obviously, finding one on the street is a little bit quicker. So ideally, that would happen, but you know, can't always be lucky. Don't see a free tow truck around. Unfortunately, I'm on the bagger. It would be nicer if I was on Franklin's Buffalo, which is this car, but I guess I'll just have to deal with it. I wonder whether I'll get any text now because I couldn't imagine me having anything left. So we're gonna take out the owner of the tow truck. That's our way of thanking him for allowing us to borrow it. And we now need to drive back to the FIB lot. Which is quite a long drive, and that's why you'd ideally find it on the road. I think it's like a minute and a half if you found one at the beginning of this Blitz play split, but luck wasn't in our favor today.
Good old marathon luck.
Once again, Franklin's special ability help us out a little bit, trying to not crash, and we'll be doing something we've seen before, which is the Buffett Lunch Grab, because, well, this quote-unquote tow truck mission ends at the FIB lot, and the next mission, which is Blitz Play, will start there, so we need to get away from it to allow it to spawn in. We're gonna do it the fun way. Put this over here. Is that good? Yep. Take cover. Get pushed off of it when you try to climb it. Get in this vehicle to get away. Once we're far away enough, we'll see the mission pass screen and we'll get a phone call. After which we can execute the latch grab and will bring us to the mission. So we'll get out, take cover, get out of cover, and there we are, into the mission in one go. Perfect. So the way that actually works, because I didn't think I explained that, is because we have the phone up and we try to climb, it rejects us doing it, but it does store the grab animation in that exact location. So whenever we do put down the phone or get out of cover, something like that, then it will initiate that grab in that spot, and therefore you warp all the way over.
I got a visual on the target. Should be with you any moment. Michael,
now we just need to drive forward and park the garbage truck sideways. Not quite sure why we need to do it. It's pretty boring. I know, unnecessary, but hey, it's there. Will this count? It doesn't. This will.
Alright, I pulled up. Get ready, Frank.
And select the sticky bomb, which is needed to blow up the blow open the doors. And then we're gonna set up a hospital warp for the first time. And the way that works is that we need to mission fail. And while the mission failed screen is going on, we need to die during that. So Michael will die first. So as you can see, it says Michael died. And we will die now. And what that means is that after mission, we will be warped to a hospital. Which is in our... which is beneficial to us. Gonna put on some mines. Hopefully all the cop cars will drive over these and blow up. Because if that happens, then there will be enemies spawning in this rear alley. Nice. And then I can take out this helicopter with a well-placed RPG shot. Kill some more cops here. We need to switch to Michael. Take out at least 3 enemies. Oh, I guess I'll go for 3 then. Then we switch to Trevor. Take out 3 snipers on the opposite roof. Now we switch back to Franklin. And we just need to clear out everything and anyone now. Not much to it. Just kill anyone that you see. There is one guy hiding over here. A guy in the helicopter. Let's see whether we can shoot the pilot. Yep, got him. Now we just hip fire, kill the rest. And once again, I'll be setting up a latch grab. There we go. Gonna get into the garbage truck. That was actually a really nice shoot. I'm really happy with that. So what we need to do is we need to get to our getaway vehicle, blow up the garbage truck, and escape or get away from this place. The way we're gonna do that is by throwing a sticky bomb, getting out, taking cover. Okay, I failed that. That didn't work. Why did he not take cover? Anyways, guess we'll do it the old-fashioned way of just driving. I'm not sure why that didn't trigger, but normally what would happen is that you would walk all the way back over here to get Michael's call, but we'll just get it manually then. Or in the old way. That will do the job. And now for this final drive, which is a straight line, which isn't a straight line. And because we set up that hospital... Oh, that's car. We set up that hospital warp, we will be at the hospital in the city, which is nice because the next mission is pretty darn close. Yeah, I guess I'll take this car. Oh, it's a super diamond. I should have taken that car. I don't know what that is, but it definitely looks better than the super diamond. Whatever, it's not a fine vehicle. You just have to be lucky with whatever the game gives you. We gotta go to this mission. And this is actually a really fun one. Because we get to drive a car really fast. We're gonna jump onto the highway over here. And this is the one mission where brake boosting really shines. You can see how much it actually does. Especially because we are driving around this Franklin. Definitely can do some powered brake boosts. Ah, I missed that one. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That final brake boost, if you can hit it, is very nice because it carries you all the way to the gas station. Now it's just, well, it's not slow, but it for sure in the quickest drive. That car is turning towards me. That's not good. Now we'll get to race these two guys. And we can actually get ahead of them at the start by holding the power, which will give us a load of grip. And that should help us get in front of them. There you go. And then he'll push us a little bit, hopefully. Yep, very nice. And then I can get speed using normal brake boosts. And that will send us flying. And we're actually going so fast, and the game doesn't expect that the game is actually warping cars all over the place. They're crashing into each other. That's how fast we're going right now. That's always a bit scary because you don't know how how exactly they'll warp, but it's always fun. Cross over. Should be pretty nice brake boost over here. That's fine. It'll do. Probably see some more cars doing weird stuff. Now, you could get in front of the orange car that just killed an animal, you monster, and have it push you along, but I'm not really good at it, so I'm not going to do that. Once again, I keep curb boosting off the rumble strips. Help me keep going. And then we get to, well, kind of anticlimax in this mission, where we get to drive these police bikes, which are obviously very fast. For one time and one time only, I'll leave the sirens on. Usually I turn them off, but you know, might as well have a bit of fun with it. Once again, doing wheelies is the quickest way. Actually, leaning forward and doing wheelies are just as fast. It's just that if you do a wheelie, then you'll get up to top speed quicker. You might as well do that. Here again, curb boost off of the curb, and here I'll be getting them off of the rumble strips. Okay, I'm turning it off. It's too annoying. I can't stand it.
As long as we can keep with them, we'll pull this off.
Trevor's siren enough to do.
Let's do this. Let's get them.
Yeah, we gotta stick with them. They gotta stop sometime.
It's not much more to it. This is literally just a very long straight line, where you don't want to crash. I mean, it's pretty hard. Traffic here is scripted, so that's why I'm comfortable getting so close to them. The previous drive was the same. That's why those cars were warping all around the place. And on the next drive, we'll be back with free roam traffic, where anything and everything can happen.
When I catch these assholes, I've driven around the whole of southern San Andreas before
There's one curb here, which will maybe pop us up. Yep, nice little wheelie right there. And sometimes, let's see, does Trevor hit the deer? Ooh, we narrowly missed him. Good job, Trevor. I'm really proud of you. Sometimes he hits it, and that's not fun. Now you don't want to wheelie over here because you won't be able to turn, and that's usually a problem. Now the game wants us to pull alongside Trevor on the bridge, but we can come to this up a bit quicker by smacking into him, and that's what we're going to be doing. The game will actually pull me to the left, even though I'm not steering left, but I'm fighting it. I'm just bumping during his rear. And now we're going to switch to Franklin because, and even though he's in the slowest out of the three cars, he has a special ability, which means we can go stupidly fast using powered brake boosts. So brake boost at the entrance, the exit of the tunnel. Those are pretty tough to get usually, but definitely got. Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, got those. And now I just want to try and not crash. Not easy because, well, we're driving pretty fast. You know.
Just a shame you don't have an odometer up on screen because you really are going speeding through this game, aren't you?
Yep, that's what this mission is good for. Really got to use Franklin's special ability to keep the car under control sometimes because the handling of this car is not sufficient to make it through these turns. Should be another brake boost up here. Just keep on going until the end of the mission. Alright. From here on out, it's smooth sailing. Not much I can do to go any faster. Just gotta ride it out.
Yeah, if you say so. You know what? Right before I met you, I was boosting rides and races.
So, take a nice little exit here.
It feels like it come full circle.
Don't crash into anything because you can actually mission fail if you damage the car too much. Which is scary because we're driving pretty fast, so that's another reason not to crash. That's a cop car, definitely do not want to hit that. And next up we'll be switching to Franklin. He'll be in the same spot every single time. And hopefully there'll be a good car waiting for us. Well, to be honest, it doesn't need to be a good car. As long as it can brake boost, it's fine. You know what? I'm gonna go for the cab actually. No, what? No, that's a Buffalo. I'm taking that. Franklin in the Buffalo. Come on. His own car. Obviously, I gotta take it. And this drive is a very easy one to die on. I'm not gonna lie. It's happened to me plenty of times. I've seen it happen plenty of times. I just gotta be careful while driving like an idiot. Oh god. Just taking out some poles. Okay, this is totally fine. You can try and jump into the mission marker, but the only problem I have with that is that the mission marker is pretty small, so it's relatively easy to miss it. So I'm just gonna drive into it normally. So we'll be Trevor here, and I'm gonna turn up my DPI a lot because at my normal DPI this thing moves barely, and upping a bit makes it easier to move around. Now, even though the next targets haven't been put on the map yet, or in vision, we already know where to go, so now we have a little bit of a break while we fly over there. See, I'm already going in the right direction.
Alright, I can jump in for a sec as you get yourself hydrated.
Yep.
I'm actually out of tea myself, so my host shift's actually going to be ending soon. But, right now, you can consider... No, I already said that. If you'd like to participate in an event similar to BSG, we highly recommend checking out UKSG. UKSG is normally held in Glasgow, Scotland, 4 times a year, supporting a charity called Crisis. currently also doing other events online, and I can tell you that if you have anything that you want to submit, maybe for a speedrun marathon, then submissions for UKSG, for the next UKSG, close at 9 PM this coming Friday. That's British summertime, of course.
Alright, so none of these four were our target, which we kind of already knew, because it's this guy. So we're just gonna scan him and then we're good. And this is usually the point in the run where the bathroom break would be, but I think we're good. So we'll try and survive for the next 3 hours. As you can see, you just need to aim your camera over here and then you're good. Even though Chad won't always be inside, the game's not going to mission fail you for it, which is pretty nice. Also really good time because this is more or less halfway through the run, just a little over. It's the perfect timing to have a bathroom break in here. Now I actually get to see how painfully slow this is. We can actually pay attention to him, why not?
Do you ever feel like loading up a second game and having it on the side to speedrun while you're doing these cutscenes?
Ooh, that would be tough. That would be tough. I think I only have like a minute here. There are runs that are shorter.
I mean, you could do a run like over the course of all the cutscenes. But all the bits you just have to wait around.
It could be doable. Never thought about it though. Right, so he'll be coming out in a second, and then that's Franklin even. Oh, there he is. And Chad will be driving away in a second, and we're just gonna follow him. Oh, might as well do it properly, zoom in all the way. Usually what you can do is just loosely follow him all along, but we might as well. Not really an advantage or disadvantage doing it one or the other. Like I said, this is usually also a bit where you have a bit of a mental break and just get through this section. Which is kind of necessary in a run that it is. That's of this length. We just want to keep Chad in our vision to make sure that he moves along as quickly as possible. So he's probably gonna turn left, I think. Let's see. Oh, I was right. No way. Surprisingly enough, this guy actually cannot drive. And, you know, as Franklin, we've been driving somewhat okay. But you'll see one of the worst things in human history coming up from Franklin in terms of driving. Chad will be going here, and he'll be pulling into the parking garage, which is actually the same one where we were during the hotel assassination. This is the von Krastenberg Hotel. In that case, Franklin is going to make a 17 million point turn right here. I don't know how he's managed to do this, but hey, whatever. I actually should be aiming over here to move things along a bit quicker, but just want to show that off.
Doing a reenactment of a boat stuck in a canal.
Essentially. Right, we'll just be aiming here so that the pilot is flying this direction, and then we can look at Franklin. Yeah, that's Franklin. And once he starts talking, we can focus on Chad Mulligan, which will always be in the same spot every single time. So this will be him. Now I gotta make sure to set my DPI back to normal, otherwise some funny stuff will happen. So now we actually have to kill this guy, because if we don't, then he'll call the cops on us, which is not a good thing. So we're gonna get close to him and hit him with a gun. And for some reason this door doesn't automatically close, so you actually need to lift off for half a second, because we need to keep this car in good condition. And if you break a door off, then you are done for, because that will immediately result in a mission fail. So we're gonna drive fast but clean, which is not easy, especially in the Z-type. Also, we cannot hit any pets, because if you commit 2 crimes within a mission, you get the cops regardless whether they saw you commit either one. And we already have killed Chad, so gotta be wary of any pedestrians. Once again, I like to take the median here, because it gives me a lot of time to react to what cars are doing, and it allows me to go either way. Keep the car on the ground. Another brake boost here that I missed. And if we slow down just enough over here, we can actually smash right through here. Normally you'd come to a forced stop, but if you slow down enough, then that won't happen. And if you drive into Devon instead of the yellow dot, you move along earlier. And now you might see the yellow dot on the map and be like, should we head over there? No. I'm actually gonna go over here to finish the mission. I don't know why this works, but it does. It's a weird thing. Like, it is weird how that works, but you know, it works. Now we switch to Michael, and ideally we'd be downstairs. We can either be upstairs or downstairs. And downstairs saves quite a bit. Let's go. That's nice. You could be... There are a few outside switches, but those are pretty rare to get. So now we're gonna take the first of our 2 bikes. And the thrust is really bad on this first little bit, because it's pretty narrow, tight and twisty, and a bike like the thrust excels and only excels in top speed, so it's not great for this drive. We have to go through all of this. And some nice text messages as well. And because we have a bike, we can actually drive into the mission, so we can just do this, and that works. Whee!
Do you mind if I jump in quick?
Go ahead.
Alright, well, it's been a really cool run. Thank you very much, Marcus, but this is going to be the end of my hosting shift for today. I'll be back in the future, and I will be leaving you in the very, very capable hands of Mod366. Right. Take it away, Mud.
Thank you, Jack. Hi all, hi Marcus. I'll be hosting for the rest of the run, so if there's anything, I'll be your guy, basically.
Alrighty. Right, so
good luck on the rest of the run.
Thank you. Now we gotta watch out for this curb on the inside, which has been named the curb of death for a very good reason, because if you hit it, you will fall off of your bike and you most likely will die. So don't want to do that. These curbs you can hit perfectly fine. Bikes actually can get curb boost just as well as cars. You unfortunately can't get brake boost, so don't try and brake on a bike if you don't want to slow down. That fan can sometimes spawn in. It's somewhat consistent. Always got to be careful with that. And this cutscene is actually quite funny. You can't skip it with space nor left click. You actually have to use enter. There's no other way around it. And we now have to reach the helipad. And we could climb ladders and shoot enemies, but that's boring. I'm just gonna cap my FPS a little bit and take the scenic route.
Day trip's over.
Right on time.
Day trip's over, gentlemen. You're going back to set. You get
And for this next fight, we're just gonna kick our opponent down and kick him continuously. Not even gonna give him a chance to fight back.
Who is this guy?
Nice and simple.
All right, spray tan.
We're not going anywhere.
And we now have to scare Anton and Milton, which I think that's their names, I'm not even sure. By flying fast, flying close to buildings, under bridges, all of that good stuff. You actually don't need to do that. You can just try or fly straight to the end of the mission, and that will work out perfectly because you're flying fast, you're flying somewhat close to buildings, and that is enough to scare them right as we get to the end. Love how that works out. Alright, land the helicopter in the swimming pool. That's an alright landing, and I'll be using tap movement to move a bit quicker. Jump up here.
What a wonder.
Once again, jump during the mission pass screen, and we'll be using tap movement to get back to the helicopter. Kinda got caught off guard by that new ringtone. I've been using one of the other ones lately, but this'll do. And that phone call spawned the mission, which is the one we're gonna do next. And probably the most scary part about the mission is right before we start it, because we're gonna have to land the helicopter pretty precisely into the mission marker, which can go wrong very easily. I'm not entirely flying in a straight line to it because gaining altitude is slow, so we'll just go around the mountain a little bit. Then I'm gonna have to slow down, slow it down. Landing the mission triggers right there. Lovely.
You need anything, get me on the headset.
And believe me, that landing is way harder than it looked. I've messed it up plenty of times, which is quite a time loss because you not only get put at the hospital, but you also don't have a helicopter, which is really bad because here we can obviously fly over the mountain. Meanwhile, in a car, you'd have to, well, drive around it, which is incredibly slow. We've got the Vinewood sign over there. Just once again, a straight line. I'm gonna try and land the helicopter as close to the van as possible, but also don't want to do anything stupid by hitting the trees, for example. And that's pretty nice. We have a time of day change here with a cutscene. And something that's really nice about this sniper rifle that we're going to be using is that it's an automatic sniper rifle, and thus can shoot very quickly in a row. Normally you'd have to shoot the plane 3 times and you'd get a cutscene after each shot. But we can just shoot very quickly 3 times and only get 1 cutscene. And get it all done in one go.
Hey, see it? Plane's coming down. Can you stay with it?
Now we have this very drawn out and unrealistic section where we have to follow the plane while on a bike ourselves. And the trick once again is wheeling, though you don't want to wheelie too much because on this train you have so many little bumps that can bounce you up. You can actually wheelie too much, and if you do that and you land like on the very back end of the tire, you actually fall off the bike, which is well, kinda not good. Have a nice little jump here. Actually, be taking out the micro SMG already. That's the gun I'll be using in a minute.
I'm on him. He's past the airfield. Landing ain't gonna be pretty. Where are you putting it down? Can you make the elbow to the airfield?
We're just gonna cut across. You kind of just wanna. Well, you don't exactly want to follow the plane. You just want to take the most direct route or line to the end. We know where that's gonna be. The plane does rubber band along, so if you were to fall off, it would slow down massively. But no, ideally we would not. So let's try and make sure that that doesn't happen. Once again, just be doing wheelies. Gives us more speed on bikes. Actually, that plane's just doing its thing while we're on the road.
Only thing they farm out here is methamphetamine. Trevor Phillips country. God, I miss it out here. You gotta come visit sometime. Yeah, you know what?
In this turn, obviously, I'm not going to be doing a wheelie. But even then, if you're leaning forward, you still get a little bit of a speed boost. So it's still worth it to do that, and that's not worth it to do. They already crashed? I didn't know it was that loud. Anyways, we'll just get over there. What we have to do now is take out the cousin. That's why I took out my micro SMG. And you can just drive into the plane and that will activate that cutscene. And now we'll be setting up another hospital warp. So we're gonna mission fail, or we're gonna die during the mission failed screen, which is really easy to do here because all we need to do is get out and blow this thing up. Mission fail, and as you can see, obviously we die from that explosion afterwards, which means that they'll be put at the hospital at the end of the mission, which is good because the next mission is at a movie studio, which is just down the road. So normally you would get out of the van, destroy it, and take a car to go to the end of the mission, but doing that would usually be a bit too slow and too dependent on RNG with which car you can get and how quickly. So just play it nice and easy, which is usually the fastest way anyways, by just driving this thing all the way to the end. Even though it doesn't show on the minimap where we're supposed to go, we obviously do know that. Something I hate about these roads in this drive is that traffic always seems to be on the racing line. So you always have to compromise your line a little bit, but hey, it's just the way it is. Have a little jump down here. We'll smack into that building to come to the stop. Throw a grenade, and we run away. Oh, don't know what that stutter was. And as you can see, this is the end of the mission. Now we get to see a bit of a cutscene. I don't know why this takes so long in the game, but it does. As you can see, you get this weird stuff. And we're at the hospital. You see it's still glitched out, but it's totally fine. So now we're gonna need a car. Oh, that's a good one. Can I get it? Can I get it? Can I get it? Please? Oh, I already pressed F, so it's gonna wait for me anyways. No, break the window. It's actually a really nice car. So on this next mission, we'd have to sneak into the movie studio, find the actors, steal his clothes, impersonate him, get into the car, and all of that jazz. But that's not fun. I'm just gonna get into the car, hang up that phone call, take out a micro SMG. Then we'll just take out 4 of these guards in total, and then we can just get into the car, which is nice because the actress is also out of here, because she would usually yank on the steering wheel, which is kind of annoying. But because we spooked her, she is gone. And what we now need to do is take out 2 security cards that will be coming after us.
Fuck! I picked up a tail.
Oh, didn't break the window. And then we're gonna throw down a sticky bomb and blow it up after the car, or after the call, because the game, by the time that you have killed those guards and gotten the actress out of the car, it expects you to be way further along. But we can just abuse that and put ourselves all the way over here, very close to the end of the mission. So you gotta be careful. We're next to a police station, as you can see by that cop. So don't want to kill anyone. I'm gonna drive into Devon Weston, as we've done before on Eye in the Sky.
You're developing quite the rep there, Slick. Insurance companies hate these kinds of claims.
Now we'll kind of have to hope to get a good car. Oh, that's perfect one. I think that's a Buccaneer. Like I said before, any car that can brake boost will do. Oh, I actually want to kill this person. Can I need to get the cops here. There you go. That will do. And the reason I want to get the cops is because it makes... Or if you have the cops, it will open the gate of Michael's house. So when we get there, we can just drive right on in and don't need to wait for the gate to open for us. So just brake boosting along. There's a cop car, but he won't be able to catch us. Just gotta be very careful. It's very easy to crash and down this drive. Like, whenever you're in a mission, you kind of... It's relatively hard to fly out of the windshield. I usually take way less damage from crashes. Meanwhile, outside of missions, it can happen very easily, and dying isn't that hard, especially at the speeds that we go at. Once again, I'll be warping into the driver's seat like this. And we're gonna take the same shortcut that we took on Mr. Phillips through the dirt. Dirt, sand, whatever. It's all the same.
Bullshit! Right. So I've been monitoring chatter, tapping into Merryweather networks.
Feels good to be back in the company of a professional.
I gotta say, I got it. Now, I was expecting something a little more impressive. The late, great Michael Townley.
Not so late and not so great, right? And no longer called Townley. The years
So we'll just turn it earlier here. We need to go all the way around, and if we park alongside the hangar correctly, we can warp out. There you go, because Ron is blocking the passenger side and we're blocking it with the hangar itself, which is pretty neat. And now we're gonna get back into the air, which usually is pretty boring, and it still is. Now this flight is a bit more interesting. It's not just flying in a straight line, and I'll explain why in a minute. So what we're supposed to do is follow the Merweather jets, that's what it's called, while flying close enough to the ground to not get detected by the military base. Then we're gonna do it a bit differently. We're not gonna follow the jet, because that's way too slow for us. We're just gonna rubber band it along by taking basically an inside line around the mountain. And the way we do that is by taking, well, most runners have their markers on the ground or on the mountain that they'll fly over. Actually need to go down here.
I know it isn't my place to ask, but how exactly do you plan on requisitioning this equipment and you cut up to them?
Whoa! One step at a time, Ronald!
And the staying low part is actually not a problem, because it only becomes a problem after like 10 seconds or something. And we can just use, you know, the mountain itself as quote-unquote the ground. And we'll get close to that surface. As you can see, I've been following some lighter patches, and this time we're going over that. I don't even know, is it a tree? Is it a bush? I have no clue. Looks like a tree, is it? Yeah, that looks like a tree. I'll go in between here. Then we'll just use the bridge. Something annoying about this mission is the beeping, but it's honestly not much I can do about it. And now you'll see on the mini-map that the plane will be rubber banding along. And actually ahead of me right now. See the shadow on my left. It's good. So now I'm aiming for and head for those two trees, kinda.
Altitude corrected. I can be myself out here, bullying, reckless, totally selfish. Do the things that make me me.
Like kidnapping the wife of a powerful Mexican gangster and flying a crop duster toward a jumbo jet loaded with mercenaries.
Exactly. Everyone's so hung up on appearances in LS.
Just following my own markers, though a lot of markers are the same for most runners. And the idea behind it is that once we're allowed to gain altitude, if done correctly, we would be able to immediately continue. And you'll see in a second in which way that happens, because this game had some crazy ideas when it was made. Go here, let's see where the plane is. I'm actually gonna start pulling up here, which will allow me to get to the rear of it. And once it opens, we can immediately fly in. That's basically near perfect. So now we'll just get through the shootout. And this is gonna sound weird, but I actually want to take damage. Oh, I've taken half damage. Yep, that's perfect. That's... You are alive. You're not supposed to be alive. I want to take half damage at least here. For a very specific reason. And now we're just gonna kill the pilot.
You crazy. Now, who's
Huh?
gonna fly this thing?
No funny lines.
Come in, air traffic control.
I'm just gonna turn around.
Change of personnel and destination on the Merryweather
In this
jet.
flight, we literally have nothing to do apart from
Swapping radio channels. Over.
flying towards the yellow dot. So if our host wants to say something, this is your chance.
Oh, wonderful. I was about to ask. So, wonderful timing. I want to remind everyone that in around about 4.5 to 5 hours we will have a Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets 100% run by Rashla, and we do have a incentive for that has still not been met. You can let him make Professor McGonagall, you know, that serious head of house Gryffindor teacher, fall down the stairs. I mean, I like her. I wouldn't want her to fall down the stairs. But then again, in a video game, I wouldn't mind seeing that. So we're currently sitting at 49 euros, sorry, out of 150 needed. So if you want to see that stern teacher fall down the stairs, now's your chance to get your donations in. And while we're at it, we also have a bid war for a Scenic Ball, and I know Jack has been talking about that because the Scenic Ball is just such a great game. And yeah, you can choose the character that will be played. We have a lot of choices. Currently only Vector has €1 set to his name, so that's currently in the lead. All the others, so Tails, Solver, Shedyu, Scenic, Roach, Knuckles, Blows, Espio, and Aim Rose. No one of those has any money to their name, and just €2 can switch around the current winner of that. So it's not much needed, and every euro helps Mine, who we are collecting money for. So if you have any spare change lying around, please consider donating. Thank you.
Alright, perfect timing because we're about to jump out of a plane. So we might get some pushes from these boxes, which is pretty nice. And now I'm gonna dive towards Trevor's trailer and do something that might or might not potentially somewhat invalidate my run. And I'll explain why I said that in a second, because we're gonna do some on Mission Zero stuff in this game. So I'll be getting in here into Trevor's truck. I'll make a quick save.
But didn't you say that on Mission Zero was not allowed in this category?
Well, that's the thing. We don't have an official ruling on it yet, so...
Oh, okay, then I misremembered that.
Anything goes. Well, currently runs that contain on Mission Zero are on hold for verification, but we might do it. We're still gonna do it because I think it's something really cool to show off. So what I did there is run into the clear side mission with my power on, and the game disabled my power to allow a voice line to play. And after that voice line, the cutscene would start and the mission after that, kinda. But as you can see, I'm continuously tapping the power, and what that does is it prevents that voice line from playing because we're delaying it indefinitely. And what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna kill ourselves by drowning. I'm almost out of power, so I'm gonna have to use the character switch button to prevent the dialogue from playing. I'm gonna dive down once Trevor wants to, and once we run out of oxygen, we'll die. This is also why I wanted to take some damage during the previous mission, because less HP here means that we'll drown quicker. This is a bit tedious, but not the worst thing I've ever seen. That's for sure. Just gotta get through this. Okay, so we're now out of oxygen. And we'll start losing HP. Shouldn't take too long. Then we'll die. And now we've created an on Mission Zero situation where we're in a mission, but the game kind of doesn't know that, because if you look at the minimap, you can see that other missions are still on there, which usually would not be the case. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna play this clear the side mission like normal. Gonna use abuse the checkpoint here after Cletus gets there. And what we're doing is racking up checkpoints in this mission by just playing it.
This is perfect right here. Pick a car and shoot a tire. Good plain old fashioned fun.
And we have to shoot some tires. Can I? Okay, I guess I'll go for the scripted cars then. Hey, that's one text. That's chef. Did I not hit that? Okay, that's one. need to hit 3 of them.
That's it, beauty. And again, Trevor. If you're having trouble, try aiming a little in the front. Not too bad, Trevor.
Okay, so I'm gonna run down.
Come on, follow me.
And once Cletus starts talking, I can run away. I should be getting another text. Where is my text? Anyways, while we're still on this Cletus side mission, we're gonna start the mission Pleader Score setup. I'm not getting another text. I don't like that.
Whatever cranks a tractor, I say. What's up next on
I'm not sure what to do then. I think still Trevor afterwards. Anyways, we're gonna start the mission here. And yep, you can see disappear, and as you can see now there are no missions on the minimap anymore. The weird thing that can occur during entering that mission is that it's possible for invincibility to be applied to you. So we're gonna have to turn that off manually. We're gonna try here, and this is gonna sound really dumb, but it's, believe me. Just gonna put down a sticky bomb in a second.
We'll get a better shot from up here.
And bit over there. And the way we remove the invincibility is by putting on some sunglasses. This is not a joke, this is actually true. It's so dumb, but that's the way it works. You could put on a mask, but sunglasses are more fun. So now we unfortunately have to shoot these coyotes. And once Cletus is nicely done, we'll blow ourselves up. Okay, so we've racked up 5 checkpoints in this mission, which is the exact amount of checkpoints that the Pleader Score setup mission has. So now what we put back at the start, this is the cutscene that we skipped. And what we have to do now is blow up Cletus or kill him in any other way. This is where we get out of the Cletus side mission. Now we're gonna mission fail here by blowing ourselves up. And that will allow us to insta-pass the Pleader Score setup mission, because that cutscene here is the end of it. Which is ridiculous, but it's really awesome.
That should do.
I'll get the
And thereby we have just skipped the whole mission. Okay, so now we could do a couple of things. Either switch to Michael and wait for text, or switch to Franklin to start the mission immediately. Oh wait, I need to wait for the phone call. Because we got a chef text message, I'm gonna do the latter and start the Predator mission instantly.
If he's back in Sandy Shores, why didn't I hear about it? God damn it! Damn, these redneck fools know we own them now.
I'm still somewhat confused about the text messages this run, but hey,
That's right, Chop.
that's something for another time. And just follow these guys.
As soon as Trevor get here.
We can listen to the phone call.
Hey man, me and Chop on these.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Yep, go ahead.
Wonderful, because we got 25 euros from Absorbent Wheat without a message, but 20 of those dollars go towards letting McGonagall fall down the stairs, and 5 euros go towards the character Astio for Sonic Ball. So thank you very much for that donation.
So currently we're ahead of the O'Neill brothers. You're supposed to be following them, but hey, if you can be in front, then that's more fun, right? Maybe they'll even give us a little push. I suppose not. No, stop right there, because if you keep driving forward, you actually mission fail for losing them, even though they technically lost you. So we're gonna be a very bad friend and hang up on Trevor 3 times, because that will instantly switch us to Trevor.
Don't worry. Incoming!
Incoming? Man, you're all business.
Yeah, well, this is kind of important. These men
Avoid
like
the animals, don't want to kill those.
Shore, so here she is, the
And we're gonna park next to our heli.
She ain't mine, she's the company's.
This bit. Oh, Trevor, get into the heli, please. Thank you. It doesn't really matter how quick we are because we need to wait for Michael to get in anyways. Don't want to leave him behind.
Why do these guys, the O'Neills, want you dead anyway?
And we'll just be flying in a straight line. Like usual, when we're in a helicopter or a plane. She's gonna quickly grab a drink. Flying with one hand, totally safe. So we don't need to actually hit the yellow ring, we can just fly under it and that'll do the job. There'll be 3 guys that we need to, no, 2 guys that we need to take out, but we already know where they are, so we can just get this guy in the water, get this guy over here, and aim over there to proceed to the next bit. Oops, didn't skip the cutscene. Now usually we'd have to follow Chop, would bring us to the last O'Neill brother. We can do it a bit quicker by going over here and sniping him. Where is he? That's him. And that's that. And now Franklin and Chop will be teleported to over there, which is obviously not where we were, but that's fine. And we can head back to Trevor's airfield. Actually, we can get a collectible right here. Well, not collectible, but there. And under the bridge, so we might as well do that. Literally free of charge right there. Could get that one, but that's a bit more difficult. I'm not going to risk that. There will be plenty of more under the bridges later on in the run that I can go for. So now we just need to land the helicopter. You don't exactly need to stop on the yellow dot. You can just be close to it and that'll be fine. Alright. I should actually make sure whether sleep mode is on because I want a text message to spawn the next mission. It's not, so let's do that manually then. And now we're gonna have to wait for a text from Lester that will allow us to start the military hardware mission. That's away, that's not what we need. I'm not entirely sure where I have to wait. I think it's somewhere around here. Again, some more height. Mission should spawn in that area. Once it will be there, but we first gotta get the text. There we go. Can we immediately fly over? Yes, we can. Actually, it's gonna be a bit further back than I'm used to, I think. Yeah. So we're gonna steal this truck or intercept it and bring it back. And this is probably one of my least favorite missions because I managed to always mess it up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna dive out. Trevor's gonna ragdoll apparently. I jumped very early because as you can see they're all the way back there. But we'll just run a bit towards them. It's totally fine, like I said, this is the first time I've had to do it like this. And what we're gonna do is the 2 jeeps, we're gonna take this out with a grenade launcher. And then this one guy we can, oh, that didn't actually blow up. Get into the car, please. Actually got run over earlier today. And died. Can Trevor actually kill these people? There you go. Not the perfect way of doing things, but definitely good enough. Oh, that guy gave me a little push. Nice. Anyways, this mission is very fun because mission failing it or dying or whatever can put you in very, very, very unfavorable spots, which will usually lose you like 2.5 minutes, depending on how bad it is. And that's not fun, but I made it through somewhat okay. This drive, just don't get caught off guard by traffic. And brake boosting can actually be done by most vehicles. And that also goes for this truck. There's one brake boost over here that we can get, and that's it. Now it's just a straight line back to Trevor's Math Lab. Make sure that I don't crash into anything, and then we're good. We actually turned a bit earlier than usual, but that's fine. Smack through here. That's a perfectly fine mission.
We did it.
Jump during mission past. Run in first person up these steps. And we'll wait in the spot where the next mission will start after this phone call.
It's not inappropriate.
This is the next heist, which is the police score heist. And it starts with a very boring, what, 3-minute drive? Not very exciting, but it's part of the run. All we can do is keep going forward, try and not crash, and get a couple of curb boosts here and there. There's not much more to it.
Mikey, bro, what was your first bank score?
88, outskirts of Carcer City. Took a small
Well, that sounds like the perfect time for me to say a word.
Definitely is.
Wonderful. Did you know that all the runs will be uploaded to a YouTube channel? Because they will be. BSG has their own YouTube channel at youtube.com/BSG Marathon. Get subscribed because we have also some cool unique content there, and you get one new video per day on that channel. So please subscribe there and get updated. Also, we would like to remind you that aside from BSG events and their own marathons, ESA hosts many other events across Europe, including the British UKSG, Hackathon and more. So be sure to drop a follow to see whenever something is live.
Is an important moment, Michael. Here we are, on our way to almost certain death, bonding, pouring our hearts out, and this guy is sitting here
Alright. Probably halfway through this drive now. And as you can see, not much going on, but hey, there's not much we can do more than these tiny little curb boosts. You know what? We can take them off the median here, or well, it's not really a median, but this will work. Just rubbing up against it, compressing the suspension every now and then. Definitely gives a little bit of speed. It's not much, but hey, in this vehicle, on this drive, I'll take every kilometer an hour.
Maybe you did 6 months.
I'm actually gonna sway to the inside here because sometimes cars like to turn off at a gas station, for example, and it's not fun when they turn into you. So once you're past that, you can just go back over here, and then you know that you won't have any problems.
Okay. The score was like 2 stacks, man. 2G?
Don't want to hit the dirt, but sometimes happens.
The whole score was 2 stacks. Only I didn't see none of that shit. Dye pack went off, home. Money was useless then.
Dye pack. You amateur.
I knew I shouldn't have told you shit.
Hey, Franklin, we all gotta start somewhere.
Just gonna really drive into the yellow dot here because this is actually one of the few times that the yellow dot doesn't bring you to a full stop, but like gradually slows you down. We can just slam into it and still carry some momentum. We've got quite a lot there. Ideally, you'd stop against that bush and have Franklin warp out of the van, but hey, this is good enough.
And risk getting ID'd. You're an idiot.
I gotta go. It's number 2.
All right, we all good? Let's hit them.
Gonna get out of the van. Can do one jump, then take cover to get closer. Take cover on nothing. Apparently, that's also a thing right here.
Get on the ground. Today's going one of 2 ways, friends. Everyone on the floor now.
And now we just have to wait. Fun fact, maybe not surprising, if you shoot this blowtorch, it will blow up and mission fail you. But I guess that's not too surprising, like I said. So next up, we need to go to the vault, but all we need to do to proceed is actually just shoot outside, and just like that, the cutscene will play. And next trigger point is the helicopter, and to spawn it, we need to just destroy a car. We'll put some stickies down for a checkpoint abuse coming up, and we'll take out the helicopter that should spawn. Then we'll immediately blow ourselves up here. And as you can see, that clears out everyone. But I'm going to go here just a little bit faster, so we'll just do that. And then I'm going to take down these fences with an RPG.
We aren't getting out on the water. We're not going through this, not with 50 pounds of gear. Blast it.
Give yourselves up.
Don't fence me in.
Lay down your weapon.
Hey, Frank, we need another escape route. We find a vehicle, something might stand up gunfire.
And just at this point, it's just take out everyone, hit everyone with a grenade launcher, shoot everyone that's alive. There's not much to it, just take everyone out and then you're good. Be able to get these 2 cars in one go most likely, yep. And then we move on. Same thing goes kind of here, just want to hit as many people as you possibly can. Grenade launcher for these 2. And the only thing that's annoying is that these guys like to shoot for half a second and then immediately get back into cover. And it should proceed me. I'm not sure why it's not doing that just yet. There we go. And then we'll switch to Franklin, and we get to see the good part of the mission, which is the bulldozer drive. I'm not sure why this is in the game, but it is, so we'll do it. Actually, if the game allows us, we can do something fun.
So I guess we shooting our way out of here. Hey man, these guys are every fucking where.
So let's see whether it will work out. Yep, that should be good. We're actually gonna pick up a friend over here. He's gonna come with us. Maybe another friend? Oh, look at that. It's a party going. Oh, they all fell out, and now I'm killing them by driving over them. Whoops. Oh no. Oh, I guess that's a very short party right there. Never gotten 3 people into there. We could just ignore everyone. We're basically, we're not invulnerable, but we take very little damage.
Who else would be fucking this up? There's our ride. Good kid.
Go left. There's another tank coming from the right.
Hey, quite a disturbance, you calls.
There'll be some tanks shooting at us. The thing is that they should miss us because of program 2. The game's programming isn't always as perfect as could be, and they might maybe hit us if we're extremely unlucky, but usually I think I've only experienced it once ever. So for the shootout, you can actually play it risky and go as Franklin and do it as him. The only problem with that is that he doesn't have any armor, and these guys do a lot of damage. And because I'm not the greatest at this shootout, I'm actually just going to use Michael over here, who's got this suit of armor, and that means that this is a breeze. Just headshot everyone, and we're good. Actually, while hip firing, because we do want to move as quickly as possible. Neither of these guys are dead. I just shoot him in the bottom. It'd be annoying if these guys stay cover, but we can just hip fire at them, because if we take damage, not really a problem. That guy literally unloaded the whole clip and we barely took any damage. So now it'll be 4 guys over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And to get the train to spawn as quickly as possible, we're gonna hit the yellow dot. And then we just want to kill as many people as we can. Because the train will appear, if I remember correctly, once the game has tried to spawn a certain amount of enemies. And the best way to force those possible spawns is by keep shooting and killing people. And what we do is then switch to Franklin, who is close to the platform, which allows us to escape. Actually, why is Michael wearing this? Is he always? No, he's not, right? I don't know. Anyway, so what we're gonna do now is switch to Franklin, because he'll get out of this utility truck. And if we didn't do that, he would actually be in it at the start of the next mission, opposed to being either in his Buffalo or on his Bagger, which is his bike.
Get a boat and meet me under Ratton Canyon Bridge. I'll be on the earpiece.
Nice little shortcut here. Not gonna do the crazy shortcut because I actually don't need to go in that direction. Just gonna go over here.
That's about the size of it. Make it a fast boat.
The logistical mind of Trevor Phillips. So it's like gold bricks on board, right?
Sometimes. This is a high-value courier service run by Merryweather.
Oh, Merryweather?
Tranquilo, Mike.
And what we have to do now is jump on top of the train that you can see over there. And there are plenty of ramps that you can use. But ideally, we would jump all the way to the front of the train and wait as long as possible, because we're actually moving quicker than the train itself. So the later we get on, the further we can move, and therefore the better. But I do like to play it a bit safe, so I'm not going to do something crazy. Just going to go over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump all the way across. And then there's a very easy jump onto the train. You can't even call it a jump, it's literally a drop. And we need to drive to the front. There are definitely way later spots that you can use, but those are a lot more difficult. And on this bit, you literally just have to hold W, or RT in my case, and there's nothing more to it. There's actually a maximum speed, so I could let go theoretically, but that's fine. So if our host would like to say something, this is the perfect timing.
Okay, well, let me remind you that BSG is raising money for Mind, which is a nationwide organization committed to prevent mental health issues and to support everyone who is dealing with mental issues themselves or within their family. All of our donations will go to Mind, and some of the stuff that they are dealing with, worldwide, suicide ranks as the 3rd leading cause of death in youth between 15 and 19 years of age, and is the 2nd leading cause of death for girls of this age group. Early recognition of mental health disorders is essential to reduce suicide rates, improve treatability, and reduce severity of several illnesses, including depression, psychosis, eating and substance abuse disorders. Mind tries to help bring awareness by providing classes at school to inform youth on the topic and through social media campaigns targeting youth to encourage them to be more open about mental health issues. So your money goes a really long way to basically prevent suicide by helping mine help those that consider suicide. And I think that's a really, really good cause. And as I said, every euro counts. And I'm just looking at our total at 2,298 euros. Can we get that 2,300 mark met, please? With just one little donation. Thank you very much.
Alright. Now we're moving on to the shootout where, I mean, there's not much to it apart from shooting everyone. There's 6 guys, there's 3 boats. We helicopter over here. And one on my right as well, which we'll get in a second. There he is. And the rest we can just take out with our sniper rifle. I think you're meant to, so obviously we're gonna do that. Actually following the game's instructions for once. Take out the chopper. Actually got him in one go. And then we have these guys parachuting down. Where's the other guy? There he is. Nice.
Grab something already.
That was a really good shootout.
Finally, come on.
I'm gonna get into.
Get in, let's go.
Get in, Trevor. Come on.
Down the rapids, if you please.
In this next bit, we can either choose to play as Michael or Trevor. Trevor will be shooting. Michael will be driving. And we're gonna go with Michael because we're quicker than he will be. This section isn't necessarily easy. You actually have to be very careful because if you're not careful, it's very easy to beach the boat, which will cause a mission fail, and then you have to do the section all over again. So I just gotta make sure to have a nice landing on each jump. If the landing isn't that great, then you can always lift off, and that should usually fix it. But this is looking pretty good. And before, you might saw me on the first section while I was in the boat. I was like bouncing up and down, and that was intentional because the less of the boat that's in the water, the faster you're going. So that's something that we do. The way you do that is by pushing the nose forward, and it will eventually pop up, and then you can manage those bounces. Gonna do the same thing here. It's not the easiest thing to do because you don't want to fully get out of the water because at that point you're not accelerating anymore. But like this is perfectly fine. And now we'll get as close as we can to these getaway vehicles. We'll get out. Then the mission will end, and after that we'll have a phone call, and once that has been done, we can switch to Franklin to start monkey business. Alright. Like I mentioned before, when we enter the mission on this patch, which is patch 1.27, we don't encounter any problems. Meanwhile, if you were to start this mission on the latest patch, there will be a bug that prevents you from starting the mission the first try, because the mission will be disrupted for some reason, and you'd have to drive away and come back in order to be able to start it, which is one of the reasons that we use this older patch.
Hey, what's up? Oh, hey, man.
Right now we're gonna call Amanda, which will prevent dialogue from playing in a second. And we'll once again be doing those bounces.
This is the bay. We can get in through the discharge tunnel.
Here goes.
Just gotta spam F here to get out. I personally like, well, in a scuba suit, it doesn't matter whether you're in first or third person. I personally, for the movement controls, prefer first person. But it varies from run to runner. But once we get inside of the, I don't even know what's called, what we're getting into. But over there will, most people will use first person because of the better controls. This is the second and last time of the run that I'll increase my DPI because this goes really slowly if you don't. And even though you have a limited amount of fuel, we can just hold it all the way through because we're quick enough with it that we won't encounter any problems. And hitting these things is very annoying because first of all, Michael moves a bit. And secondly, timing is very weird with how long it takes to get through each thing. It's not a second. It's also not 2 seconds. It seems to be somewhere in between there. And it's also not quite, well, maybe it might be a second and a half, but it's a very weird thing to time. My DPI back to normal. And here's just trying to take racing lines throughout. Something that's weird is that usually when swimming, holding shift is enough to go forward. That is actually not the case here. If you were to hold shift, it will do nothing. Here you have to actually hold shift and W for some reason. Why that is, I don't know. But that is the case. So once again, we'll just move along. We're actually going to be able to get ahead of Dave and Steve after this next bit. Just going to go over here, and as you can see on the minimap, we're already ahead of them. And they won't be able to catch back up to us. So we win this race right here. Now we're going to resurface. Obviously going to the ladder, which is where we need to go. Climbing ladder will be faster in third person, so that's what we'll switch to. And we'll do a little jump to get immediately to the cutscene. And you're supposed to do this in a non-lethal fashion, so we're going to kill these people. Yeah, you're supposed to use a taser, but that's boring. Now, there is a guy in the elevator who you need to kill once the doors open, or you can use a sniper to shoot through it and kill him that way. Which means that the card that we need to collect will already be on the ground, and we don't need to kill the scientist. As you can see, he's already dead. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take some really wide lines around these corners because Dave and Steve can actually get stuck. Or I think it's only Steve that it happens to, I'm not entirely sure. Anyways, you don't want that to happen, so just go very wide around these corners. Keep the door open for Dave because we're nice. And you can either take out these guards or take cover, or you can shoot the door open because you can't walk through it and just run past these guys. They might be able to do some damage, but I've never seen them kill anyone. Now, once again, we'll be using the same kind of thing where the sniper phases through a wall, or the glass in this case. We're gonna get this guy through there, hopefully, if I time it well. Nope. Well, we're gonna still get him, just a bit later. Yeah, for this shootout, it's essentially just get through it as quickly as possible and make sure that you kill them before they can kill you. There's not much more to it in this game. I am using Michael's power a bit because these enemies can be kind of annoying sometimes. Gonna get the health back just for safety. You never know. I'm weapon swapping to reload my gun. So there'll be one guy over here. 2 guys. 1, 2, and then 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Oh, took a bit longer to kill him, but got him eventually. And what we're going to do is we're going to take cover on this wall real quick. Can I? No, I can't. Because what that would do is it would prevent Davey from taking cover and would move him along pretty quickly. So as you can see, it's just going to pass up on this opportunity. And it will move along. I'll grab this health pack because the rapid fire bug that I discussed earlier is very likely to happen on this next shootout. So we can kill 4 guys. 3, 4. Hip fire this guy maybe. Yep. That was a rapid fire. 2. Actually using Michael's power. This is not good. Don't die. Please don't. Oh, we both needed to reload. It's just that I was quicker with finishing it. Awesome. Alright. Nice. Actually, that can be scary when you get rapid fired where they just unload their whole clip in one go. It's not something you want to see happen. And this is one of those spots, like I said, it's fairly common. And if you're really unlucky, 2 enemies will do it. And at that point, there's actually not much you can do to prevent it. I just need to hover over the container, like Dave will say in a second. Oh. How did that not trigger? There you go. And like usual, in an air vehicle, it's just a straight line from here on out. All we need to make sure is that we clear the mountain here. You can actually have the container crash into it. Like it's basically weightless right here, as you can see. Now the funny thing is when you land, it is actually possible to destroy it, and yeah, you don't want to do that. There's a mosquito here, that's fun. Yeah, could you not? So now we're just going to try and drop this thing nicely. Let's drop it above. And we could just slam the heli on the ground. And that counts as landing. And I totally agree with that game. Now for the final drive of this mission.
I had a wonderful time, Trevor. But we both know
There's some curb boosts to be gotten. And 2 brake boosts. Around this area of the map, there are not a lot of possibilities or opportunities to brake boost or curb boost, so all of them are pretty well known. So there's one here that I didn't get. Oh, did you see that? The car closed the gap on me. That's not very cool.
you have a beautiful way with words.
And that's why you always try and go around instead of in between. And there's... oh, I missed both brake boosts, I suppose. Something that is the case with brake boosts is the faster you're going, the easier it is to hit them. And the less pronounced a crash needs to be able to go for it.
No.
Right, so we're just gonna cut to the left here. And after we finish the mission, we're going to immediately blow ourselves up, even before the mission pass screen is able to appear. Like you can hear the mission pass sound, or don't get to see it because we get put to the hospital immediately. And now we get to see a bit of RNG because I'm going to switch to Franklin and do a hangout with Trevor, but how effective or useful that will be depends on where he will be. Ideally he would be at the beach. And he is, so I can just immediately do a hangout. If he wasn't in the right spot, you might need to drive a little bit. But this is totally fine. So we'll hang out, which puts these characters closer together at one of a few predetermined spots. This is a very, very good one. Now I need a car. That is a gauntlet. I'll definitely take that if the game allows me to. Yep. I'm gonna turn my phone. I'm gonna turn sleep mode on here, so don't need phone calls.
For fuck's sakes.
Ooh, this car is not the greatest in terms of handling, but we will be driving it in the northward mission. And all I need to do is punch up the stairs. That's enough.
What the F word are you doing here?
That's a funny way to greet your cousin.
You ain't my G-damn cousin, Trevor.
Now we're gonna take way to our new safe house, which is a strip club for some reason.
Deborah, I know she seems kind of uptight, but she can have fun.
No, I don't think she can, Wade.
Just Floyd then?
Floyd's gonna meet us there.
Floyd's trip.
Can I rejoin? Yep, there we go.
You got all over yourself.
So, if you remember, all the way back at mission 3 on repossession, we did a jump. We're actually gonna do it once again. This time in a car. And in cars, this jump is extremely easy. You don't need a lot of speed to make it. You do need some skill to have a proper landing.
Alright? Just no licking.
Okay.
Hey, you remember when we met?
Sure. Last year. I was on the way to the gathering with Daisy Bell and Kush Chronic
and you stopped in Sandy Shores.
I'm gonna try and hit one of the dumpsters to skip the dialogue. Yep.
Is it.
So we hit the final dialogue immediately. And this phone call is one that we can skip or hang up on, and then we'll switch to Trevor. And you might have heard me mention Simeon Call and Moody Text. And because we have both those things, we can safely switch to Trevor here. If we had them in the wrong configuration, we would be able to get that switch where Trevor is in the mountains, in a dress. That's really weird. Because we know that we have the right things, we can ensure that we're at the strip club. And getting the outside switch is actually the best one. The 3 switches. One outside, one on the floor, and one at the bar. This one is the best right here because we can ledge buffer to the mission if the game allows me to. So all I need to do is set it up at that container, run over here and activate it, and then we'll go through the mission marker, which activates it. Probably one of my favorite applications of the ledge buffer. My favorite one will be coming up in the next mission. It's a fairly simple drive. Now, we're supposed to be scoping out the bank, but that takes way too long. So what we're going to do is we're going to drive around the yellow dot. Oh, that didn't work.
Hey, we taking the temperature.
Yeah, you know, getting a feel for it. Security, exit routes.
It's not grabbing me.
Alright.
That doesn't look like much.
Oh, I didn't get it. Damn it. That's really annoying. I don't know why it didn't work the first time. Anyways, if you go around the yellow dot, you can trigger it twice. But because the zone to lock you in place and to precede you are not the same, you can actually trigger the next section without being stopped. Unfortunately enough, I did not get it, but that's fine.
Hey man, you might not notice it, but I picked up a few things rolling with you. I mean, there's times I think I gotta be the senior partner in the group, from the way you and Trevor behave.
Alright.
Sorry, there's history there.
Now, we push Trevor, and we're gonna blow ourselves up immediately for 2 reasons. First of all, it puts us back in our car. Second of all, it puts us a bit further along, which is nice. I'm gonna select a sticky bomb because we're gonna do the same thing again, kinda. Once we get to our destination. We will blow up the helicopter, hopefully. Yep. And the reason that is good is because Lester is extremely slow with getting into the helicopter, so you know, using this checkpoint is really nice. Now Lester will tell us not to fly over the prison. I am very stubborn and I will fly over the prison.
Be careful not to get too close to the prison. We'll trip an alarm. Good point. Don't want them jumpy for the breakout. Ah, yeah.
Attention aircraft. This airspace is...
Luckily we don't need to worry about it. We'll lose the cops before we get to our destination.
It's quiet enough that any disturbance is going to get picked up immediately. What those two don't know is there's a special team of cops on standby 24/7 waiting.
So we're just going this direction and then we're good.
And it's never been hit. Man, those guys must get bored.
They may be cops, but they work for the government. There's nothing government workers love more than to accept tax dollars for doing nothing. Oh yeah, that and spying on innocent people.
Getting paid to do nothing and spying on innocent people. Now, who does that remind me of?
Anyway, if we want to hit the vault in a way that people will notice, the key will be to divert the security team.
Divert it? You said they hold out for calls from the UD and that's it.
They do, so we'd have to hit it twice. Once to distract them, and once to get it done.
Alright, we're actually close, and because we literally have nothing better to do on this section, because we literally need to follow these two cars, or trucks, we are gonna have some fun and do some under the bridges.
We're mapping the route and finding an ambush point. Stay with them.
Means that we're gonna have a bit of downtime while just following them, which is quite boring, but no, it's a nice mental break in a full game run. Actually want to be careful because you don't want to get too far away from the trucks, otherwise you'll lose them and mission fail. Yeah, that's still good. Ah, flying went up. I know there is a collectible somewhere here on the bridge, but I don't run 100%, so I'm not sure exactly where it is, so I'm not gonna go for it. I'm not even sure they take it on this mission. Anyways, we're just... something exploded. The hell? Okay. Something really weird that the game also does is if you land the helicopter like this, if I can land it, and be careful, and you look backwards, what it will do is it'll turn it around for you, which is somewhat strange. Not sure why it does that or why it would need to, but it happens. It's a fun thing I like to do every now and then. Actually gonna move to the end of the tunnel where they'll be coming out of. And this won't be suspicious at all. When you come out of a tunnel and there is a car, or a helicopter just waiting for you. Yeah, this seems pretty average, pretty normal, right?
There they are, back out in the open. It'll need to be a quick turnaround, but you can take them in there.
Also, what is traffic doing? Traffic in this game. Still don't understand that, but it's fine. Right, now we need to find this hole, but we know where it is. You can just hover above it. And if we use the cinematic camera mode, or the, I think it says list of footage, then you don't even need to keep hovering over it. It just works. Now for this final bit, we can either choose to play as Trevor and fly to his airfield, or we can switch to Michael and drive to Franklin's house. The latter of which takes not that long, so that's what we're doing.
Hey, so how you feeling about this?
Feeling pretty good. We got Lester planning it. He'll get us options. There's you, a guy I know I can depend on. And then there's Trevor.
Ah, yeah, Trevor will get it done.
Will he? I hope so.
Oh, I hit that pole. I'm stuck on this car. I can't get away from him. Actually, I had to lift off to do so. I was just pushing him along. It's a cute spawn.
And a private army, okay? So there's that.
Yeah, but you just pissed off the FIB and the
Yeah, there can always be a car coming from the right and you literally have no control over it. And to get to Franklin's house, we're gonna take a nice little shortcut over here, which works out nicely.
What happened in North Yankton back in the day anyway?
This ain't the time.
Man, we're about to go in together on the biggest job ever being pulled. There ain't ever gonna be a better time to fill me in on this shit.
It's complicated, alright?
Fuck it, I'ma ask Trevor.
Don't ask Trevor.
Alright, holla.
Alright.
Hey, when he's got something, Lester will be in touch.
Now we can go. Michael's house to start the next mission, Bury the Hatchet, where we will... This mosquito is actually killing me. Jesus. Oh, come on. Keep it. Yep.
Whoa, too close.
Okay, okay, right. Now that makes sense that I got the text there. Confused for half a second. Then I realized what I did this run. Can I? Nope. Can't catch it, unfortunately. So on this mission, Trevor actually takes Michael's car, and that is going to be the reason that we had to store a bike, or make sure that we had the second bike over here, because we can use that right now. I'm not gonna lie, this is a pretty scary drive. I'm half inside the wall. Okay. It's a pretty scary drive. Not necessarily, mainly because of traffic. They can do some weird things every now and then, especially given the fact that I'm on the thrust, which is a bike which handling is not great. So if traffic pulls something crazy on me, then I'm not sure how well this bike will be able to react to that. Ooh, I'm lucky I didn't fall off there. Obviously, wheeling doesn't make the handling any better.
Forgive me.
Oh, yeah, that car was swerving. That's what I'm trying to say. Traffic in this game can be really annoying and weird. Still a fine drive though. Gotta be careful here because sometimes there's a chance that these officers will be there. And if they are there, then you can't drive too far forward or you'll get the cops, which is really bad. So in this, here we're back in North Yankton where we did the first mission.
Listen, Amanda, we're going
Actually want to turn off that lights. And there's actually something stupid you can do. If you shoot, you spook the driver behind you, and there is a small chance that it'll push you along. It's one of those stupidest and most useless strats out there, but if it works, it's hilarious. So this guy is... Wait, where is he? Oh, I guess they're gone.
His name is Dave Norton, nice guy, real.
Guess no boost for me then. Are they actually gone?
It's not even a decision.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, there they are, right? No, they're actually gone. How's that happen?
Or do you want to go and live where it's always sunny? All right, you want to live? Tell me you want to live. Work this out.
Now, yeah, traffic might panic a little bit because I shot, but that's fine. We just go through there.
Nothing. Yeah, I hear you. We gotta follow the plan. Everything will work out.
Now, I'm actually going to shoot here because this car might block my turn. And by shooting, I can force him to drive past it. So I have a clean turn right here. Now, once again, we'll be using a ledge buffer. And,
We did it. Baby, we are home free.
you know,
It's over.
we'll just see why. So I'm going to set it up on the car. I did not like the look of that. Okay, it did work, but I just did not like it. This is probably one of the most important ledge buffers in the game. You really do not want to fail this one, so just wanted to make sure. Fun fact, the ringtones in North Yankton here are different than the usual ones. For some reason, I'm not sure why that is the case, but hey, it is. So what I'm gonna do now is spam Q, the button to get out of cover, and it will allow us to skip this whole shootout and teleport us back to the car. And that's shootout done. Shootout, I guess, if you want to call it that. Now, once again, we'll be climbing to 900 feet to get that speed boost or speed bonus. And now we essentially have like a 1.5 minute long flight, so our host has something to say.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I do want to tell you how you can potentially quintuple the value of your money. That sounds good, doesn't it? So
Definitely.
5 times the value of what you currently have. Because if you donate €5 to mine during this event, you are in the running to win a €25 gaming gift card. And additionally, if you donate €10, you're in the running for a €50 gaming gift card. So you basically quintuple the value of that money if you just donate that money. I mean, any more is greatly appreciated, but you know, if it's just for the game cards, just drop €10 and you can potentially win up to €75 if you are lucky on the draw. Also, we have a wonderful Totodile plush currently as a prize. That prize is open until tomorrow. Let me check. Until tomorrow 7 p.m. Central European time. So still got some time there with a $5 minimum donation. And of course we have the BSG custom PS2 controller for a $15 minimum donation, but they are all accumulative. So if you've already donated like €10, 5 more euros will get you in the running for that controller.
Alright, and as we're about to end this mission by landing on the runway, even though the yellow dot says we need to stop at the end of it, we'll just end or land on this end and that's good enough. Allow us to continue on to the next mission, which starts off with a switch, which is random. Hopefully it's a good one. Vinewood, that's not great. Even though there are others around, there are actually 2 of them here. It's not fast to take them on this drive. If I'd gotten this switch during the Blitz Play split, I would have taken it. But not right now. This drive is not long enough to warrant stealing a car. Especially when you have the Buffalo. Oh, okay. A car that's already perfectly capable of brake boosting. Now, there are a couple of switches that you could get here, and I got one that's definitely not the worst, for sure. Also not a great one either. Hit the yellow marker here, and then we'll meet up with Lamar. And what we can do is we can warp twice, once out of this car and once into that car, because both doors are being blocked both times right there.
boost, homie. How'd it...
And even though the game says we need to, or voice lines indicate we need to keep this car in good condition, we're just gonna do a bit of that. Yep, that works.
Boss man's happy.
Let's get the truck. Paleto Bay.
And something that's really weird is that the game is giving us a very interesting route. It's showing us on the GPS to go ahead and use the Western Highway, but that is actually a very, very long drive. As you can see, it shows. Hold on, my controller was acting weirdly. This is not good. This is very not good. Can I get out of it?
Alright, nigga, but don't try nothing.
How far is it?
In this thing, about 4 hours. Shit, your operation, Slick.
See if I can fix this mid-run.
Go for it.
It's alright being the boss. Meant to be running things.
I can do this on keyboard. This is a pretty simple drive.
Some boss.
Because there's not a lot you can do. The only thing we can do here is some wiggle boosting. And that's something we've done in the dog handler, and it essentially works the same way as curb boosting. But this thing doesn't need curbs, it just uses its own spongy suspension.
There weren't no party. No party? I used the term retire.
So by wiggling left and right, we gain speed.
It's unconfirmed.
What's unconfirmed? The fact that you talk stupid, or the fact that you do some messed up shit? Or
See, you can't do this in any vehicle. There's only a select few for which this will work. And as you can see, we definitely have not driven 6 kilometers, but that's already been the amount of time that's been cut off of the route according to the GPS.
He wasn't the good guy he made out.
Man, dude was a killer, a thief, a liar, and irritable as shit.
Yeah.
We'll just keep going.
All else. Fucking liar.
Homie, you sound like some bitch he ain't called. Like, oh, he lied to me.
I am some bitch he didn't call for 10 years.
Fuck, man, he fucked you. The fucker got fucked. Damn. He fucked the fucker himself.
Shut up.
Man, the first time's always special. I hope he was gentle with you.
Enough of that. And enough about me fucking.
Okay, we're slowly but surely getting to the point where we're gonna get the cops.
I was a little overwhelmed by the place. I got a lot of control. But that ain't who I am for the most part.
But the Michael fucked you.
There you go. And in a second, Franklin will get out of the car, and it will tell us to keep it steady. So we'll just keep wiggling around, because that's steady enough in my opinion. I'm actually gonna stop at the end, or a bit before that, because I'll explain that when we get there. I wanna switch to Franklin a bit earlier than usual. You can switch to him once he is fully in the car, because with him you're supposed to take out the cops. Obviously wiggling around doesn't help him get into that car, so I've already stopped to speed that process up, because I'm gonna play it very safe here. Ideally you would switch to Franklin as late as possible and take out the cops, because if you do it very early you need to wait for the truck, which is a time loss. But I will take that time loss right now, because if you mission fail by not taking out the cops in time, it is a 3 or 4 minute time loss. It's probably one of the worst mission fails in the game, so I absolutely do not want to do that. What I need to do is put some spike strips down, or spikes I guess, continuously, and if cars do get past, then you just shoot at them. The only annoying thing about it always that if a car is very close behind you, then those spike strips won't work. Then it's actually better to just let them overtake you and shoot. I think even though there's one cop left, we can outdistance him and despawn him. Yep, there we go. And as you can see, I need to kind of wait for them because you can outdistance them, and that's not a good idea. Like I said, I play it safe. So this sign right here, if you haven't lost the cops, you absolutely do not want to cross past this sign. Otherwise your mission fail for bringing the cops to the drop-off point. So you'd have to wait there to until you lose them. I'm gonna park over here. Want to be very careful. Don't hit Molly. That can also be a mission fail. Just sit there. Don't do anything stupid. And it will all be fine. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get into the blue Oracle. And what that does is it allows, or it makes sure that we'll have this car in a second. So we're gonna hang up this call and switch to Trevor, and we want Franklin's AI to move to the city on its own. So what we're gonna do is skip this voice or just this call, and we're gonna blow ourselves up. And because this passes time in game, it'll allow Franklin's AI to move back to Los Santos. So we can switch to him, and let's see what kind of switch we get. That is the second best switch you can get here. I'll take it. The mission is right over there. There's a switch where you're right here, basically next to the mission, but unfortunately didn't get that one. As you can see, I had the blue car that I was talking about. So usually you'd have to use the Trackify app, is that what it's called, to find Michael, but we already know where he is, so we're just gonna drive there. This weird spinning thing always happens for some weird reason. Don't ask me why. Just how it is. We are able to get a nice brake boost here though. This is really bad because that car will turn towards me. Yep. On the power, that was a good choice. Don't crash. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to trigger these enemies by shooting in their general direction. There you go. You can see it by the red dot on the minimap. And we're not going to take the main entrance because why would you? We're just going to do something that's way more useful, and that is clipping in. And we need to ragdoll, and then we can throw the gun to Michael, and that skips a whole lot of a shootout. We could just hit these guys. I'm just shooting all the way on my controller because that's nice and easy. I'm not going to take extra effort if I don't need to. Then I have to shoot these two guys. And you just have to hit this guy, which is fine. Now we're gonna switch to Franklin, because not only is he further along, he also has way better guns than Michael, who's only got a pistol right now, so I'm not gonna use him, obviously. I'm actually gonna use this. Oh, did you see that roll? That was interesting. Yeah, Frank has a special carbine, which is such a good gun. Actually, I do have to kill these guys, otherwise I'll die. And when I get the checkpoint, I'm going to blow myself up, because that will put Michael very close to me. So I don't need to wait for him. I'm going to run wide to make sure he takes the correct route. And then there will be two enemies that I'll quickly kill. and then we can just drive off to Michael's house.
Fucking D.
We'll be able to get like 2 brake boosts in total that are really good at the start, like another one over there. Oh yeah, that definitely got the job done.
Franklin, baby, I can't thank you enough.
It's nothing. It's what friends do.
Yeah, not all friends.
From what I heard, yeah, maybe not.
There'll be a couple more brake boosts on this main road that we've used all too often throughout the run. And I actually missed that one. This one should be easy though. Nope.
We're right. Fuck it.
Okay, I wanted to brake boost, but now I saw a car. And I'd rather not crash. Yeah, got on a bike, that's fine. This is also one of those yellow dots that doesn't bring to a full stop, it just kind of slows you down. So I'll slow down myself. There we go. Awesome. Very nice mission. And now we get the mission cleaning out the bureau, which is the worst mission in the game, in my opinion. It's literally... You know what? You'll see what it is. We'll start off with a hangout with Franklin to move him along. I'm gonna go for a guaranteed quick switch. So whenever you switch to and from a character, you can either get a quick switch or a slow switch. And that was a quick switch, as you could imagine. And that means that I'll get a text 12 seconds after I switched. If you get a slow switch, you only get the text after 20 seconds. The reason I want a quick switch is because that text is necessary, because I need one to spawn this mission. And definitely not the one Jimmy just sent me. I need one from Lester. That should come in anytime now. There we go. I'll punch up these stairs.
What's going on?
Got me close enough to Lester to continue.
Labor dispute. See, we're about to do something really. Take us to the bureau, parking garage entrance.
I'm not gonna hit these pads because it doesn't seem like a good idea. Don't want to get a cops here.
Not really, but I thought we'd start by finding a way into the building.
We're going in through the parking lot?
No. We're waiting for someone to come out of it. A janitor.
All right. And how's that gonna get us in?
Well, the janitors are all on temp contracts. They get replaced when their backs go, or they ask for a day off. So, we find one of these guys, we turn him, and that's our
Alright, okay. So the reason this mission is so bad is because it's just RNG from here on out. So, this car,
let's wait for him.
That we need to follow, the janitor's car, can either come out as the 4th or 5th car, which means that we'll be sitting here for over a minute guaranteed.
Here we go. That's not
and knowing my luck, it's usually
the 5th car.
What do you think
about this whole messed up situation?
I think they'll either kill you after this is done, or keep you doing these stupid jobs until they don't have to kill you, because someone else has done it for them.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Alright, so these calls will come every 20 seconds, just like text messages.
Something's coming.
Not much to it, apart from just waiting and seeing what's going to happen. Obviously, like I said, it's not going to be one of the first 3 cars, we already know that. After that, we just have to hope.
That might be a way out.
Yeah, well, a way out is exactly what I need.
Okay, that's car number 3.
Not our guy.
So the next car could be it. If it's not, then that's a 20-second time loss, just like that. It's really annoying how this mission works, but
I'm gonna ask Mr. Haynes,
you know, there's not much we can do about it.
Cash from the Polito score. We need something.
Yeah, see what you can do.
Nope, that's not him. Which means that we'll be sitting here for 20 more seconds. And that's exactly why I hate this mission so much. Like, it's luck-based. Entirely luck-based. And I'm not the one that gets the best luck out there. That's for sure. Said this guy will be the janitor, we know that.
There she is.
Right, and we now have to follow him to his house, and the problem with that is that there can be a series of red lights that will stop him, maybe, potentially.
So what's gonna happen when this
And
guy gets wherever
as you can
he's
see,
going?
there's a car there, and in all the GTA games, you might have been able to despawn a car by just looking away, for example. That doesn't quite work in this game because of the fact that this game didn't need to be so aggressive on memory. You can not despawn them just by looking away. Usually driving away is the thing that does it.
2 quick turns and we'll be screwed. Get closer
because the game at that point expects you to go in the other direction, and at that point it despawns traffic in front of you, or well, behind you, but
it's work related.
Yeah, well, I'd
kind of in
prefer
front
all
of you.
hands on deck right now, if it's okay with you. God, you're worse than my
I just
son.
gotta make sure that I don't lose the janitor out of sight, because if he gets too far away from us, we'll mission fail. It's not good. And this is exactly why I hate this mission. We just have to sit there and wait. There is literally nothing you can do.
Other than a few missing expletives in terms of racial abuse, that was my son in spades.
You can try pushing, honking, knocking down the traffic lights. Just anything you can think of. It just doesn't work, unfortunately. Just really annoying.
Come on. What do we do
So
when he gets
what's
home?
with all this
What do
traffic?
we need from him?
We need cooperation and maybe his overalls and an ID. Noisy much? Ugh.
And if he don't cooperate?
You know what it's like to clean up shit for Steve Haynes? He'll cooperate.
Why does there have to be a car in front of him? In this little bit, it's very hard to despawn cars. It usually doesn't work. Yeah, the car's still there.
You want to take over? Give me a shout.
No, it was orange. He could have gone. He does sometimes break a red light, to be fair. I've also seen him murder people while driving, which is weird, but you know, that's the way it is. Actually, if I do hold accelerate the handbrake, you can spook the NPCs and make them drive away. Yeah, this is fun. There we go. Now we can get very close to. Actually, I don't want to kill anyone here.
Over. Stop down the road.
Not because I'm nice, but it might spook the janitor, so I'm not gonna. Get away from me. I'm gonna park against this pole. Alright, and now here you can do a clip into the janitor's apartment like we did before on Fresh Meat. But there's no very high chance, or there's a chance of getting stuck in the wall, and for some reason that happens way too often for me. So I'm just gonna jump into the wall until he gets here. And if I'm lucky, this happens. There we go. Don't need to clip in normally. You can just do that. And if you're lucky, this happens. And as soon as he comes inside, we'll, the cutscene will trigger.
You got another one of those, Harvey?
And then we can run inside. And because Lester's blocking the passenger seat and the pole is blocking the other side, we can teleport him from pretty far away.
Oh yeah. We gotta go back to my office. That was easy.
Guess you were right. Steve Haynes is a shitty boss.
Hey, I called Frank while you were in there. He's coming to meet us.
Yeah, huh? What do we need him for?
Pretty simple drive back.
Information gathering.
Just gotta get to Lester's warehouse.
The plans to the office. There aren't any digital copies, or if there are, I'm not.
Or you clip a car and do a 360. That works.
I thought Frank could tail him, take a hard copy.
Sounds complicated. You sure you need these plans?
Yeah, I do. If I'm gonna find a way to bypass a couple of $100 million
that bus is
worth
fun.
of government security.
There actually indeed is a bus stop there.
Government contracts, license to steal. Ah, he's already here.
Alright, so we'll be running in first person up the stairs and then a little jump. Alright. That ends this mission for us. And once we've seen the mission pass screen, we'll do a save warp, which will put us at Michael's house where we can start the next mission. Alright. For some reason Michael had a assault rifle in his hand. That's fine if he wants to do that. Who am I to stop him?
I think Mom's at Bean Machine.
Jump twice to get ahead of Jimmy. Here there's nothing we can do to make him run. The only thing we can do is like back up just a little bit into him. And then I'll do it.
You know, I don't know, stuff? No, I don't know. Well, what's been happening with you? Thanks. It's been...
I'm gonna stop right here, not on the yellow dot. And if we're lucky, I can get a little jump. Nope. Guess Jimmy will push us with a door. That does it as well.
Come on.
Excuse me, I'm trying...
Now we're off to the tattoo parlor.
What? Tracy's getting another tattoo.
Nice comment right there.
God, no. That Laszlo guy's there. Laszlo? That asshole? What's he want?
There'll most likely be a car, a taxi coming there. Yep. That's, I think, a guaranteed spawn actually.
Maybe we oughta. Hey, let me ask you. Back there with your mom. That went okay, didn't it? Anything that ends with Fabian's burst eardrum.
And opposed to once again going to the other dot, we're just gonna drive into the tattoo parlor because that works. I'm just gonna spam these buttons because there's no reason to pay attention to this. Just press everything, we'll get it. Now we're gonna try and draw a spaceship. Though you do have to know that I'm not really good at drawing or putting tattoos on people, so oh yeah, that's not quite a spaceship. Oh well, what can you do about that?
There we go.
Look, we can work this out. Like men, you know, if you catch my drift.
Now I'm gonna take out a stun gun and shoot, because that makes the children shut up, which is not to just shut them up. It's actually beneficial because there's no dialogue playing. We can start the next bit immediately. That car really pinched me. Alright, and now we have to go to Freelanders, which is our therapist. And to get there as quickly as possible, we can either drive there, or we can try and fly there.
What the fuck?
Perfect! That was actually perfect.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Amanda.
Now back to Michael's house.
You know, there was a moment there. I thought, what? I don't know, like maybe we still had a ways to go. You know, like maybe we need more time.
Jump up here. Can we make that? Bit more traction. There we go. Look at that. Oh.
Okay.
Are giving me a bit of problem, but
cathartic.
We're still going.
Right. I just don't want it to be more of the same.
Now you're the one making the demands?
No, not demands. I'm saying you're right. Something was broke, and we gotta work at fixing it.
We do. All of us.
Yes, Mom.
For real, peeps.
Because I started to understand something in there. No one else gets this family. Not Dr. Friedlander, or my yoga teacher, or our tennis coach, or the juice guy, or the...
And now there is this dumb thing where you can dive out here at the end. But I'm not going to do it because that has absolutely softlocked someone.
Kids?
Now we're going to see Trevor in a very interesting state. I'm going to just jump a couple of times, which will allow the next mission to be there. And we'll switch to Franklin. We'll be right next to it. If you switch too early, he will be in a random location. And now he's going to be at the mission, which is great. So we need to follow the architect. But, you know, follow missions are boring. So we're just going to blow up the architect. And then we can pick up the blueprints and get out of here. And now we need to lose the cops. And here we're actually not going to use a route like we usually do. Well, kind of, but we're going to do it a bit differently. Actually going to go over here. We're going to go to Los Santos Customs. And this will be the first and only time that we use the fact that you can respray your car and thereby lose the cops. But we're not going to respray our car. We're actually going to upgrade it quite a bit here. So armor, brakes, not bumper, engine, turbo, transmission, spoiler, and a respray. And now, not only does this car look amazing, it drives amazingly. Right here, we're going to choose the roof option. Funnily enough, this is the only time we choose the bottom of the two options. And here we have a tiny window, well, it's quite big actually, to switch to Franklin before the mission pass screen comes up, which is nice. Ooh, Big Alley, that's actually a really nice car. Because I need to get away to allow the mission to spawn in through a text. It's actually one of the better cars with front-wheel drive. Just have to wait for a second. Nope, we're gonna wait 20 more seconds because that's the wrong text message. That's kind of annoying. We need to get that text. And normally you'd have to walk up the stairs and get to Lester and Michael, but you can do something different. You can hold up your phone and run inside, and for some weird reason that just starts the cutscene immediately.
What's up, y'all? Alright, with the sad goodbyes.
Now we're gonna turn the car to get Michael in quicker. Didn't kill the cat, that's good. Now we get loads of speed, which allowed me to do a jump. Okay, this is really far to the left, but you know, I'll take it.
Set up a base of operations.
Oh, in the tree. Alright, it'll do.
At the noose building off the Palomino freeway.
All right, now let's roll on this thing.
Why are you so chipper?
Shit, why you so miserable?
Must be an age thing. Great.
Okay, this tire looks pretty messed up.
What's the plan again, man? And please let it involve.
Now, once again, I'll be trying to block both doors. But Michael's already blocking one. So I'm gonna try and use the wall to block the other door if I can.
Give me a break. You
Dude,
and Les.
this is fun.
Shit.
So I'm gonna try and drift into this wall. Oh, he faced through the door. That's not fair.
Let's feel sorry for Mike.
Alright, so we're once again gonna set up a hospital wall. And it's pretty easy. All we need to do is throw a sticky on the helicopter. And that will blow up first and will blow up just a second after, as you can see. Which means that once again, after the end of the mission, we'll be spawning at the hospital. Now, this is the first time, and probably the only time I'm using the camera that focuses on the target. And the reason for that is that this fight is really weird. You have to gain a lot of height while not going forward a lot. Makes it kind of weird to do this. This really does help. Do I keep track of where you are?
I took the job. I knew it was gonna be like that. Hey, look down there. Lester wasn't kidding, homie. He torched the joint. Yeah, makes me think like he ain't got faith in his own crazy plan.
Alright, and then we're gonna jump out and fly to the roof of the FIB building. Which we can do way quicker than our crewmates. Let's see if I can do this correctly though. Because I'm somewhat notorious for failing this. Yeah, no, this should be fine. Should be fine. And because we are so quick, our crewmates struggle to keep up, and that usually leads to something like this. Yeah. Alright? Alright, good. I'm gonna push them along a little bit. Then we need to use a sticky bomb here. And we're gonna do some hacking, and you know, I must say, Rockstar's made this very realistic. Let's see, 5181, 5181. I don't see it. That's another 81. Oh, it's 18. Damn it. Oh, that's fun that I remember it incorrectly. That's another one there.
Okay, connection established.
Took a bit too long because I misremembered it, but I do. I'm not gonna do these ladders that are on the same point because they can mess you up. And down at the EXE, and then we're done. For the shootout, I'm gonna be switching to Franklin, and I'm gonna be abusing the auto aim on the controller pretty badly, which is incredibly overpowered here.
Ain't finished yet.
I'll hold here. Wait on your signal for pickup.
There we go. That was pretty easy. And then 4 more, which I'll take out myself because auto aim doesn't like them. Nope, not an RPG. Let's just take the grenade launcher. So they'll be smoking us out, and we could just use the grenade launcher to kill them in a couple of shots. And Michael actually does some weird stuff, as you can see over here. I'm not sure what causes this to happen, but it happens every single time. As well as the fact that we can absolutely annihilate this pillar or this wall. Doesn't he look pretty? So now we're gonna push him along, as you do. I'll turn off the flashlight because I hate that.
Coming through.
one guy coming through. And there'll be another guy on the other side. Jeez. He was aggressive. We got a guy here that, to be fair, our crewmates take him out, but we can do it ourselves, so we might as well. There'll be one guy over here and one guy to the right, but we don't take that one out usually. We just move on. Can these guys like get away from me? And then will be like a few enemies in here. Is this guy still alive? He is. There's supposed to be one more guy. Is he stuck? Oh, damn, he got a shotgun shot right into me. That's not good already. He's only have half HP here. And this guy around the corner also has a shotgun. Luckily, there's a health back here. These next two we can skip. One in the here, then one in the doorway. Then two in this room. See that? He is. One will come around the corner. One will run, one will be in cover. Can I use first person down the stairs? And there'll be two guys, one on either side.
Always moving.
And now we need to rappel down. All we need to do is hold S and space. And that's it. And there'll be a heli that we're going to take out. I usually use Michael's power because my shooting in this game is an absolute joke. But I got him. Gonna run to where the yellow dot would be, so we can immediately trigger it. Once again, some rappelling, nothing interesting there.
That's it. Gotta go. No shit. Let's get cracking, man.
And once we're on the ground, we're gonna switch to Franklin because we want to drive as him. So that's what we're gonna switch to. So there'll be three guys that we can hit. One. Can you die? Two. Three. Hit these guys with an RPG. Got actually everyone. Nice. Up movement towards the ambulance that we're gonna use to get away. I'll wait for our crew members to get in. Oh, as I say that, I drive way too quickly. There you go. And we don't want to turn off the sirens just yet, because if we do it too early, we'll actually get the cops. Need to wait for these guys to pass me. Alright. And now we can use some brake boost to get some speed going, hopefully. Maybe. If the game is being nice. Yeah, that'll do. That's a little bit of speed into an ambulance. Oh, that one's really good though. We'll be headed to Franklin's house right now. Which is a pretty boring drive. Well, nothing crazy. You shouldn't be able to crash here unless you mess something up because you have Franklin's special ability.
What's going on in the bureau, man? I wasn't gonna drive up into something obvious.
That's the thinking we pay you to do. Oh, now we're clear.
Alright. Near the yellow dot, and as you can see, we'll be teleported to the hospital. And now for the shortest mission in the game, being just over a minute, hopefully. Depending on how lucky we are in terms of the car that we get. So let's see, that will do. That's a, what's that, Penumbra? Looks like it. It's not very nice to hit me though. So to compensate for that, I'll take your car. So once again, we'll be headed to the movie studio. And we'll bring up our phone once we get there to start the mission a little bit quicker. all we need to do, instead of chasing these guys, which takes ages, we can just simply take out a gun and shoot them. Just like that. Something else I'm gonna do is grab a health pack, which I'm gonna need in 2 missions time. That's that mission done. And now to spawn the next mission, which is right here at the same spot, we're actually gonna go out of bounds for a little bit and get away to allow the mission to spawn in. There we go. And there's the mission.
Hello, hello. Good. Get to the airport.
Now, out of the 3 cars that are here, I'd personally love to take the Rapid GT, which is the white car. But we kind of have to take the Serrano here. Even though I absolutely despise its handling, it is a really fast car. Like, its speed is crazy. So I kind of have to take it. And I'll be doing this little bit through this gap here. Don't want to go too far right, or else we would mission fail. Through these bushes, which can definitely grab you. So you want to be very wary of those. Now let's just drive quick and don't hit those cop cars, or anything else for that matter. Apart from your brake boost, you do want to hit those. Those are lovely. And some curb boosts here and there. Now, instead of following Molly, we're actually gonna get ahead of her. She'll rubber band her along, which is pretty good. Though we do have to be careful because we don't want to get too far ahead, because if we do that, then we would mission fail for that.
Say it like it is.
Or just kind of take control of it. And something else, if we were alongside or behind Molly, we would see a cutscene here of, or a slow motion thing of the cars being blown away. There are always 2 cops, but I was fast enough to beat them. Here you have a plane that's in the ground, can happen sometimes. Obviously nothing weird about that. It might even still be a thing on the most recent patch, I'm not even sure. For sure an interesting thing. I'm gonna dive out right before the cutscene starts. Which means I'll already be out of my car.
He wants to kill me.
There we go.
Stop him! Stop him! He's a killer!
I think you need some help right now.
He's a psychopath!
We're gonna punch here to move forward a little bit.
Oh, stop!
There will be 1 cop on my right that we're gonna take out. And then pick up the film reel. I want to take out that cop because he can shoot us, and besides that, we actually are going to need this plane to go to the next mission. Now, I need to get a little bit lucky with cop spawns, because if they're very bad, then they can block my path to take off. But this is looking pretty good. Yep, that's fine. And then we can take off. There we go. Perfect. I did take a little bit of damage, but that's fine. I should be able to survive the next bit. So now once again, climbing to 900 feet. Get my speed bonus. As well as losing the cops. Which needs to happen. So even though this is not the prettiest of views, kind of useful because it helps me not only keep the plane straight but also maintain the right height, kinda. Because the next mission is at that building right there that it's kind of a bit to our left. And to get there, as you maybe might imagine, We're not gonna land this plane. We're gonna jump out. There we go. Then we'll get a phone call. Oh, nice landing. We'll get a phone call to... What is Michael doing? Get a phone call to end the previous mission. And then we're gonna wait right here, because if we were too close while this call was still going on, then what's the thing called? Oh yeah, then it will despawn. Fun fact, if you enter this mission with a car, there is a very, very high chance of you soft locking. Basically, random chance of you soft locking. So that's something that you always want to keep in mind to avoid that. With a bike, you can prevent it if you do a wheelie into the marker, but you know, it's just not worth it. Now we're gonna run up these stairs, nothing crazy going on. All in first person, quickest way to move around. And once we get close enough to Davey, you don't actually need to walk all the way to him. We can actually just trigger this zone and just walk away. It's fine, it's fine. We'll still trigger the cutscene in a few seconds. There we go. Now, you see all these enemies, we're just gonna ignore them. Just gonna run past them. The only thing that we need to do is take out this one guy. Now we're gonna snipe this guy in a second. And I'm gonna use an RPG to take out 3 enemies on the opposite side and jump down with a parachute. Okay, Davey is good. There is a chance that you can soft lock here, and if that happens you need to kill yourself, but this is totally fine. There'll be 3 guys coming on this side. 1, 2, 3. 2 more over here. 1, 2. I'm gonna push Davey. Then I only need to kill 1 guy up here, and then we can run away. That's all we need to do here in this mission. You've killed plenty of enemies. And we get into this car. And has my tire already been popped? Wow, that is so unlucky. That is extremely rare. Getting your tire popped by this helicopter here, that can happen. But your tire being popped by the Meriwether guys back there is very unlikely. My goodness, I can't keep this under control. So normally I would outdistance this heli and it all would be fine, but you know, driving with 3 tires is kind of difficult. So I suppose what we're gonna do is, oh my god, these explosions are a bit much. We're gonna pull into here, which is where the end of the mission is. Gonna take out a, let's see, RPG. That'll do it. And then we can end the mission. So now the next mission we're gonna do with Franklin, so we switch to him, but the mission is at his safe house. So what we're gonna do is save warp, but first we're gonna need to blow up his car, because that will make sure that his car will actually be there. So I'm gonna blow it up and save warp. Everyone panicking. And oh my god, yeah, menuing in this game is extremely laggy sometimes. I literally had 5 FPS right there. That's that's a huge flaw in this game. The menus can be very, very laggy. Not fun, but something we're somewhat used to. So, because we're immediately at the safe house, the mission can't spawn in, so we need to run away. Luckily, it's just a tiny bit. Just need to get to the road essentially, and then we can turn back and the mission will be there. And now there's this one really stupid thing I can do, and I'll do it once. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but you know, might as well go for it. At least if the game allows me to as well. That's a little thing. Got a brake boost right here. Are there no cars? No cars, nice. Another brake boost there. As you can see, we're going pretty fast. Actually a bit too fast, I think. What I'm gonna do now is get a huge brake boost, and that will allow me to do this jump. Oh god. Control it, control it. Oh, I actually made it as well. Oh, that's a landing and a half. Let's go. Whew. Well, you can do that. That's a nice little way of speeding things up. Do another little jump here. This one is way less risky, obviously. Here, we just want to ride on the rails, you know, not getting slowed down by the dirt. Nothing more to it. Sometimes can get a little brake boost off of those bridges. Not too fussed about that. So normally you'd have this whole setup where you'd have to put everyone in positions and whatnot. We're not going to do all of that. We're just going to run in like an absolute idiot. And all we need to do is shoot this guy. Well, we don't need to, but he's in our way. We do need to kill this guy, and that allows us to proceed. Run away from the Mar. Some tap movement. And all we need to do is kill one guy up here. And there will be 2 cars that we need to blow up. And then we'll kill ourselves because we have now gotten the checkpoint. Which means that we can just move on.
Hey, I'm pulling out. Bye, thanks. Is we ever gonna get a proper introduction, dog?
Shit, homie. You alright?
I'm straight, homie.
So, we're not going to go back just yet. We're going to first get to Franklin's car because it's an absolute monster. And then we're going to drive back.
Or get killed opportunity.
Man, you always a pessimist. Nah.
So, on this drive back, there usually will be a train, and it's somewhat dependent on luck on when you'll meet this train. This is actually really good, meeting them early on. The worst thing that can happen is that it will spawn on the bridge, and in that scenario you'd have to literally wait here for it to pass, because there's no way you can fit through there with it. So I actually got lucky there, which is really nice. Now, all we need to do is drive as quickly as we can back to Franklin's house, using everything we've got to our disposal. So we'll be jumping off of the rails here. Got a huge brake boost there.
I'm completely 100%.
Sometimes there's another one there. No, I didn't get it though. It's fine. Still got plenty of speed.
Yo, every time, nigga. Whether you buying drugs, selling drugs.
Once we get into the city, downtown Ellis, we have plenty of brake boosts that we can go for.
Man, these streets is hard, dog. This the hood you talking about. Maybe you forgot.
Just gonna make sure that you don't crash.
Yourself, sitting in that house on the hill, looking down on the animals in South.
Those two breakers already get it. Not done. Well, that'll work. Yeah, now it's just don't crash.
Do I, my nigga? Because that's the way it looked to me.
Okay, that's a very nice turn by that bus.
I'm making the best out of what I'm given. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't in some type of mentorship program.
Luckily, it wasn't a couple round to see that.
Do something about that, dog. Trust me. Man, I ain't got people teaching me that white collar crime.
Alrighty.
Ain't shit changed for me, and you ain't helping.
Now we wanna get back into Franklin's car. And after we get a text, we'll switch to Trevor first and then Michael. And if your Lamar down was good enough, you'll always get the same switch, which is this one. And something very important that we need to do is call Dave right now. If we don't do that, then we might have a little soft lock on our hands, so we'll call him.
You made it.
I can just hang up once it connects.
Oh!
Ouch. Didn't really help there were so many large vehicles there, but whatever. Get over here. Have to put on the suit. And we'll get a time of day cutscene. Push Jimmy along a little bit.
Stop messing around. It's your premiere.
A limo, Jim? Really? Vinewood Boulevard.
Pop, you know, I'm really proud of you, even though you did make a pretty shitty movie.
Oh, thank you, Jim. Where are the girls?
They're at home, you know.
Kind of take cover there to move a bit quicker, and then
Of course they
move along. It's faster to jump here, so that's what we're going to be doing.
Hold on. Where's Mom and Tracy? Come on.
And this car on this drive is kind of annoying because it's an extremely wide car.
I don't know. This rich asshole's pissed off at me because I didn't.
Which is kind of annoying because there's a lot of traffic usually on this drive, as you can see. Well, that's, yep, fun.
He ain't gonna do anything if I gotta
Not crashing on this drive is not easy.
Killed his lawyer?
No, I didn't. It was an accident. I would never do anything to put you in danger. Shit.
All right. Okay. He'll be fine.
Well, that car was where, that's where I want to go.
Guy, right? He's not a gangster or anything.
No, he's not a gangster. He's just extremely rich. He says he's
Now,
got
if
all
I
these
park
connections.
this car against the wall, I'll be able to warp out.
You gotta hide. I'm gonna find the girls.
And if they got a gun, all I need to do is hit this guy once and give this other guy a headshot. Now, you have this guy. Fun fact, the grenade over here, if you don't look at it, it will never even arrive nor explode. Which is used in a specific way, but I'm not doing that shootout for multiple reasons. Oh, I need to reload. That's very bad. Oh, I got him. So I'm still good. I need to kill this guy. Kill this guy. Get out a grenade. Quickly drop it. Drop a grenade right here. And everyone should die once I'm inside. Lovely. And that's that shootout done. Now we get to switch to Trevor. And he'll be at the strip club. Ideally, he'd be on the floor? Nope, he's at the bar. Okay, that means that we have to walk outside, which is kind of tedious because, well, Trevor is drunk. So, take a bit longer than you would think. What I'll do then is I'll shoot inside, and that'll allow me to run and jump. Obviously, running into everyone. Oh! And this will be the setup for the intro for the final heist. And what we're gonna need to do is switch to Franklin. I'm gonna make a safety save here, just in case I do something wrong, which might happen. I turn on sleep mode because I don't need calls. And finally, we're gonna grab that car that we saved ages ago on Hood Safari. And use it. I have to keep my phone up right here because there's a text message that I don't want to get just yet. By having the phone up, we can prevent messages from coming in, so that works out nicely. Now, I really don't want to crash on this drive because it's very easy to fly out of the windshield, and if that happens, it automatically puts down your phone and thus gives you a chance to give you that text, which is very bad. So normally when you do this mission, you need to find gauntlets on the road, and you can give them or apply a heist prep package. We can't do that. We have to do it manually, so I need to apply the best brakes, the best engine, and rock crawler tires. So repair the vehicle and off-road rock crawler. There you go. Once again, bring up the phone. And we're headed to the garage where you would usually store these gauntlets. Even though it's not on the map indicated by anything, we know where it is, so we can just drive over there. And for this heist, you actually need to get 3 gauntlets, but the thing is, we only got 1, so it's kind of a problem, I suppose. Gonna put down the phone to get the text. And what we're gonna do is pretty simple. Okay, that's the good text. And we're gonna set up a ledge buffer on this car. If it wants to. There you go. And once the doors close, we can warp inside. There we go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run away, stand in this corner kinda, and make a save, and then I'm gonna load that save. I'm not gonna save warp or anything, I'm just gonna load it. And you'll see in a second why. Like I said, we need 3 gauntlets for this whole stuff. So we've delivered the first one. Kinda. I mean, we have delivered it. So what we're gonna do then is get into the same gauntlet. And what that does, once the phone call gets hung up, another one will pop in. And guess what's even better? There'll be another gauntlet over here that we can use. Though I can't get into it just yet. I need to wait for the mission pause screen. There we go. So if you need 3 cars in real life, you only realistically need 1 car. Just do this stuff and you're good. Right, I'm gonna try and park it in between these so I can warp out. And, ooh, vehicle. It's actually really rare, or not rare, but tough to get a vehicle. So you'll take anything. From trucks, dumpsters. Okay, I mean, Bobcat is actually alright. I'm doing a nice little jump. Not that's useful at all. Next up, we'll be doing the second heist prep mission, I guess you could say, heist setup, which is Stingers. Ooh, there's a car down the inside. Though I do still need to get the text message to spawn that mission in. There it is, right? Yep, lovely. We can just drive right on over. And stealing it is pretty easy. You just, well, climb over this wall and grab it. Not much more to it. So now we need to just deliver this thing. Nothing special about that. Gonna slide to position ourselves a bit better. I'm gonna wait, basically corner of the shadow, kinda, and we'll get a call, and then we'll be exactly in the right spot for the mission to spawn in. We just can't be too close, essentially. There it is. Jump to get a bit closer.
Hey, man.
So we really doing this shit?
There we go for the final heist.
We're on the clock. Let's get to the tunnel. Look at this. We got the old crew together.
Some of it. A third is on ice in NY.
I mean the
Just gonna cut through this section as quickly as possible. This is not quite interesting, though there is one little thing that we can show.
Yeah. You know, Michael thought you'd be perfect for the parts of Fall Guy 1 and 2.
Hey,
this traffic is kind of annoying.
We don't need talk like that. Not today.
I'll just brake. That'll do.
They're getting into it with.
Alright, so these guys will keep talking for a few more seconds and then we can drop the strips.
We weren't panicking. Something
And
wrong?
remember how I said quite a while ago, kind of at the beginning of the run, during the mission complications, where I had to cap my FPS to 60, that I would show you in the second to last mission why that was, or what would happen if you don't. You'll be able to see that right here. So we're just going to drive away, and as you can see, the car that I'm driving here, or that I'm in, is slightly sliding forward. If I now cap my FPS to 60, it's not sliding anymore. That's a really weird thing in this game, how that can happen. And that's how the deal gets disrupted in that mission, by the car sliding. And capping prevents that from happening, which is weird, but cool, I guess.
Union Depository, here we come. Shit.
Right.
Relax, man. I'm the one who should be crapping myself. I'm about to rob the biggest bank on the planet. Fuck! Look, Casey, I need you.
Now we've taken control of this truck.
Freaking the fuck out. Where you want to be right now is useful.
Yeah, right.
All we need to do is hit the yellow dot here, nothing too difficult. Just gonna smack into there and that will do it. And now we have a bit of downtime, so if our host has something to say, go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. I do want to thank ESA for supporting the event and for allowing us to stream on their channel. For information about their upcoming events and any changes due to the COVID-19 outbreak, be sure to check out esamarathon.com. You can also use your free monthly Prime Gaming subscription right here on the ESA channel. You will get access to all the ESA emotes, as well as several BSG emotes, and you get to support both the events. So if you've got your Prime Gaming sub just lying around, please consider subscribing, because you would help out a lot.
Staring at more money than you know what to do with. Okay.
Let's go.
Right, we just need to wait in this elevator because I don't know why. And the most fun thing we can do here is literally mess around on our phone. So let's read all messages.
You ain't getting through that thing with a chisel.
Even though we're about to rob a bank, checking out the phone is more important, right?
Boy, oh boy.
Now let's go through the text messages.
These are heavy.
A little over 2 tons a pallet.
Yeah? So what's
Listen to some ringtones maybe.
Around 1,700 to 2,000 an ounce. 35 ounces per kilo, give or take.
Or number 3, which not quite a tune, but it'll work. Well, let's take that one.
Collection team has the cargo.
We're not getting any phone calls anyways anymore, so it's fine.
Ah, my back. This much metal ain't normal, is it?
Quite irregular. Order came down this morning, but the computer cleared it.
Well, let's hope no one untoward gets word.
Alright, so in this final bit, we have to follow Trevor. The only thing is, I'm not even like, you don't really need to. You can sit here and do nothing and that'll be fine. You can start doing donuts and that'll be fine. I'm not even sure if you can outdistance them. I've never tried to fully outdistance them, but I'm not sure whether you can. But it does mean that we don't have anything to do, and that allows us to have a bit of fun. So we're gonna ignore Trevor. Just gonna go our own way, and what we can do then is...
Control. We got the
Ooh, can I make it?
What's your situation?
We can do a stunt jump.
Shit. Okay.
Oh, there was a car below me. Couldn't complete it. Alright. Fine. It's fine, game.
I hope you got a solution for this problem.
Right, so now we get this traffic lights minigame, whatever you want to call it. Nothing too special here. Kind of hard to fill it because their path is this, something like that. And you just use a trick where if it's green, you can just refresh it by resetting it. That way you refresh the timer.
Hey, go left,
And that will do.
Oh shit, more mercs coming from the northwest.
I actually want to let this guy through. I'll stop this guy over here.
Okay, look, so you go.
I know that this car will go all the way across.
Green light ahead. Change is in. You're good. Switched. There it is.
Now, over this junction.
Changed. This one's clear. There you go. Boom.
Yeah, go right at this junction.
Done. Change is in. You're good.
Shit, Merryweather on the west of the green.
And there'll be one over here coming now. I'll turn this one red now.
Indicator, you're going right.
Changed.
Hey, Merryweather spotted on the south.
There you go. Boom. Done. Change is in.
Top of the grid, man. Shit, more Merryweather.
You're good. Switched. There it is.
He thought he was allowed to go. Now for this shot, it's very important to kill everyone as soon as possible in their waves. If you let them roam around, we can get into huge problems. So first off, we gotta do this with a grenade launcher. Kill these guys. I think I got the majority of them. Still like one or two alive. And that's fine. Right, so there'll be 1, 2 guys here. I don't think they're dead actually. So now I'll use an RPG here. That car, and an RPG for the car that'll be coming after it. Where is it? There it is. Minigun. These two. Then there'll be one more car. 2 on the overpass. Okay, and then 1, 2, and that's everyone done. Let's go. That's more or less the way you should do it. Just gotta kill everyone before they can do anything. Now, we're gonna hopefully get pushed by Michael. There we go. Very nice. That will get us up to speed. We actually don't want to go too fast, or we can actually outdistance the crew, so we're going to be a little bit careful with that, but apart from that, we're good. Just don't do any brake boost or, well, curb boost you can, kinda. There will be a car here on the inside, and most importantly, don't look behind. If you look behind you, all the cop spawns will spawn right in front of you, and that's absolutely something that you do not want to happen. Maybe we'll get another push actually? Nah, we're too quick. Still leading the pack even though you're meant to be following them. This helicopter is gonna fly all over the place. Oh, hey, that's not very nice of our crewmate. And now this is actually pretty darn scary, getting into this truck. Like, it's so wonky how it's moving. You just have to hope that you get in there. Now for the final drive of the mission, heading back to Franklin's house. Go fast, drive faster. That's basically all this is. And that would imply hitting your brake boost, but I'm not doing that apparently. It's fine, I'll plenty to come.
Hang on. We're just...
Yeah, didn't get anything either there. Unfortunate. I mean, we still have good speed, but nothing crazy.
Just leaving the goal.
I'm really struggling. Yeah, this one is an easy one. That's free. Even if you tried to miss it, you'd hit that one. Once again, we'll be taking the same kind of shortcut we took on Guns Reunited. Not all the way, because we are not going on to that mountain. We're just going to follow the road here, because once again, we do need to go to Franklin's and not South LS. I'll tap the power a little bit to get myself into higher revs. Should help me a little bit to maintain some speed.
Hey, T, have a little faith.
Oh. So we'll be somewhat sliding around these turns, but as long as we try and not crash, it's all fine. Right through that pool, and in the end we'll jump out to prevent any dialogue from playing, so we can end the mission as soon as possible.
In the process.
Like that.
Gentlemen! Lester.
Now we get put on Franklin's bike. So what we're gonna do is, for the final time, on a save warp, at least hopefully the final time, to Franklin's safe house, where the final mission will start. Well, not really actually, but kinda. Right, so it turned into here, and then we get to choose which ending. Obviously, by rule, we have to choose ending C, so that's what we're gonna do. And now we're gonna head over to Lester's to actually start this mission. I'm gonna do a nice little jump. And now for probably one of the scariest drives in the game, because we'll be going fast. Hold up, not yet. Because I did not see a line that I liked. Gotta find a good racing line to follow. Well, not a racing line, just a good line. Wasn't able to get a lot of speed out of that, but that's fine. Because the main time loss on this drive isn't not going fast enough, it's dying. At these speeds, it's very just crash, fly the windshield, and you're done. That's okay. What's the car doing? Can I get a bit more speed though? I suppose not. Well, I guess then it's going to be a pretty easy drive. Shouldn't be too difficult to not die right now at this pace. What we're going to do now is pull up near Lester's, and by driving into here, both doors are blocked and we'll warp out. Bit of a messy way of doing it, but that does the job.
What the fuck do you think? Man, imagine a fucking scenario that would fuck things up the worst.
Boy, my mind is just racing, but you know, I don't...
So we're gonna pick up Lamar real quick, and then we'll get the good stuff started. So once again, brake boosting along. That's plenty of speed, don't need anything more. That was a nice shift. But I got real close to Lamar.
Where we going?
We head.
Let's see, where can I break boost over here? Yep, that works. Oh, that's a boss. Well, luckily we beat it.
To the foundry plate.
No, stop right here. We'll take out a RPG. And we'll jump a little bit inside. And the RPG will be used to take out 4 guys in one go, hopefully. And then we'll switch to Trevor. So take these guys out. Switch to Trevor. 3 more coming from here. They're all dead. 2 more on the catwalk. Okay, got 1, but Michael will take out the other, hopefully. There will be more guys, so we'll shoot another RPG. Jump down, because Trevor is a monster and will take out everyone, hopefully. Okay, only needed to kill 1 guy myself. Now we need to help Lamar, so we're gonna explode this car. That should do a lot of damage. Then we need to kill 3 more guys. 1, 2, 3. We set ourselves on fire to skip dialogue from playing. Set yourself on fire then. There you go. That allows us to switch to Michael. As Michael will take out a rifle and take out these guys with Michael's power first. Then we can move on. And just gonna kill. Oh, didn't climb up. Now we're gonna trigger this blue dot. It will cause more enemies to spawn in. There will be a couple to start off with, and then I'm gonna throw a sticky bomb, explode it, get hardly anyone apparently, because I do want to focus on these 2 guys. It's really tough to get them later on. So now I can just switch to Trevor and take out these remaining 2 guys, which will do the job. I'm somewhat scared of this fire. So there will be 2 cars outside that can take out with a grenade launcher. 1, 2. Then we'll use the minigun for 2 guys here. 2 jeeps here. Okay, then the heli while moving backwards. Because there are guys here that we want to take out as well. Okay. Once again, 2 cars over here. 1 guy here. Then there will be a car coming towards us. We can take that out with a grenade launcher. Once again, the minigun to kill a couple of guys. There's 1 more alive, and that's the whole shootout over here. Nice. Now, in order to trick the game, we're going to first switch to Trevor and then to Michael, which will move everyone along. And now we need to only finish off some loose ends, starting off with Stretch. Everyone else here. We have 2 guys in the cars. Then we'll go for Stretch himself. I'm gonna kill a couple of guys that are very important because they can take cover. Now I'm gonna once again set myself on fire to... Oh, I don't have a Molotov. That's weird. So... Oh, I know why I don't have a Molotov. So I set myself on fire like this. It's because of some stuff added in with the Omniscient Zero. Totally forgot about that. We drive a bit forward to make sure that Hayden's is spawned in. And then we can take out a sniper rifle to take him out. There we go.
Oh my God.
And we're gonna have a black arrow right here, which means that we can somewhat drive past cops. Oh, we're not gonna have it? Oh, well, there you go. There it is. And for those of you who don't know, whenever you enter in your game or when you play through the barbershop or tattoo shop for the first time, you lose the cops if you have them on you. And that's something what we're gonna do in the very last mission of the run. We're gonna run inside and they'll allow us to switch immediately to Franklin. Well, they're having the phone up at least. Having the phone up means that you can immediately switch instead of having to wait. Very important is to not skip the cutscene, because if you do that, you soft lock. Literally a couple of minutes away from the end, and that's not something you want to do. Believe me, I've been there. Right now we need to take out Wei Cheng and everyone related to him, so that's pretty easy. Just gonna get off of here, take out a grenade launcher, shoot it, kill everyone in one go, set ourselves on fire, voice lines once again, and switch to Trevor for our final enemy, Devin Weston. So we're gonna park right outside his house. There will be 2 guards that we take out first, so that's 1, that's 2. And then we'll kill a couple more. There are actually 2 of them that can kill themselves. So if they do that, that would be absolutely lovely. I'm not joking, they'll actually jump off of the balcony. This guy can do it, but didn't do it this time round, unfortunately. It's the final guy that we need to get. And now we only have 1 drive left. That's a pretty long one, over 2 minutes, but it's the final one.
Yeah, Mr. Weston. Let's take him out of the city, make him disappear. Meet me on the cliffs off the GOH, Chiliad Mountain State Wilderness.
Going down here, I'll take a nice little jump down. Hopefully no traffic in front of me. Ooh, he clipped me. Ah, that's kind of annoying, but it's fine. As long as you don't end up on the beach or in the ocean, you're good. That's the most important part. And we'll just enjoy these curb boosts for the rest of the ride. I'm actually gonna equip unarmed, because you don't want to shoot here, and I'll explain in a second why.
My friends won't be happy if I empty a clip into the trunk.
It's just a straight line, essentially. There are 2 brake boosts on the left, the same that we used during Predator, but I'm not gonna go for it. They're pretty tough, and it's not like you're gonna get a lot from them. So there will be a few bikers coming from the right-hand side in a second. They will shoot at us, but I can't shoot back, because if I do, then there is a chance that I'll get the cops. They should be pulling out from over here, and I don't want to risk that on the final mission. For this turn, we're gonna play it nice and simple. We're just gonna run against the railing, and that will do the job. Some curb boosts.
I'm not rational. I don't care if you're useful or not. I feel like taking you out, Devo.
And then there's only 1 thing left to do. That's a neat little jump, if traffic allows me to. I have to slow down majorly. But we still made it. So get ready for the timer. There will be a time of day cutscene. After that we'll have to push, and once after that lose control, that's when timer should end. So let's wait a few seconds. There we go. And then we're gonna push him forward. And that is time. Well, yeah. That is GTA 5, 80% classic.
GG, what a run.
Yeah. Oh man, that was ridiculous.
Now we keep a low profile and get on with our lives.
Oh, I need
a run. What do we have? 6 hours, 12 minutes, 59.
Alright then.
Okay, that's a good time, in my opinion.
Not too bad, definitely not too bad. I'll take it. Absolutely take it.
That looks good. Well underestimated, so
Yeah.
that's always a good thing.
I don't know how much more better that is than Devin's con.
Any last shoutouts from your side?
I guess just the whole GTA 5 community, because they have been awesome the last year, extremely kind and nice, and you know, doing this is something that I'm really enjoying and something that, you know, I wouldn't have wanted it any other way, to be fair. So I'm happy I ended up in this community with such amazing people, and it should be fun for at least a long time, I hope.
Yeah, I gotcha. So, coming up next, we have a gem for you. We have our Environmental Station Alpha Randomizer by Asheria, and you will have a new host. My shift is over with this run, but you will have the wonderful Cruel as host. So enjoy the run, enjoy the hosting, and enjoy the rest of the marathon. You will hear me in about 24 hours from now with another run of mine. And other than that, we will get into a quick intermission, and after that, as I said, we have Environmental Station Alpha. Keep watching.